Book first. And I? No, my Lord Banks had replied, no stranger has yet arrived. But ill see, if anyone has come inor, who has as he spoke, however. He observed Lady Sandgate's approach to the hall, by the entrance giving upon the great terrace, and addressed her on her passing the threshold. Lord John, my lady, with which his duty majestically performed, he retired to the quarter that of the main access to the spacious centre of the house from which he had ushered the visitor. This personage facing Lady Sandgate, as she paused there, a moment framed by the large doorway to the outer, expanses the small pinkish paper of a folded telegram in her hand, had partly before him, as an immediate effect, the high, wide interior, still breathing the quiet air and the fair panelled security of the couple of hushed and stored centuries, in which certain of the reputed treasures of Dedborough Place beautifully disposed themselves, and then through ample apertures, and beyond the stately stone outworks of the great seated and supported house-uplifting terrace balanced balustraded steps, and containing basins where splash and spray were at restall, the rich composed extension of garden and lawn and park. An ancient and assured elegance seemed to reign pictures and preserved pieces cabinets and tapestries spoke each for itself of fine selection and high distinction, while the originals of the old portraits in more or less deserved salience hung over the happy scene, as the sworn members of a great guild might have sat on the beautiful April day at one of their annual feasts. Such was the setting confirmed by generous time, but the handsome woman of considerably more than 40, whose entrance had all but coincided with that of Lord John, either belonged for the eye to no such complacent company, or enjoyed a relation to it in which the odd twists and turns of history must have been more frequent than any dull avenue or easy sequence. Lady Sandgate was shiningly modern, and perhaps at no point more so than by the effect of her express repudiation of a mundane future certain to be more and more offensive to women of real quality, and of formed taste clearly at any rate in her hands. The clue to the antique confidence had lost itself, and repose, however founded, had given way to curiosity that is to speculation, however disguised. She might have consented, or even attained to being, but gracefully stupid, but she would presumably have confessed if put on her trial for restlessness or for intelligence that she was after all almost clever enough to be vulgar unmistakably. Moreover, she had still with her fine stature, her disciplined figure, her cherished complexion, her bright important hair, her kind bold eyes, and her large constant smile, the degree of beauty that might pretend to put every other question by. Lord John addressed her as with a significant manner that he might have had that of a lack of need, or even of interest for any explanation about herself. It would have been clear that he was apt to discriminate with sharpness among possible claims on his attention. I luckily find you at least, Lady Sangatethi, tell me thanes off somewhere. She replied as with the general habit on her side of bland reassurance. It mostly had easier consequences for herself than the perhaps more showy creation of alarm, only off in the park open, today, for a school feast from Dedborough, as you may have made out from the avenue, giving good advice at the top of his lungs, to 450 children. It was such a scene, and such an aspect of the personage so accounted for, as Lord John could easily take in, and his recognition familiarly smiled. Oh, he's so great on such occasions, that I am sorry to be missing it. I've had to miss it, Lady Sandgate sighed. That is to miss the peroration I've just left them, but he had even then been going on for 20 minutes, and I dare say that, if you care to take a look, you'll find him, poor dear victim of duty, still at it. Ill warrant, for, as I often tell him, he makes the idea of one's duty an awful thing to his friends, by the extravagance with which he always overdoes it, and the image itself appeared in some degree to prompt this particular edified friend to look at his watch, and consider I should like to come in for the grand finale, but I rattled over in a great measure to meet a party, as he calls himself, and calls, if you please, even Muho's motoring down by appointment, and whom I think I should be here to receive, as well as a little, I confess, in the hope of a glimpse of Lady Grace, if you can perhaps imagine that. I can imagine it perfectly, said Lady Sandgate, whom evidently no perceptions of that general order ever cost a strain. It quite sticks out of you, and every one moreover has for some time past been waiting to see, but you haven't then, she added, come from town. No, I am for 3 days at Chanter with my mother, whom, as she kindly lent me her car, I should have rather liked to bring. Lady Sandgate left the unsaid in this connection languish, no longer than was decent, but whom you doubtless had to leave by her preference, just settling down to bridge. Oh, to sit down would imply that my mother at some moment of the day gets up. which the Duchess never does. Lady Sandgate only asked to be allowed to show how she saw it. She fights to the last invincible gathering in the spoils, and only routing her friends, she abounded genially in her privileged vision. Ah, yes, we know something of that. Lord John, who was a young man of a rambling, but not of an idle eye, fixed her an instant, with a surprise that was yet not steeped in compassion. You too, then. She wouldn't, however, too meanly narrow it down well in this house, generally, where I am so often made welcome, you see, and where he broke in at once. Your jolly good footing quite sticks out of you, perhaps, y'all, let me say. She clearly didn't mind his seeing her ask herself how she should deal with so much rather juvenile intelligence. And indeed, she could only decide to deal quite simply. You can't say more than I feel and am proud to feel at being of comfort when they're a worried. This but fed the light flame of his easy perception, which lighted for him, if she would all the facts equally, and they're a worried now, you imply, because my terrible mother is capable of heavy gains, and of making a great noise. If she isn't paid, I ought to mind speaking of that truth. He went on as with a practiced glance in the direction of delicacy. But I think I should like you to know that I myself am not a bit ignorant of why it has made such an impression here. Lady Sandgate forestalled his knowledge, because poor Kitty Imberwho should either never touch a card, or else learn to suffer in silence, as I've had to goodness knows thrown herself with her impossible big debt upon her father, whom she thinks herself entitled to look to even more as a lovely young widow, with a good jointure, than she formerly did as the mere most beautiful daughter at home. She had put the picture a shade interrogatively, but this was as nothing to the note of free inquiry in Lord John's reply. You mean that our lovely young widowsto, say nothing of lovely young wives, ought by this time to have made out in predicaments how to turn round. His temporary hostess, even with his eyes on her, appeared to decide, after a moment, not wholly to disown his thought, but she smiled for it well in that set. My mother's set, however, if she could smile, he could laugh. I am much obliged. Oh, she qualified, I don't criticize her grace, but the ways and traditions and tone of this house. Make I took her sense straight from Hearth House in England, where one feels most the false note of a dishevelled and bankrupt elder daughter, breaking in with a list of her gaming debtsto, say nothing of other sand, wishing to have at least those wiped out in the interest of her reputation. Exactly. So he went on before she could meet it with a diplomatic ambiguity. And just that, I assure you, is a large part of the reason I like to come here, since I personally don't come with any such associations. Not the association of bankruptcino, as you represent the payee. The young man appeared to regard this imputation for a moment, almost, as a liberty taken. How do you know so well, Lady Sandgate, what I represent? She bethought herself but briefly, and bravely. Well, don't you represent, by your own admission, certain fond aspirations? Don't you represent the belief free natural? I grant that more than one perverse and extravagant flower will be unlikely on such a fine, healthy old stem. And consistently with that, the hope of arranging with our admirable host here that he shall lend a helpful hand to your commending yourself to dear Grace. Lord John might, in the light of these words, have felt any latent infirmity in such a pretension exposed, but as he stood there facing his chances, he would have struck a spectator as resting firmly enough on some felt residuum of advantage, whether this were cleverness or luck, the strength of his backing or that of his sincerity, even with the young woman to whom our friend's reference thus broadened still a vague quantity. For us, you would have taken his sincerity as quite possibly in this, despite an odd element in him, that you might have described as a certain delicacy of brutality. This younger son of a noble matron, recognized even by himself as terrible, enjoyed in no immediate or aggressive manner any imputable private heritage or privilege of arrogance. He would, on the contrary, have irradiated fineness if his luster hadn't been a little prematurely dimmed. Active yet insubstantial, he was slight and short, and a trifle too punctually, though not yet quite lamentably bald. Delicacy was in the arch of his eyebrow, the finish of his facial line, the economy of treatment by which his negative nose had been enabled to look important, and his meager mouth to smile its spareness away. He had pleasant but hard little eyes, glittered handsomely, without promising to neatness a coolness, and an ease, a clear instinct for making point take on his behalf the place of weight and immunity, that of capacity, which represented somehow the art of living at a high pitch. And yet at a low cost, there was that in his satisfied air which still suggested sharp wants, and this was, with all the ambiguity for the temper of these appetites or views, was certainly, you would have concluded, not such as always to sacrifice to form. If he really, for instance, wanted Lady Grace the passion, or the sense of his interest in it would scarce have been considerately irritable. "May I ask what you mean?" he inquired of Lady Sandgate, by the question of my arranging. "I mean that you're the very clever son of a very clever mother." "Oh, I am less clever than you think," he replied, "if you really think it of me at all, and mamma's a good sight cleverer." "Then I think," Lady Sandgate echoed, "why she's the person in all our world I would gladly most resemble for her general ability to put what she wants through." But she at once added that as if pausing on it with a smile. "If what then?" "Well, if I could be absolutely certain to have all in her kinds of cleverness, without exception, and to have them," said Lady Sandgate, "to the very end." He almost contemptuously declined to follow her the very end of what? She took her choice as amid all the wonderful directions there might be, and then seemed both to risk and to reserve something say of her so wonderfully successful general career. It doubtless, however, warranted him in appearing to cut insinuations short. "When you're as clever as she, you'll be as good," to which he subjoined, "You don't begin to have the opportunity of knowing how good she is." This pronouncement, to whatever comparative obscurity it might appear to relegate her, his interlocutress had to take, was so prompt with a more explicit challenge. "What is it exactly that you suppose yourself to know?" Lady Sandgate had, after a moment in her supreme good humor, decided to take everything. "I always proceed on the assumption that I know everything, because that makes people tell me. It wouldn't make we," he quite rang out, "if I didn't want to, but as it happens," he allowed, "there's a question it would be convenient to me to put to you. You must be, with your charming unconventional relation with him, extremely in Thane's confidence." She waited a little, "As for more, is that your question whether I am?" "No, but if you are, Yowl, the better answer it." She had no objection, then, to answering it beautifully. "We're the best friends in the world. He has been really my providence as a lone woman, with almost nobody, and nothing of her own. And I feel my footing here is so frequent, and yet so discreet a visitor simply perfect. But I'm happy to say that for my pleasure, when I'm really curious, this doesn't close to me the sweet resource of occasionally guessing things. Then I hope you've ground for believing that, if I go the right way about it, he's likely to listen to me." Lady Sandgate measured her ground, which scarce seemed extensive. "The person he most listens to just know, and in fact at any time, as you must have seen for yourselfies, that arch tormentor, or at least beautiful wheedler, his elder daughter." "Lady Imbers here?" Lord John alertly asked. "She arrived last night, and as we've other visitor seems to have set up a sideshow in the garden. Then shall draw, of course, immensely, as she always does, but her sister won't be in that case, with her," the young man supposed. "Because Grace feels herself naturally an independent show, so she well may," said Lady Sandgate. "But I must tell you that, when I last noticed them, their Kitty was in the very act of leading her away." Lord John figured it a moment. Lady Imber ironically enlarged the figure can lead people away. "Oh dear, Grace," his companion returned, "happens, fortunately, to be firm." This seemed to strike him for a moment as equivocal. "Not against me, however. You don't think she has a beastly prejudice? Surely you can judge about it, as knowing best what mayn't they've happened between you." "Well, I tried to judge in such candor as was possible." To Lord John seemed to sit for a moment on his brow. "But I am in fear of seeing her too much as I want to see her." There was an appeal in it that Lady Sandgate might have been moved to meet. "Are you absolutely in earnest about her?" "Of course I am. We shouldn't I be?" But he said with impatience, "I want help." "Very well, then, that's what Lady Imber's giving you." And as it appeared to take him time to read into these words their full sense, she produced others, and so far did help him, though the effort was in a degree that of her exhibiting with some complacency her own unassisted control of stray signs and shy lights, by telling her, by bringing it home to her, that if she'll make up her mind to accept you, the Duchess will do the handsome thing. Handsome, I mean, by Kitty. Lord John, appropriating for his convenience the truth in this, yet regarded it as open to a becoming and improving touch from himself. "Well, and by me," to which he added with more of a challenge in it, "but you really know what my mother will do?" "By my system," Lady Sandgate smiled, "you see, I've guessed what your mother will do is what brought you over." "Well, it's that he allowed in something else." "Something else," she derisively echoed. "I should think that, for an ardent lover, would have been enough." "Ah, but it's all one job. I mean, it's one idea," he hastened to explain. "If you think Lady Imber's really acting on her, mightn't you go and see?" "I would in a moment, if I had to look out for another mat or two, and he renewed his attention to his watch. I mean getting straight at my American, the party I just mentioned. But she had already taken him up. You two have an American, and a party and yours also motors down. Mr. Breckenridge Bender Lord John named him with a shade of elation. She gaped at the fuller light. You know my Breckenridge who I hoped was coming for me. Lord John as freely, but more gaily wondered had he told you so. She held out open the telegram she had kept folded in her hand. Since her entrance he has sent me that which delivered to me 10 minutes ago out, there has brought me in to receive him. The young man read out this missive failing to find you in Bruton Street. Start in pursuit and hope to overtake you about 4. It did involve an ambiguity why he has been engaged these 3 days to coincide with myself, and not to fail of him has been part of my business. Lady Sandgate, in her demonstrative way, appealed to the general rich scene. Then, why does he say it's me he's pursuing? He seemed to recognize promptly enough in her the sense of a menaced monopoly. My dear lady, he's pursuing expensive works of art. By which you imply that I am one, she might have been wound up by her disappointment to almost any irony. I imply, or rather I affirm, that every handsome woman is, but what he arranged with me, about Lord John explained, was that he should see the Dedborough pictures in general, and the great Sir Joshua in particular of, which he had heard so much, and to which I've been thus glad to assist him. This news, however, with its lively interest, but deepened the listener's mystification. Then, with I's whole week that I've been in the house hasn't our good friend here mentioned to me his coming. Because our good friend here has had no reason Lord John could treat it now as simple enough good as he is in all ways, he's so best of all about showing the house. And its contents that I haven't even thought necessary to write him that I am introducing Breckenridge. I should have been happy to introduce him, Lady Sandgate, just quaverative. I had it all known he wanted it. Her companion weighed the difference between them, and appeared to pronounce it a trifle. He didn't care a fig for I surrender you. That privilege then off presenting him to his hostiff Ive, seemed to you to snatch it from you, to which Lord John added, as with liberality unrestricted, but I've been taking him about to see what's worth Willia's only last week, to Lady Lappington's Longhigh. This revelation, though so casual in its form, fairly drew from Lady Sandgate, as she took it in an interrogative wail, her Longhigh. Why don't you know her great Venetian family group, the what diaucolem 7 fullongth, figures each one a gem for which he paid her price before he left the house. She could but make it more richly resound, almost stricken lost, in her wistful thought 7 fullongth figures her price. 8,000 slap down Bender knows, said Lord John, what he wants. And does he want only? Her wonder grew and grew. What diaucolems? He most usually wants what he can't have. Lord John made scarce more of it than that, but awfully hard up, as I fancy her Lady Lappington went at him. It determined in his friend a boldly critical attitude how horribly the rate things are leaving us, but this was far from the end of her interest, and is that the way he pays? Before he leaves the house Lord John lived it amusedly over well, she took care of that. How incredibly vulgar it all had, however, for Lady Sandgate still other connections which might have attenuated Lady Lappington's case, though she didn't glance at this. He makes the most scandalous iced ruffian at my great-grandmother, and then as richly to enlight any blankness my tremendous Lawrence, don't you know, in her wedding dress down to her knees, with such extraordinarily speaking eyes, such lovely arms and hands, such wonderful flesh tints, universally considered the masterpiece of the artist. Lord John seemed to look a moment, not so much at the image evoked, in which he wasn't interested, as at certain possibilities lurking behind it. And are you going to sell the masterpiece of the artist? She held her head high. I've indignantly refused for all his pressing me so hard. Yet that's what he nevertheless pursues you today to keep up. The question had a little the ring of those of which the occupant of a witness box is mostly the subject, but Lady Sandgate was so far as this went an imperturbable witness. I need hardly fear it, perhaps, if in the light of what you tell me of your arrangement with him high's pursuit, becomes where I am concerned a figure of speech. O Lord John returned, he kills 2 birds with 1 stone, sees both Sir Joshua and you. This version of the case had its effect for the moment on his fair associate. Does he want to buy their pride and glory? The young man, however, struck on his own side, became at first, but the bright reflector of her thought is that wonder for sale. She closed her eyes as with the shudder of hearing such words, not surely by any monstrous chance fancy, dear proud Thane. I can't fancy him no, and Lord John appeared to renounce the effort, but a cat may look at a king, and a sharp, funny Yankee at anything. These things might be Lady Sandgate's face and gesture, apparently signified. But another question diverted her. You're clearly a wonderful showman. But do you mind my asking you whether you're on such an occasion, all a closely interested one? Interested, he echoed, though it was to gain time he showed, for he would in that case have taken more to the extent you mean of my little percentage. And then, as in silence, she but kept a slightly grim smile on him. Why do you ask if with your high delicacy, about your great-grandmother you've nothing to place? It took her a minute to say while her fine eye only rolled, but when she spoke that organ boldly rested. And the truth vividly appeared. I ask, because people like you, Lord John, strike me as dangerous to Thehau. Shall I name it the common weal? And because of my general strong feeling that we don't want any more of our national treasures, for I regard my great-grandmother as national to be scattered about the world. There's much in this country and age, he replied, in an offhand manner, to be said about that. The present, however, was not the time to say it all so. He said something else instead, accompanying it, with a smile that signified sufficiency to my friends. I need scarcely remark to you, I am all the friend. She had meanwhile seen the butler reappear by the door that opened to the terrace, and though the high, bleak, impersonal approach of this functionary was ever and more at every step a process to defy interpretation, long practice evidently now enabled her to suggest, as she turned again to her fellow visitor, a reading of it. It's the friend then clearly who's wanted in the park. She might, by the way Banks looked at her, have snatched from his hand a missive addressed to another, though while he addressed himself to her companion, he allowed for her indecorum sufficiently to take it up where she had left it by her ladyship, my lord, who sends to hope y'all join them below the terrace. Ah, Grace hopes, said Lady Sandgate, for the young man's encouragement. There you are. Lord John took up the motor cap he had lain down on coming in. I rushed to Lady Grace, but don't demoralize Bender, and he went forth to the terrace and the gardens. Banks looked about as for some further exercise of his high function. Will you have tea, my lady? This appeared to strike her as premature. Oh, thanks. When they all come in. They'll scarcely, all, my lady indicated respectfully that he knew what he was talking about. There's tea in her ladyship's tent, but he qualified it has also been ordered for the saloon. Ah, then, she said cheerfully, Mr. Bender will be glad, and she became with this aware of the approach of another visitor. Banks considered up and down the gentleman ushered in at the left by the footman who had received him at the main entrance to the house. Here he must be, my lady, with which he retired to the spacious opposite quarter where he vanished, while the footman his own office performed retreated, as he had come, and Lady Sandgate, all hospitality, received the manicided author of her specious telegram of Lord John's irritating confidence, and of Lady Lappington's massive check. Roman 2. Having greeted him with an explicitly gracious welcome, and both hands out, she had at once gone on. Y'all, of course, have tea in the saloon. But his mechanism seemed of the type that has to expand and revolve before sounding why the very first thing. She only desired, as her laugh showed, to accommodate. Ah, have it the last if you like. You see your English teas, he pleaded, as he looked about him, so immediately and frankly interested in the place, and its contents, that his friend could only have taken this for the very glance with which he must have swept Lady Lappington's inferior scene. There too much for you. Well, there too many. I think I've had 2 or 3 on the road at any rate, my man. Roman 999. I like to do business before, but his sequence dropped as his eye caught some object across the wealth of space. She divertedly picked it up. Before tea, Mr. Bender. Before everything, Lady Sandgate. He was immensely genial, but a queer, quaint, rough-edged distinctness somehow kept it safe for himself. Then you've come to do business, her appeal, and her emphasis melted as into a care which, however, spent itself on his large, high person, as he consented with less of demonstration, but more of attention to look down upon her. She could therefore but reinforce it by an intenser note to tell me you will treat. Mr. Bender had 6 feet of stature, and an air as of having received benefits at the hands of fortune, substantial, powerful. Easy he shone, as with a glorious cleanness, a supplied, and equipped and appointed sanity and security aids to action that might have figured a pair of very ample wingswide pinions for the present conveniently folded, but that he would certainly on occasion agitate for great efforts, and spread for great flights. These things would have made him quite an admirable, even a worshipful image of full-blown life and character, had not the affirmation and the emphasis halted in one important particular fortune felicity, nature the perverse or interfering old fairy at his cradleside whatever, the ministering power might have been had simply overlooked, and neglected his vast hollow-shaven face, which thus showed not so much for perfunctorily scamped, as for not treated, as for neither formed nor fondled nor finished at all. Nothing seemed to have been done for it but what the razor and the sponge, the toothbrush and the looking-glass could officiously do. It had, in short, resisted any possibly finer attrition, at the hands of 50 years of offered experience. It had developed on the lines, if lines they could be called, of the mere scoured and polished and initialed mug, rather than to any effect of a composed physiognomy, though we must at the same time add that its wearer carried this featureless disc as with the warranted confidence that might have attended a warning headlight or a glaring motor lamp. The object, however one named it, showed you at least where he was, and most often that he was straight upon you. It was fearlessly and resistingly across the path of his advance that Lady Sandgate had thrown herself, and indeed with such success that he soon connected her demonstration with a particular motive for your grandmother, Lady Sandgate. He then returned. For my grandmother's mother, Mr. Benderth, most beautiful woman of her time, and the greatest of all Lawrences, no matter whose, as you quite acknowledged you know in our talk in Bruton Street. Mr. Bender bethought himself furtherly at drawing it out, as if the familiar fact of his being made up to had never had such special softness and warmth of pressure. Do you want very, very much? She had already caught him up. Very, very much for her. Well, Mr. Bender, she smilingly replied, I think I should like her full value. I mean, kindly discriminate, do you want so badly to work her off? It would be an intense convenience to me, so much so that your telegram made me at once fondly hope you'd be arriving to conclude. Such measure of response as he had good-naturedly given her was the mere frayed edge of a mastering detachment, the copious impatient range elsewhere of his true attention. Somehow, however, he still seemed kind, even while turning his back upon her. He moved off to look at one of the several, the famous Dedborough picturesque specimens, by every presumption lost a little in the whole bright bigness, conclude, he echoed, as he approached a significantly small canvas. You ladies want to get there before the road's so much as laid, or the country's safe. Do you know what this here is? He at once went on. Oh, you can't have that, she cried as with full authority, and you must really understand that you can't have everything. You must expect to ravage Dedborough. He had his nose meanwhile close to the picture. I guess it's a bogus kite, but I know Lord Thane has things he want do business. He's not in the least and can never be in my tight place, Lady Sandgate replied. But he's as proud as he's kind, dear man, and as solid as he's proud, so that if you came down under a different impression, well, she could only exhale the folly of his error, with an unction that represented whatever he might think of it all her competence to answer for their host. He scarce thought of it enough on any side, however, to be diverted from prior dispositions. I came on an understanding that I should find my friend Lord John, and that Lord Thane would on his introduction kindly let me look round, but being before lunch in Bruton Street, I knocked at your door. For another look, she quickly interposed at my Lawrence. For another look at you, Lady Sandgate, your great-grandmother, wasn't required, informed you were here, and struck with the coincidence of my being myself presently. Do, he went on, I dispatched you my wire on coming away, just to keep up your spirits. You don't keep them up, you depress them to anguish, she almost passionately protested, when you don't tell me y'all treat. He paused in his preoccupation, his perambulation, conscious, evidently, of no reluctance that was worth a scene with so charming and so hungry a woman. Well, if it's a question of your otherwise suffering torments, may I have another interview with the old lady? Dear Mr. Bender, she's in the flower of her youth, she only yearns for interviews, and you may have, Lady Sandgate earnestly declared, as many as you like. Oh, you must be there to protect me. Then, as soon as I return. Well, it clearly cost him little to say, "I'll come right round." She joyously registered the vow, only meanwhile, then please never a word. Never a word, certainly, but where all this time, Mr. Bender asked, is Lord John? Lady Sandgate, as he spoke, found her eyes, meeting those of a young woman, who, presenting herself from without, stood framed in the doorway to the terrace, a slight, fair, grave young woman of middle stature, and simply dressed, whose brow showed clear, even under the heavy shade of a large hat surmounted with big black bows and feathers. Her eyes had vaguely questioned those of her elder, who at once replied to the gentleman forming the subject of their inquiry, Lady Grace must know. At this, the young woman came forward, and Lady Sandgate introduced the visitor, my dear Grace. This is Mr. Breckenridge Bender. The younger daughter of the house might have arrived in preoccupation, but she had urbanity to spare, of whom Lord John has told me she returned, and whom I'm glad to see. Lord John, she explained to his waiting friend, is detained a moment in the park open today to a big temperance school feast, where our party is mostly gathered, so that if you care to go out, she gave him in fine his choice. But this was clearly a thing that, in the conditions, Mr. Bender wasn't the man to take precipitately, though his big useful smile disguised his prudence. Are there any pictures in the park? Lady Grace's facial response represented less humor perhaps, but more play. We find our park itself rather a picture. Mr. Bender's own levity, at any rate, persisted with a big temperance school feast. Mr. Bender's a great judge of pictures, Lady Sandgate said, as to forestall any impression of excessive freedom. Will there be more tea? He pursued, almost presuming on this. It showed Lady Grace for comparatively candid and literal. Oh, there'll be plenty of tea. This appeared to determine Mr. Bender. Well, Lady Grace, I'm after pictures, but I take them neat. May I go right round here? Perhaps love. Lady Sandgate at once said, Yell, let me show him. A moment, dear Lady Grace gently demurred. Do go round. She conformably added to Mr. Bender, take your ease and your time, everything's open and visible. And with our whole company dispersed, y'all have the place to yourself. He rose in his genial mass to the opportunity. Ill be in Clovershire, but present to him, was the richest corner of the pasture, which he could fluently enough name, and ill find the beautiful Duchess of Waterbridge. She indicated off to the right, where a stately perspective opened the quarter of the saloon, to which we have seen Mr. Banks retire at the very end of those rooms. He had wide eyes for the vista, about 30 in a row, hay, and he was already off. Ill work right through. Romans 3. Left with her friend Lady Grace had a prompt question. Lord John warned me, he was funny, but you already know him. There might have been a sense of embarrassment in the way in which, as to gain time, Lady Sandgate pointed, instead of answering to the small picture pronounced upon by Mr. Bender. He thinks your little kype a fraud. That one. Lady Grace could but stare the wretch. However, she made without alarm. No more of it. She returned to her previous question. You've met him before. Just a little in town, being after pictures. Lady Sandgate explained, he has been after my great-grandmother. She said. Lady Grace, with amusement, must have found him funny, but he can clearly take care of himself while Kitty takes care of Lord John. And while you, if y'all be so good, go back to support father in the hour of his triumph, which he wants you so much to witness that he complains of your desertion, and goes so far as to speak of you as sneaking away. Lady Sandgate, with a slight flush, turned it over. I delight in his triumph, and whatever I do is at least above board, but if it's a question of support, aren't you yourself failing him quite as much? This had, however, no effect on the girl's confidence. Ah, my dear, I am not at all the same thing, and as I am the person in the world he least misses, well, such a fact spoke for itself. You've been free to return and wait for Lord John. That was the sense in which the elder woman appeared to prefer to understand it as speaking. The tone of it none the less led her companion immediately, though very quietly, to correct her. I've not come back to wait for Lord John. Then he hasn't told you if you've talked with what idea he has come? Lady Grace had, for a further correction, the same shade of detachment. Kitty has told Muhat it suits her to pretend to suppose. And Kitty's pretensions and suppositions always go with what happens at the moment. Among all her wonderful happenings to suit her. Lady Grace let that question answer itself. Took the case up further on what I can't make out is why this should so suit her. And what I can't, said Lady Sandgate without gross honesty, and turning away, after having watched the girl a moment, she nevertheless presently faced her again, to follow this speculation up. Do you like him enough to risk the chance of Kitty's being for once right? Lady Grace gave it a thought with which she moved away. I don't know how much I like him. Nor how little, cried her friend, who evidently found amusement in the tone of it, and you're not disposed to take the time to find out. He's, at least, better than the others. The others? Lady Grace was blank for them. The others of his set? Oh, his set, that wouldn't be difficult, be what I imagine of some of them. But he means well enough, the girl added. He's very charming, and does me great honor. It determined in her companion, about to leave her another brief arrest. Then may I tell your father? This in turn brought about in Lady Grace an immediate drop of the subject, Tell my father, please, that I am expecting Mr. Crimble, of whom I've spoken to him, even if he doesn't remember, and who bicycles this afternoon, 10 miles over from where he's staying with some people we don't know to look at the pictures about which he's awfully keen. Lady Sandgate took it in awe like Mr. Bender. No, not at all, I think, like Mr. Bender. This appeared to move in the elder woman. Some deeper thought, may I ask then, if one's to meet him who he is? Oh, father, no, sir, ought Tothet. I sat next him in London a month ago at dinner, and that he then told me he was working tooth and nail at what he called the wonderful modern science of connoisseurship, which is upsetting, as perhaps you're not aware, all the old-fashioned canons of art criticism. Everything we've stupidly thought right and held dear, that he was to spend Easter in these parts, and that he should like greatly to be allowed some day to come over and make acquaintance with our things. I told him Lady Grace wound up that nothing would be easier. A note from him arrived before dinner. Lady Sandgate jumped the rest, and it's for him you've come in. It's for him I've come in, the girl assented with serenity. Very good, though he sounds most detrimental, but will you first just tell me this, whether, when you sent in 10 minutes ago for Lord John to come out to you, it was wholly of your own movement? And she followed it up, as her young friend appeared to hesitate. Was it because you knew why he had arrived? The young friend hesitated still. Why? So particularly to speak to you? Since he was expected and mightn't know where I was. Lady Grace said, after an instant, I wanted naturally to be civil to him. And had he time there to tell you? Lady Sandgate asked, how very civil he wants to be to you. No, only to tell me that his friend who's off there was coming for Kitty at once appropriated him, and was still in possession when I came away. Then, as deciding at last on perfect frankness, Lady Grace went on, if you want to know, I sent for news of him, because Kitty insisted on my doing so, saying so very oddly, and quite in her own way, that she herself didn't wish to appear in it. She had done nothing but say to me for an hour, rather worryingly, what you've just said, that it's me he's, what, like Mr. Bender, she calls after. But as soon as he appeared, she pounced on him, and I left him, I assure you, quite resignedly in her hands. She wants it was easy for Lady Sandgate to remark to talk of you to him. I don't know what she wants, the girl replied, as with rather a tired patience. Kitty wants so many things at once. She always wants money in quantities to begin with, and all to throw so horribly away, so that whenever I see her in so very deep with anyone, I always imagine her appealing for some new tip as to how it's to become by. Kitty's an abyss, I grant you, and with my disinterested devotion to your father in requital of all his kindness to me since Lord Sandgate's death, and since your mother's, I can never be too grateful to you, my dear, for your being so different a creature. But what is she going to gain financially? Lady Sandgate pursued with a strong emphasis on her adverb, by working up our friend's confidence in your listening to him, if you are to listen. I haven't in the least engaged to listen, said Lady Gracie, will depend on the music he makes. But she added with light cynicism, perhaps she's to gain a commission on his fairly getting you. And then, as the girl assented by silence, is he in a position to pay her one? Lady Sandgate asked. I dare say the Duchess is. But do you see the Duchess producing money with all that? Kitty, as we're not ignorant, owes her hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. Lady Sandgate piled them up. Her young friend's gesture checked it. Ah, don't tell me how, Manny, it's too sad, and too ugly, and too wrong, to which, however, Lady Grace added, but perhaps that will be just her way. And then, as her companion seemed for the moment not quite to follow, by letting Kitty off her debt. You mean that Kitty goes free, if Lord John wins your promise? Kitty goes free. She has her creditor's release. For every shilling. And if he only fails? Why then, of course, said now quite lucid Lady Grace, she throws herself more than ever on poor father. Poor father, indeed, Lady Sandgate richly sighed it. It appeared even to create in the younger woman a sense of excess. Yes, but he, after all, and in spite of everything, adores her. To the point, you mean, for Lady Sandgate could clearly but wonder off, really sacrificing you. The weight of Lady Grace's charming deep eyes on her face made her pause, while at some length she gave back this look, and the interchange determined in the girl a grave appeal. You think I should be sacrificed if I married him? Lady Sandgate replied, though with an equal emphasis, indirectly, could you marry him? Lady Grace waited a moment. Do you mean for Kitty? For himself, even if they should convince you among them that he cares for you. Lady Grace had another delay. Well, he's his awful mother's son. Yes, but you wouldn't marry his mother. Nah, but I should only be the more uncomfortably and intimately conscious of her. Even when Lady Sandgate optimistically put it, she so markedly likes you. This determined in the girl, a fine impatience she doesn't like me, she only wants Muhich is a very different thing, wants me for my father's so particularly beautiful position, and my mother's so supremely great people. And for everything we have been, and have done and still have except of course poor not at all model Kitty. To this luminous account of the matter Lady Sandgate, turned, as to a genial sunburst, I see indeed for the general immaculate connection. The words had no note of irony, but Lady Grace, in her great seriousness, glanced with deprecation at the possibility, well, we haven't had false notes, we've scarcely even had bad moments. Yes, you've been beatific Lady Sandgate, enviously quite ruefully felt it, but any further treatment of the question was checked by the reentrance of the footmana demonstration, explained by the concomitant appearance of a young man in eyeglasses, and with the ends of his trousers clipped together. As for cycling, this must be your friend, she had only time to say to the daughter of the house, with which alert, and reminded of how she was awaited elsewhere, she retreated before her companion's visitor, who had come in with his guide from the vestibule. She passed away to the terrace, and the garden's Mr. Hugh Crimble's announced name, ringing in her earstow, some effect that we are as yet not qualified to discern. Roman 4. Lady Grace had turned to meet Mr. Hugh Crimble, whose pleasure in at once finding her lighted his keen countenance, and broke into easy words, so awfully kind of you in the midst of the great doings I noticed have found a beautiful minute for me. I left the great doings which are almost over to everyone's relief. I think the girl returned, so that your precious time shouldn't be taken to hunt for me. It was clearly for him on this bright answer, as if her white hand were holding out the perfect flower of felicity. You came in from your revels, on purpose with the same charity you showed me from that first moment. They stood smiling at each other, as in an exchange of sympathy already confessed and even, as if finding that their relation had grown during the lapse of contact, she recognizing the effect of what they had originally felt as bravely, as he might name it, what the fine, slightly long oval of her essentially quiet face quiet, in spite of certain vague depths of reference to forces of the strong, high-order forces involved and implanted, yet also rather spent in the process kept in range, from under her redundant black hat, was the strength of expression, the directness of communication, that her guest appeared to borrow from the unframed and unattached nippers, unceasingly perched by their mere groundless rims as she remembered on the bony bridge of his indescribably authoritative, since it was at the same time decidedly inquisitive young nose. She must, however, also have embraced in this contemplation. She must more or less again have interpreted his main physiognomic mark, the degree to which his clean jaw was underhung, and his lower lip protruded a lapse of regularity, made evident by a suppression of beard, and mustache as complete as that practiced by Mr. Benderthoe, without the appearance consequent in the latter's case, that of the flagrantly vain appeal in the countenance for some other exhibition of a history of a process of production than this so superficial one, with the interested and interesting girl sufficiently under our attention. While we thus try to evoke her, we may even make out some wonder in her, as to why the so perceptibly protrusive lower lip of this acquaintance of an hour or two should positively have contributed to his being handsome, instead of much more logically interfering with it. We might, in fact, in such a case, even have followed her into another, and no less refined a speculation the question, of whether the surest seat of his good looks mightn't after all be his high, fair if somewhat narrow forehead crowned with short crisp brown hair, and which after a fashion of its own predominated without overhanging. He spoke, after they had stood just face to face almost long enough for awkwardness. I haven't forgotten one item of your kindness to me, on that rather bleak occasion. Bleak do you call it? She laughed. Why, I found it rather tropicalish. My neighbor on the other side wanted to talk to me of the White City. Then you made it doubtless bleak for him. Let us say, I couldn't let you alone. I remember about this. It was like a shipwreck signal to a sail on the horizon. This obviously meant for the young man exactly what surrounded him. He had begun, like Mr. Bender, to be conscious of a thick solicitation of the eye and, much more than he doubtless of a tug at the imagination. And he broke characteristically, you would have been Charinto a great free gaiety of recognition. Oh, we've nothing particular in the hall, Lady Grace amiably objected. Nothing I see but clods and kipes. I am an ogre, he said before a new and rare feast. She happily took up his figure. Then want you Beginas a first course with tea, after your ride, if the other that isfer, there has been an ogre before Yao has left any. Some tea with pleasure, looked all his longing though, when you talk of a fellow feaster, I should have supposed that, on such a day as this, especially you'd find yourselves running a continuous table d'hote. Ah, we can't work sports in our gallery, and saloon banging or whacking and shoving amusements, that are all most people care for unless perhaps Lady Grace went on your own peculiar one, as I understand you of playing football with the old benighted traditions and attributions you everywhere meet. In fact, I think you said the old idiotic superstitions. Hugh Crimble went more than halfway to meet this description of his fondest activity. He indeed even beckoned it on the names and stories and styles, so often vain legend not to be too invidious off author or subject or school. But he had a drop no less as from the sense of a cause, sometimes lost, ah that's a game at which we all can play. Though scarcely Lady Grace suggested at which we all can score. The words appeared indeed to take meaning from his growing impression of the place, and its charm off, the number of objects treasures of art that pressed for appreciation of their importance. Certainly, he said no, one can ever have scored much on sacred spots of this order which express, so the grand impunity of their pride, their claims, their assurance. We've had great luck, she granted, as I've just been reminded. But ever since those terrible things you told me in town about the tremendous tricks of the whirligig of time, and the aesthetic fool's paradise, in which so many of us live, I've gone about with my heart in my mouth. Who knows that, while I talk, Mr. Bender mayn't be pulling us to pieces. Hugh Crimble had a shudder of remembrance. Mr. Bender, the rich American who's going round. It gave him a sharper shock. The wretch who bagged Lady Lappington's long high. Lady Grace showed surprise. Is he a wretch? Her visitor but asked to be extravagant rather. The scoundrel, he offered his infernal 8,000 down. Oh, I thought you meant he had played some trick. I wish he had, could then have been collared. Well, Lady Grace peacefully smiled. It's no use his offering us 8,000 or 18, or even 80. Hugh Crimble stared as at the odd superfluity of this reassurance, almost crude on exquisite lips, and contradicting an imputation. No one would have indecently made gracious goodness. I hope, not the man surely doesn't suppose you'd traffic. She might, while she still smiled at him, have been fairly enjoying the friendly horror she produced. I don't quite know what he supposes. But people have traffic, people do, people are trafficking all round. Ah, Hugh Crimble cried, that's what deprives me of my rest. And as a lover of our vast and beneficent art wealth poisons, my waking hours, that art wealth is at the mercy of a leak. There appears no means of stopping. She had tapped a spring in him clearly, and the consequent flood might almost at any moment become copious. Precious things are going out of our distracted country at a quicker rate than the very quickest a century, and more agoof they're ever coming in. She was sharply struck, but was also unmistakably a person in whom stirred thought soon found connections and relations. Well, I suppose our art wealth came in save for those awkward Elgin marbles mainly, by purchase too, didn't it? We ourselves largely took it away from somewhere, didn't we? We didn't grow it all. We grew some of the loveliest flower sand on the whole, today the most exposed he had been pulled up. But for an instant great Gainsboroughs, and Sir Joshuas and Romneys and Sargents, great Turners and Constables, and old Cromes and Brabazons, form Yowl recognize a vast garden in themselves. What have we ever, for instance, more successfully grown than your splendid Duchess of Waterbridge? The girl showed herself ready at once to recognize under his eloquence anything he would. Yes, it's our Sir Joshua. I believe that Mr. Bender has proclaimed himself particularly after. It brought a cloud to her friend's face. Then hell be capable of anything. Of anything, no doubt, but of making my father capable, and you haven't at any rate, she said, so much as seen the picture. I beg your pardon, I saw it at the Guildhall 3 years ago, and am almost afraid of getting again with a fresh sense of its beauty, a livelier sense of its danger. Lady Grace, however, was so far from fear that she could even afford pity. Poor baffled Mr. Bender. Oh, rich and confident Mr. Bender, Crimble cried. Once given his money, his confidence is a horrid engine. In itself there's the rub. I dare say the young man saw it, all he has brought his poisonous check. She gave it her less exasperated wonder. One has heard of that, but only in the case of some particularly pushing dealer. And Mr. Bender, to do him justice, isn't a particularly pushing dealer. No, Lady Grace judiciously returned. I think he's not a dealer at all, but just what you a moment ago spoke of yourself as being. He gave a glance at his possibly wild recent past a fond true lover. As we all were in our lucky time when we rummaged Italy and Spain. He appeared to recognize this complication off Bender's voracious integrity, but only to push it away well. I don't know whether the best lovers are or ever were the best buyers, but I feel today that they're the best keepers. The breath of his emphasis blew as her eyes showed on the girl's dimmer fire. It's as if it were suddenly in the air that you've brought us some light, or some help that you may do something really good for us. Do you mean mark down, as they say at the shops, all your greatest claims? His chord of sensibility had trembled all gratefully into derision, and not to seem to swagger, he had put his possible virtue at its lowest this. She beautifully showed that she beautifully saw, I dare say, that if you did even that we should have to take it from you. Then it may very well be, he laughed back, the reason why I feel, under my delightful, wonderful impression, a bit anxious and nervous and afraid. That shows, she returned, that you suspect us of horrors hiding from justice, and that your natural kindness yet shrinks from handing us over. Well, clearly she might put it as she liked. It all came back to his being more charmed. Heaven knows I've wanted a chance at you. But what should you say, if having then at last just taken you in your so apparent perfection, I should feel it the better part of valor, simply to mount my bike again and spin away. I should be sure that at the end of the avenue you'd turn right round and come back, you'd think again of Mr. Bender. Whom I don't, however, you see, if he's prowling off there, in the least want to meet. Crimble made the point with gaiety. I don't know what I might do to him, and yet it's not of my temptation to violence after all that I am most afraid. It's of the brutal mistake of one's breaking with one's priggish precious modernity, and one's possibly futile discrimination cinto, a general situation or composition, as we say, so serene and sound, and right. What should one do here out of respect for that felicity, but hold one's breath and walk on tiptoe the very celebrations and consecrations, as you tell me, instinctively stay outside? I saw that all. The young man went on with more weight in his ardor. I saw it while we talked in London as your natural setting. And your native errand, now 10 minutes on the spot, have made it sink into my spirit. You're a case altogether of enchanted harmony, of perfect equilibrium. There's nothing to be done or said. His friend listened to this eloquence with her eyes lowered, then raising them to meet with a vague insistence his own, after which something she had seen there appeared to determine in her another motion. She indicated the small landscape that Mr. Bender had, by Lady Sandgate's report, rapidly studied and denounced. For what do you take that little picture? Hugh Crimble went over and looked. Why, don't you know, it's a jolly little Vandermeer of Delft. It's not a base imitation. He looked again, but appeared at a loss. An imitation of Vandermeer. Mr. Bender thinks of Cuyp. It made the young man ring out. Then Mr. Bender's doubly dangerous. Singly is enough. Lady Grace laughed, but you see you have to speak. Oh, to him, rather, after that, if y'all just take me to him. Yes then, she said, but even while she spoke Lord John, who had returned by the terrace from his quarter of an hour past with Lady Imber, was there practically between them, a fact that she had to notice for her other visitor, to whom she was hastily reduced to naming him. His lordship eagerly made the most of this tribute of her attention, which had reached his ear. He treated either "O Lord John" as a direct greeting. "Ah, Lady Grace, I came back particularly to find you." She could but explain her predicament. I was taking Mr. Crimble to see the pictures, and then more pointedly, as her manner had been virtually an introduction of that gentleman, an introduction which Lord John's mere noncommittal stare was as little as possible a response to Mr. Crimble's, one of the quite new connoisseurs. "Oh, I am at the very lowest round of the ladder, but I aspire." Hugh laughed. "Y'all mount," said Lady Grace with friendly confidence. He took it again with gay deprecation. "Ah, if by that time there's anything left here to mount on. Let us hope there will be at least what Mr. Bender, poor man, won't have been able to carry off to," which Lady Grace added as to strike a helpful spark from the personage who had just joined them, but who had the air of wishing to preserve his detachment. "It's to Lord John that we owe Mr. Bender's acquaintance." Hugh looked at the gentleman to whom they were so indebted. "Then, do you happen to know, sir, what your friend means to do with his spoil?" The question got itself but dryly treated, as if it might be a commercially calculating or interested one. "Oh, not sell it again. Then ship it to New York," the inquirer pursued, defining himself somehow as not snubbed, and from this point not snubbable. That appearance failed none the less to deprive Lord John of a betrayed relish for being able to displease Lady Grace's odd guest by large assent, "as fast as ever he can, and you can land things there now, can't you, in 3 or 4 days?" I dare say, but can't he be induced to have a little mercy? Hugh sturdily pursued. Lord John pushed out his lips a little. How much do you want? Well, one wants to be able somehow to stay his hand. I doubt if you can any more stay Mr. Bender's hand than you can empty his purse. Ah, the despoilers, said Crimble with strong expression, but it's we, he added, who are base. Base, and Lord John's surprise was apparently genuine. To want only to do business, I mean with our treasures, with our glories. Hugh's words exhaled such a sense of peril as to draw at once Lady Grace. Ah, but if we're above that here, as you know. He stood smilingly corrected, and contrite. Of course I know, but you must forgive me, if I have it on the brain, and show me first of all want you the Morto of Brescia. You know then about the Morto of Brescia. Why did you tell me yourself? It went on between them for the moment quite as if there had been no Lord John. Probably, yes, she recalled, so how I must have swaggered, after which she turned to the other visitor with a kindness strained clear of urgency. Will you also come? He confessed to a difficulty which, his whole face begged her also to take account of. I hoped you'd be at lesser refer, something I've so at heart. This had its effect. She took a rapid decision, and turned persuasively to Crimbleford, whom in like manner there must have been something in her face. Let Mr. Bender himself, then show you, and there are things in the library too. Oh yes, there are things in the library. Lord John, happy in his gained advantage, and addressing Hugh from the strong ground of an initiation, already complete, quite sped him on the way. Hugh clearly made no attempt to veil the penetration with which he was moved to look from one of these counselors to the other, though with a ready thank you for Lady Grace, he the next instant started in pursuit of Mr. Bender. Avi, your friend seems remarkably hot, Lord John remarked to his young hostess, as soon as they had been left together. He has cycled 20 miles, and indeed, she smiled, he does appear to care for what he cares for. Her companion then, during a moment's silence, might have been noting the emphasis of her assent. Have you known him long? No, not long. Nor seen him often. Only once till now. Oh, said Lord John with another pause, but he soon proceeded. Let us leave him then to cool. I haven't cycled 20 miles. But I've motored 40, very much in the hope of this Lady Grace's chance of being able to assure you that I too care very much for what I care for, to which he added on an easier note, as to carry off a slight awkwardness. While she only waited, you certainly mustn't let yourself between us all be worked to death. Oh, such days as this she made light enough of her burden. They don't come often to me, at least, Lady Grace. I hadn't grasped in advance the scale of your fate, he went on. But since I've the great luck to find you, alone, he paused for breath, however, before the full sequence. She helped him out as through common kindness, but it was a trifle colorless. Alone, or in company, Lord John, I am always very glad to see you. Then that assurance helps me to wonder if you don't perhaps gently guess what it is I want to say this time. Indeed, she left him to his wonder, so that he had to support himself. I've tried all considerate with these 3 months to let you see for yourself how I feel very strongly, Lady Grace, so that at last end, his impatient sincerity took after another instant the jump. Well, I regularly worship you, you're my absolute ideal, I think of you the whole time. She measured out consideration, as if it had been a yard of pretty ribbon. Are you sure you know me enough? I think I know a perfect woman when I see one. Nothing now at least could have been more prompt. And while a decent pity for such a mistake showed in her smile, he followed it up. Isn't what you rather mean that you haven't cared sufficiently to know me? If so, that can be little by little mended, Lady Grace. He was in fact altogether gallant about it. I am aware of the limits of what I have to show or to offer, but I defy you to find a limit to my possible devotion. She deferred to that, but taking it in a lower key. I believe you'd be very good to me. Well, isn't that something to start with? Hef fairly pounced on it. I'll do any blessed thing in life you like. I'll accept any condition you impose, if y'all only tell me you see your way. Shouldn't I have a little more first to see yours? She asked. When you say y'all do anything in life, I like, isn't there anything you yourself want strongly enough to do? He cast a stare about on the suggestions of the scene. Anything that will make money, you mean? Make money or make reputation, or even just make the time pass. Oh, what I have to look to in the way of a career. If that was her meaning, he could show, after an instant, that he didn't fear it. Well, your father, dear delightful man, has been so good as to give me to understand that he backs me for a decent, deserving creature. And I've noticed, as you doubtless yourself have, that, when Lord Thane backs a fellow, he left the obvious moral for her to take up, which She did, but all interrogatively, the fellow at once comes in for something awfully good. I don't in the least mind your laughing at me, Lord John, returned for, when I put him the question of the lift he give me by speaking to you first, he bade me simply remember the complete personal liberty in which he leaves you. And yet which doesn't comedic my word, said the young man sage Lafram, his being at all indifferent. No, she answered, father isn't indifferent, but father's great. Great indeed her friend took it, as with full comprehension, this appeared not to prevent however a second, and more anxious thought too great for you. Well, he makes me feel even, as his daughter me extreme comparative smallness. It was easy Lord John indicated to see what she meant he's a grand seigneur, and a serious one that's what he is the very type and model of it down to the ground. So you can imagine the young man said what he makes me feel most of all, when he's so awfully good-natured to me, his being as great as you say. And yet backing message as I am docent that strike you as a good note for me, the best you could possibly require, for he really would like what I propose to you. She might have been noting, while she thought that he had risen to ingenuity to fineness on the wings of his argument, under the effect of which her reply had the air of a concession, yes, would like it. Then he has spoken to you, her suitor eagerly asked. He hasn't needed, has ways of letting one know. Yes, yes, he has ways all his own like, everything else he has he's wonderful. She fully agreed he's wonderful. The tone of it appeared somehow to shorten at once for Lord John the rest of his approach to a conclusion, so you do see your way. Ah, she said with a quick sad shrinkage. I mean her visitor hastened to explain, if he does put it to you, as the very best idea he has for you, when he does thoughtas, I believe him ready to dowel you really? And fairly listen to him I am certain, honestly, that, when you know me better his confidence in short dawned a bravery. I've been feeling this quarter of an hour, the girl returned that I do know you better. Then, isn't that all I want unless, indeed, I ought perhaps to ask rather, if it isn't all you do at any rate, said Lord John, I may see you again here. She waited a moment, you must have patience with me. I am having it, but after your father's appeal. Well, she said that must come first. Then you want dodge it. She looked at him straight, I don't dodge Lord John. He admired the manner of it, you look awfully handsome, as you say so'nd you see what that does to me. As to attenuate a little the freedom of which he went on may I fondly hope, that, if Lady Ember too should wish to put in another word for me. Will I listen to Harriet brought Lady Grace straight down no Lord John? Let me tell you at once that ill do nothing of the sort Kitty's quite another affair. And I never listen to her, a bit more than I can help. Lord John appeared to feel on this that he mustn't too easily in honor abandon a person who had presented herself to him as an ally. Ah, you strike me as a little hard on her, your father himself in his looser moments takes pleasure in what she says. Our young woman's eyes as they rested on him, after this remark, had no mercy for its extreme feebleness, if you mean that, she's the most reckless rattle one knows, and that she never looks so beautiful as when she's at her worst, and that always clever for where she makes out her interest she has learnt to get round him till he only sees through her ice, if you mean that I understand you perfectly. But even if you think me horrid for reflecting so on my nearest and dearest, it's not on the side on which he has most confidence in his elder daughter, that his youngest is moved to have most confidence in him. Lord John stared as if she had shaken some odd, bright, fluttering object in his face, but then, recovering himself, he hasn't perhaps an absolutely boundless confidence in anyone in the world, but himself should taken him straight up, he hasn't indeed. And that's what we must come to, so that even if he likes you as much as you doubtless very justly feel, it won't be because you are right about your being nice, but because he is. You mean that if I were wrong about it, he would still insist that he isn't. Lady Grace was indeed sure absolutely if he had begun, so he began so with Kittithat, is with allowing her everything. Lord John appeared struck, yes, and he still allows her 2,000. I am glad to hear, Itch has never told me how much the girl undisguisedly smiled. Then perhaps I oughtn't glowed with the light of contrition. Well, you can't help it now, his companion remarked with amusement. You mean that he ought to allow you as much, Lord John? Inquired, I'm sure you're a right, and that he will, he continued quite as in good faith. But I want you to understand that I don't care in the least what it may be. The subject of his suit took the longest look at him she had taken, yet you're a very good to say so. If this was ironic, the touch fell short, thanks to his perception that they had practically just ceased to be alone, They were in presence of a third figure who had arrived from the terrace, but whose approach to them was not so immediate as to deprive Lord John of time for another question. Will you let him tell you at all events how good he thinks me, then let me come back and have it from you again? Lady Grace's answer to this was to turn, as he drew nearer to the person, by whom they were now joined. Lord John desires, you should tell me, father, how good you think him. Good, my dear, good for what, said Lord Thane, a trifle absurdly, but looking from one of them to the other. I feel I must ask him to tell you. Then, I shall give him a chance. Yes, I should particularly like you to go back and deal with those overwhelming children. Ah, they don't overwhelm you, father, the girl put it with some point. If you mean to say, I overwhelmed them, I dare say. I did, he replied, from my view of that vast collective gape of 600 painfully plain and perfectly expressionless faces. But that was only for the time I pumped advicio, such advising they held the large bucket as still as my pet pointer. When I scratch him, holds his back the bucket under the stream. Was bound to overflow, Lady Grace suggested. Well, the strong recoil of the wave of intelligence has been not unnaturally followed by the formidable break. You must really, Lord Thane, insisted, go and deal with it. His daughter's smile for all this was perceptibly cold. You work people up, father, and then leave others to let them down. The two things, he promptly replied, require different natures, to which he simply added, as with the habit of authority, though not of harshness, go. It was absolute, and she yielded, only pausing an instant to look as, with a certain gathered meaning from one of the men to the other faintly, and resignedly sighing, she passed away to the terrace and disappeared. The nature that can let you down, I rather like it, you know, Lord John threw off, which for an airy elegance in them, were perhaps just slightly rash. Wordshe's companion gave him so sharp a look as the two were left together. Romans 6. Face to face with his visitor, the master of Dedborough betrayed the impression his daughter appeared to have given him. She didn't want to go, and then, before Lord John could reply, what the deuce is the matter with her? Lord John took his time. I think perhaps a little Mr. Crimble. And who the deuce is a little Mr. Crimble? A young man who was just with Herand, whom she appears to have invited. Where is he, then? Lord Thane demanded. Off there among the picturesque, which he seems partly to have come for. Oh, it made his lordship easier then, he's all right in such a day. His companion could none the less just wonder, hadn't Lady Grace told you that he was coming? Not that I remember, but Lord Thane, perceptibly preoccupied, made nothing of this. We've had other fish to fry, and you know the freedom I allow her. His friend had a vivid gesture, my dear man. I only ask to profit by it, with which there might well have been in Lord John's face a light of comment on the pretension, in such a quarter, to allow freedom. Yet it was a pretension that Lord Thane sustained as to show himself far from all bourgeois narrowness. She has her friends by the score this time of day. There was clearly a claim here also to know the time of day. But in the matter of friends, where by the way is your own, off whom I've but just heard. Oh, off there among the pictures too, so they'll have met, and taken care of each other. Accounting for this inquirer would be clearly the least of Lord John's difficulties. I mustn't appear to Bender to have failed him. But I must at once let you know before I join him that, seizing my opportunity, I have just very definitely, in fact very pressingly, spoken to Lady Grace. It hasn't been, perhaps, he continued, quite the pick of a chance, but that seemed never to come. And if I'm not too fondly mistaken, at any rate, she listened to me without abhorrence. Only I've led her to expect for our Cassette that you'll be so good, without loss of time, as to say the clinching word to her yourself. Without loss, you mean off me daughter's time? Lord Thane, confessedly and amiably interested, had accepted these intimations yet with the very blandness that was not accessible to hustling, and was never forgetful of its standing privilege of criticism. He had come in from his public duty a few minutes before, somewhat flushed and blown, but that had presently drepedto the effect we should have guessed of his appearing to Lord John at least as cool as the occasion required. His appearance, we ourselves certainly should have felt, was in all respects charming, with the great note of it, the beautiful, restless, almost suspicious challenge to you, on the part of deep and mixed things in him, his pride and his shyness, his conscience, his taste, and his temper, to deny that he was admirably simple. Obviously, at this rate, he had a passion for simplicity, above all of relation with you, and would show you with the last subtlety of displeasure his impatience of your attempting anything more with himself. With such an ideal of decent ease, he would confound you, sink 100 other attributesser, the recognition at least, and the formulation of them that you might abjectly have taken for granted in him, just to show you that, in a beastly vulgar age you had, and small wonder a beastly vulgar imagination, he sank thus surely, in defiance of insistent vulgarity half his consciousness of his advantages, flattering himself that mere facility and amiability, a true effective, a positively ideal suppression of reference, in anyone to anything that might complicate alone, floated above this, would be quite his religion you might infer do, cause his hands to ignore in whatever contact, any opportunity, however convenient, for an unfair pull which habit it was that must have produced in him a sort of ripe and radiant fairness, if it be allowed us, that is to figure in so shining an air a nobleman of 53, of an undecided, rather than a certified frame or outline of a head, thinly though neatly covered, and not measurably massive, of an almost trivial freshness, of a face marked but by a fine inwrought line or two, and lighted by a merely charming expression, you might somehow have traced back the whole character, so presented to an ideal privately invoked that of his establishing, in the formal garden of his suffered greatness, such easy seats and short perspectives, such winding paths and natural-looking waters as would mercifully break up the scale, you would perhaps indeed have reflected at the same time that the thought of so much mercy was almost more than anything else the thought of a great option, and a great margin in fine of 50 alternatives, which remarks of ours however leave his lordship with his last immediate question on his hands. Well, yes, that of course, in all propriety, his companion has meanwhile replied to it, but I was thinking a little you understand of the importance of our own time. Divinably Lord Thane put himself out less, as we may say, for the comparatively matter-of-course haunters of his garden, than for interlopers even but slightly accredited. He seemed thus not at all to strain to understand in this particular connection it would be his familiarly amusing friend Lord John, clearly, who must do most of the work for him our own, in the sense of yours and mine. Of yours and mine and Lady Imber's, yes, and a good bit last not least in that of my watching and waiting mother's. This struck no prompt spark of apprehension from his listener, so that Lord John, when on the last thing she did this morning, was to remind me with her fine old frankness that she would like to learn without more delay, where on the whole question she is. Don't you know what she put to me? The younger man felt his ground a little, but proceeded further what she put to me, with her rather grand way of looking all questions straight in the face, you see, was do we or don't we decidedly take up practically her very handsome offervery, handsome being I mean what she calls it, though it strikes even me too, you know, as rather decent. Lord Thane at this point resigned himself to know Kitty has of course rubbed into me how decent she herself finds it. She hurls herself again on me successfully for everything, and it suits her down to the ground. She pays her beastly debt, that is I mean to say. And he took himself up, though it was scarce more than perfunctory discharges her obligations be, her sister's fair hand, not to mention a few other trifles, for which I naturally provide. Lord John, a little unexpectedly to himself on the defensive, was yet but briefly at a loss. Of course, we take into account, don't we, not only the fact of my mother's desire, intended, I assure you, to be most flattering, that Lady Grace shall enter our family with all honors, but her expressed readiness to facilitate the thing by an understanding over and above. Over and above Kitty's release from her damnable payment, Lord Thane reached out to what his guest had left rather in the air of course. We take everything into account, or I shouldn't, my dear fellow, be discussing with you at all a business one or two of whose aspects so little appeal to me, especially as there's nothing you easily conceive that a daughter of mine can come in for by entering even your family, or any other as a family that she wouldn't be quite as sure of by just staying in her own. The Duchess' idea, at any rate, if I've followed you, is that if Grace does accept you, she settles on you 12,000 with the condition. Lord John was already all there, definitely yes, of your settling, the equivalent on Lady Grace. And what do you call the equivalent of 12,000? Why, tacked on to a value so great and so charming as Lady Grace herself, I dare say such a sum as 9 or 10 would serve. And where the mischief, if you please, at this highly inconvenient time, am I to pick up 9 or 10,000? Lord John declined, with a smiling, a fairly irritating eye for his friend's general resources, to consider that question seriously. Surely, you can have no difficulty whatever. Why not, when you can see for yourself that I've had this year to let poor dear old Hill Street? Do you call it the moment for me to have liked to see myself all but cajoled into planking down even such a matter as the very much lower figure of Kitty's horrid incubus? Ah, but the inducement and the quid pro quo Lord John brightly indicated are here much greater in the case you speak of, you, will only have removed the incubus which I grant you she must. And you must feel as horrid in this other, you pacify Lady Imber, and marry Lady Grace, marry her to a man who has set his heart on her, and of whom she has just expressed to himself a very kind and very high opinion. She has expressed a very high opinion of you, Lord Thane scarce glowed with credulity. But the younger man held his ground, she has told me. She thoroughly likes me, and that though a fellow feels an ass repeating such things, thinks me perfectly charming. A tremendous creature, all round then, said Lord Thane, what does she want more? She very possibly wants nothing but I am to that beastly degree. You see, his visitor patiently explained, in the cleft stick of my fearfully positive mother's, wants those are her terms. And I don't mind saying that they're a most disagreeable to me, I quite hate 'em there. Only I think it makes a jolly difference that I wouldn't touch 'em with a long pole if my personal feeling in respect to Lady Grace wasn't so immensely enlisted. I assure you id chuck 'em out of window, my boy, if I didn't believe you'd be really good to her. Lord Thane returned with the properest spirit. It only encouraged his companion. You will just tell her then now, and hear how good you honestly believe I shall be. This appeal required a moment a longer look at him. You truly hold that that friendly guarantee backed by my parental weight will do your job. That's the conviction I entertain. Lord Thane thought again. Well, even if your conviction's just that still doesn't tell me into which of my very empty pockets it will be of the least use for me to fumble. Oh, Lord John laughed when a man has such a tremendous assortment of breeches. He pulled up, however, as in his motion, his eye caught the great vista of the open rooms. If it's a question of pockets and what's in him her precisely is my man, this personage had come back from his tour of observation, and was now on the threshold of the hall exhibited to Lord Thane, as well Lord John's welcome, was warm. I've had awfully to fail you, Mr. Bender, but I was on the point of joining you. Let me, however, still better introduce you to our host. Romans 7. Mr. Bender, indeed formidably advancing, scarce had use for this assistance. Happy to meet you especially, in your beautiful home, Lord Thane, to which he added, while the master of Dedborough stood good-humoredly passive to his approach, I've been round by your kind permission, and the light of nature, and haven't required support, though if I had there's a gentleman there, who seemed prepared to allow me any amount. Mr. Bender, out of his abundance, evoked, as by a suggestive hand, this contributory figure, a young, spare, nervous gentleman with eyeglasses. I guess he's an author, a friend of yours too, he asked of Lord John. The answer was prompt, an emphatic no. The gentleman is no friend at all of mine, Mr. Bender. A friend of my daughter's, Lord Thane easily explained. I hope they're looking after him. Oh, they took care he had tea and bread and butter to any extent, and were so good as to move something. Mr. Bender conscientiously added, so that he could get up on a chair and see straight into the morto. This was a touch, however, that appeared to affect Lord John unfavorably. Up on a chair, I say. Mr. Bender took another view. Why, I got right up myself a little more, and id almost have begun to paw it. He got me quite interested. The proprietor of the picture would perhaps care to know in that morto, and it was on these lines that Mr. Bender continued to advance. I take it that your biggest value, however, Lord Thane, is your splendid Sir Joshua, our friend. There has a great deal to say about that too, but it didn't lead to our moving any more furniture, on which he paused as to enjoy with a show of his fine teeth his host's reassurance. It has yet my impression of that picture, sir, led to something else. Are you prepared, Lord Thane, to entertain a proposition? Lord Thane met Mr. Bender's eyes, while this inquirer left these few portentous words to speak for themselves, to the effect that I part to you with the beautiful Duchess of Waterbridge. No, Mr. Bender, such a proposition would leave me intensely cold. Lord John had meanwhile had a more headlong cry. My dear Bender, I envy you. I guess you don't envy me, his friend serenely replied, as much as I envy Lord Thane. And then, while Mr. Bender and the latter continued to face each other searchingly and firmly, what I allude to is an overture of a strong and simple stamp, such as perhaps would shed a softer light on the difficulties raised by association and attachment. I've had some experience of first shocks, and I'd be glad to meet you as man to man. Mr. Bender was quite clearly all genial and all sincere. He intended no irony, and used consciously no great freedom. Lord Thane not less evidently saw this, and it permitted him amusement, as rich man to poor man is how I am to understand it. For me to meet you, he added, I should have to be tempted, and I am not even temptable, so there we are. He blandly smiled. His blandness appeared even for a moment to set an example to Lord John. the beautiful Duchess of Waterbridge Mr. Bender, is a golden apple of one of those great family trees of which respectable people don't lop off the branches whose venerable shade in this garish and denuded age they so much enjoy. Mr. Bender looked at him as if he had cut some irrelevant caper. Then, if they don't sell their ancestors, where in the world are all the ancestors bought? Doesn't it for the moment sufficiently answer your question, Lord Thane asked that they're definitely not bought at Dedborough? Why, said Mr. Bender, with a wealthy patience you talk, as if it were my interest to be reasonable, which shows how little you understand. Id be ashamed with the lovely ideas I have, Afe. I didn't make you kick. And his sturdy smile, for it all fairly proclaimed his faith, well, I guess I can wait. This again in turn, visibly affected Lord John, marking the moment from which he, in spite of his cultivated levity, allowed an intenser and more sustained look to keep straying toward their host. Mr. Bender's bound to have something. It was even as if after a minute Lord Thane had been reached by his friend's mute pressure. Something. Something, Mr. Bender, Lord John insisted. It made their visitor rather sharply fix him. Why have you an interest, Lord John? This personage, though undisturbed by the challenge, if such it was, referred it to Lord Thane. Do you authorize me to speak a little as if I have an interest? Lord Thane gave the appealant the speaker a certain attention, and then appeared rather sharply to turn away from them. My dear fellow, you may amuse yourself at my expense as you like. Oh, I don't mean at your expense, Lord John laughed. I mean at Mr. Bender's. Well, go ahead, Lord John, said that gentleman, always easy, but always too, as you would have felt aware of everything. Go ahead. But don't sweetly hope to create me in any desire that doesn't already exist in the germ. The attempt has often been made over. Here has in fact been organized on a considerable scale, but I guess I've got some peculiarity, for it doesn't seem as if the thing could be done if the germ is there. On the other hand, Mr. Bender conceded, it develops independently of all encouragement. Lord John communicated again, as in a particular sense with Lord Thane. He thinks I really mean to offer him something. Lord Thane, who seemed to wish to advertise a degree of detachment from the issue, or from any other such, strolled off in his restlessness, toward the door that opened to the terrace, only stopping on his way to light a cigarette from a matchbox on a small table it was, but after doing so that he made the remark, ah, Mr. Bender, may easily be too much for you. That makes me the more sorry, sir, said his visitor, not to have been enough for you. I risk it at any rate, Lord John, went on. I put you, Bender, the question of whether you wouldn't move, as you say, to acquire that morto. Mr. Bender's large face had a commensurate gaze. As I say, I haven't said anything of the sort. But you do love, you know, Lord John slightly overgrimaced. I don't when I don't want to. I am different from most people. I can love or not, as I like. The trouble with that morto, Mr. Bender continued, is that it ain't what I am after. His after had somehow for the ear the vividness of a sharp whack on the resisting surface of things, and was concerned doubtless in Lord John's speaking again across to their host. The worst he can do for me, you see, is to refuse it. Lord Thane, who practically had his back turned, and was fairly dandling about in his impatience, tossed out to the terrace the cigarette he had but just lighted, yet he faced round to reply, it's the very first time in the history of this house, a long one, Mr. Bender, that a picture or anything else in it has been offered. It was not imperceptible that even if he hadn't dropped, Mr. Bender might have been markedly impressed. Then, it must be the very first time such an offer has failed. Oh, it isn't that we in the least press it, Lord Thane quite naturally laughed. Ah, I beg your pardon, I press it very hard, and Lord John, as taking from his face and manner a cue for further humorous license, went so far as to emulate, though sympathetically enough, their companion's native form. You don't mean to say you don't feel the interest of that more? Mr. Bender, quietly confident, took his time to reply, well, if you had seen me up on that chair, you'd have thought I Roman 999. Then you must have stepped down from the chair properly impressed. I stepped down quite impressed with that young man. Mr. Crimblake came after an instant to Lord John, with his opinion, really then, I hope he's aware of the picture's value. You had better ask him, Mr. Bender observed. Oh, we don't depend here on the Mr. Crimbles, Lord John returned. Mr. Bender took a longer look at him. Are you aware of the value yourself? His friend resorted again, as for the amusement of the thing, to their entertainer. Am I aware of the value of the morto? Lord Thane, who had meanwhile lighted another cigarette, appeared a bit extravagantly smoking, to wish to put an end to his effect of hovering aloof. That question needn't trouble Uswin. I see how much Mr. Bender himself knows about it. Well, Lord Thane, I only know what that young man puts it at, and then, as the others waited 10,000, said Mr. Bender. 10,000, the owner of the work showed no emotion. Well, said Lord John again, in Mr. Bender's style, what's the matter with 10,000? The subject of his gay tribute considered there's nothing the matter with 10,000. Then Lord Thane asked, is there anything the matter with the picture? Yes, sir, I guess there is. It gave an upward push to his lordship's eyebrows, but what in the world? Well, that's just the question. The eyebrows continued to rise. Does he pretend there's a question of whether it is a morte? That's what he was up there trying to find out. But if the value's according to himself, 10,000. Why, of course, said Mr. Bender, it's a fine work anyway. Then Lord Thane brought good-naturedly out, what's the matter with you, Mr. Bender? That gentleman was perfectly clear. The matter with me, Lord Thane, is that I've no use for a 10,000 picture. No useth expression had an oddity, but what's it your idea to do with such things? I mean, Mr. Bender explained that a picture of that rank is not what I am after. The figure said his noble host speaking, thus under pressure commercialise, beyond what you see your way to. But Lord John had jumped at the truth. The matter with Mr. Bender is that he sees his way much further. Further, their companion echoed. The matter with Mr. Bender is that he wants to give millions. Lord Thane sounded this abyss with a smile. Well, there would be no difficulty about that, I think. Ah, said his guest, you know the basis, sir, on which I am ready to pay. On the basis, then, of the Sir Joshua. Lord John inquired, how far would you go? Mr. Bender indicated by a gesture that on a question reduced to a moiety by its conditional form, he could give, but semi-satisfaction. Well, id go all the way. He wants, you see, Lord John elucidated an ideally expensive thing. Lord Thane appeared to decide, after a moment, to enter into the pleasant spirit of this, which he did by addressing his younger friend. Then, why shouldn't I make even the morto as expensive as he desires? Because you can't do violence to that master's natural modesty, Mr. Bender declared before Lord John had time to speak, and conscious, at this moment, of the reappearance of his fellow explorer. He at once supplied a further light. I guess this gentleman at any rate can tell you. Roman 8. Hugh Crimble had come back from his voyage of discovery, and it was visible as he stood there flushed and quite radiant that he had caught in his approach Lord Thane's last inquiry, and Mr. Bender's reply to it. You would have imputed to him on the spot the lively possession of a new idea, the sustaining sense of a message important enough to justify his eruption. He looked from one to the other of the three men, scattered a little by the sight of him, but attached eyes of recognition then, to Lord Thane's, whom he remained an instant longer, communicatively smiling at, after which, as you might have gathered, he all confidently plunged, taking up the talk where the others had left it. I should say, Lord Thane, if you'll allow me, in regard to what you appear to have been discussing, that it depends a good deal on just that question off what your morto at any rate may be presumed or proved to be. Let me thank you, he cheerfully went on, for your kind leave to go over your treasures. The personage he so addressed was, as we know, nothing if not generally affable, yet, if that was just then apparent, it was through a shade of coolness for the slightly heated familiarity of so plain, or at least so free, a young man in eyeglasses, now for the first time definitely apprehended. Oh, I've scarcely treasure-rest, but I've some things of interest. Hugh, however, entering the opulent circle, as it were, clearly took account of no breath of a chill. I think possible, my lord, that you've a great treasure, Rafe. You've really so high a rarity as a splendid Mantovano. A Mantovano? You wouldn't have been sure that his lordship didn't pronounce the word for the first time in his life. There have been supposed to be only 7 real examples about the world, so that if by an extraordinary chance you find yourself the possessor of a magnificent 8th. But Lord John had already broken in. Why, there you are, Mr. Bender. Oh, Mr. Bender, with whom I've made acquaintance, Hugh returned, was there, as it began to work in me. That your morto, Lord Thane, Mr. Bender took their informant Upicent after all a morto at all, and he continued amusedly to Hugh, it began to work in you, sir, like very strong drink. Do I understand you to suggest, Lord Thane asked, of the startling young man, that my precious picture isn't genuine? Well, Hugh knew exactly what he suggested as a picture, Lord Thane, as a great portrait, one of the most genuine things in Europe. But it strikes me as probable that from far back for reasons there has been a wrong attribution, that the work has been in other words traditionally obstinately miscalled. It has passed for a morto. And at first I quite took it for one, but I suddenly as I looked and saw began to doubt, and now I know why I doubted. Lord Thane had during this speech kept his eyes on the ground, but he raised them to Mr. Crimble's almost palpitating presence for the remark, I am bound to say that I hope you've some very good grounds. I've 3 or 4 Lord Thane, they seem to me of the Bastaz, yet they made me wonder and wonderan then light splendidly broke. His lordship didn't stint his attention, reflected you mean from other Mantovanas that, I don't know. I mean from those I know myself, said Hugh, and I mean from fine analogies with one in particular. Analogies that in all these years, these centuries, have so remarkably not been noticed. Well, Hugh competently explained, they're a sort of thing, the very sense of the value and meaning of, are a highly modern, in fact, a quite recent growth. Lord John at this professed with cordiality that he at least quite understood, oh, we know a lot more about our pictures and things than ever our ancestors did. Well, I guess it's enough for me, Mr. Bender, contributed that your ancestors knew enough to get M. Ah, that doesn't go so far, cried Hugh, unless we ourselves know enough to keep M. The words appeared to quicken in a manner, Lord Thane's view of the speaker, were your ancestors, Mr. Crimble, great collectors. Arrested it might be in his general assurance, Hugh wondered and smiled, mine collectors. Oh, I'm afraid I haven't any to speak of, only, it has seemed to me for a long time, he added, that on that head we should all feel together. Lord Thane looked for a moment as if these were rather large presumptions, then, he put them in their place a little curtly. It's one thing to keep our possessions for ourselves, it's another to keep them for other people. Well, Hugh good-humoredly returned, I am perhaps not so absolutely sure of myself, if you press me, as that I shan't be glad of a higher and wiser opinion I mean than my own. It would be awfully interesting, if y'all allow me to say so, to have the judgment of 1 or 2 of the great men. You're not yourself, Mr. Crimble, one of the great men, his host asked with tempered irony. Well, I guess he's going to be, anyhow, Mr. Bender cordially struck in, and this remarkable exhibition of intelligence may just let him loose on the world, mayn't it? Thank you, Mr. Benderand. Hugh obviously tried to look neither elated nor snubbed. I've too much still to learn, but I am learning every day, and I shall have learnt immensely this afternoon. Pretty well at my expense, however, Lord Thane laughed, if you demolish a name we've held for generations, so dear. You may have held the name dear, my lord, his young critic answered, but my whole point is that, if I am right, you've held the picture itself cheap. Because a Mantovano, said Lord John, is so much greater a value. Hugh met his eyes a moment. Are you talking of values pecuniary? What values are not pecuniary? Hugh might, during his hesitation, have been imagined to stand off a little from the question. Well, some things have in a higher degree that one, and some have the associational or the factitious, and some the clear artistic. And some, Mr. Bender opined, have them all in the highest degree. But what you mean, he went on, is that a Mantovano would come higher under the hammer than a morto. Why, sir, the young man returned, there aren't any, as I've just stated, to come I accountor, I easily can for every one of the very small number. Then, do you consider that you account for this one? I believe I shall if y'all give me time. Oh, time, Mr. Bender impatiently sighed, but we'll give you all we've gottenly. I guess it isn't much. And he appeared freely to invite their companions to join in this estimate. They listened to him, however they watched him for the moment, but in silence. And with the next he had gone on, how much higher, if your idea is correct about it, would Lord Thane's picture come? Hugh turned to that nobleman. Does Mr. Bender mean, come to him, my lord? Lord Thane looked again hard at Hugh, and then harder than he had done, yet at his other invader. I don't know what Mr. Bender means, with which he turned off. Well, I guess I mean that it would come higher to me than to anyone, but how much higher? The American continued to Hugh. How much higher to you? Oh, I can size that. How much higher as a Mantovano? Unmistakable for us, at least. Our young man was gaining time. He had the instinct of circumspection and delay to anyone. To anyone. Then as a morto, Hugh continued. It even acted on Lord John's nerves, that's what we're talking about really. But Hugh still took his ease, as if with his eyes first on Bender, and then on Lord Thane, whose back was practically presented. he were covertly studying signs, well, he presently said in view of the very great interest combined with the very great rarity, more than can be estimated offhand. It made Lord Thane turn round, but a fine morto has a very great rarity and a very great interest. Yes, but not on the whole the same amount of either. No, not on the whole the same amount of either. Mr. Bender judiciously echoed it, but how he freely pursued are you going to find out? Have I your permission, Lord Thane? Hugh brightly asked to attempt to find out. The question produced on his lordship's part of visible and natural anxiety. What would it be your idea, then, to do with my property? Nothing at all. Here it could all be done, I think, at Verona. What quite haunts me, Hugh explained, is the vivid image of a Mantevanoon of the glories of the short Liston. A private collection in that place. The conviction grows in me that the two portraits must be of the same original. In fact, ill bet my head the young man quite ardently wound up that the wonderful subject of the Verona picture, a very great person, clearly is none other than the very great person of yours. Lord Thane had listened with interest. Mayn't he be that, and yet from another hand. It isn't another hand, oh, Hugh was quite positive, it's the hand of the very same painter. How can you prove it's the same? Only by the most intimate internal evidence, I admit, and evidence that of course has to be estimated. Then who, Lord Thane asked, is to estimate it? Well, Hugh was all ready. Will you let Papendick, one of the first authorities in Europe, a good friend of mine, in fact more or less my master, and who is generally to be found at Brussels, I happen to know he knows your picture, once spoke to me of it, and hell go and look again at the Verona one, hell go, and judge our issue if I apply to him in the light of certain new tips that I shall be able to give him. Lord Thane appeared to wonder. If you apply to him. Like a shot, I believe, if I ask it of him as a service. A service to you, hell be very obliging. His lordship smiled. Well, I've obliged him, Hugh readily retorted. The obligation will be to we. Lord Thane spoke more formally. Well, the satisfaction, said Hugh, will be to all of us. The things Papendick has seen, he intensely, ineffaceably, keeps in mind to every detail, so that hell tell me's no one else really can if the Verona man is your man. But then asked Mr. Bender, we've got to believe anyway what he says. The market, said Lord John, with emphasis, would have to believe it, that's the point. Oh, Hugh returned lightly, the market will have nothing to do with it, I hope. But I think y'all feel when he has spoken that you really know where you are. Mr. Bender couldn't doubt of that. Oh, if he gives us a bigger thing we won't complain, only how long will it take him to get there? I want him to start right away. Well, as I am sure he'll be deeply interested. We may. Mr. Bender took it straight up. Get news next week. Hugh addressed his reply to Lord Thane. It was already a little too much, as if he and the American between them were snatching the case from that possessor's hands. The day I hear from Papendick, you shall have a full report. And he conscientiously added, if I am proved to have been unfortunately wrong. His lordship easily pointed the moral y'all have caused me some inconvenience. Of course I shall. The young man unreservedly agreed. Like a wanton meddling, as his candor, his freedom, had decidedly a note of their own. But my conviction after those moments with your picture was too strong for me not to speak, and, since you allow it, I face the danger and risk the test. I allow it, of course, in the form of business. This produced in Hugh a certain blankness. Business. If I consent to the inquiry, I pay for the inquiry. Hugh demurred. Even if I turn out mistaken, you make me in any event your proper charge. The young man thought again. And then, as for vague accommodation, oh, my charge won't be high. Ah, Mr. Bender protested it ought to be handsome, if the thing's marked up, after which he looked at his watch. But I guess I've got to go, Lord Thane, though your lovely old Duchess, for it's to her I've lost my heart, does cry out for me again. Y'all find her then still there, Lord John observed with emphasis, but with his eyes for the time on Lord Thane, and if you want another look at her, ill, presently come and take one too. Ill order your car to the garden front, Lord Thane, added to this, y'all reach it from the saloon, but ill see you again first. Mr. Bender glared, as with the round full force of his pair of motor lamps. Well, if you're ready to talk about anything, I am. Goodbye, Mr. Crimble. Goodbye, Mr. Bender, but Hugh, addressing their host, while his fellow guest returned to the saloon, broke into the familiarity of confidence, as if you could be ready to talk. This produced on the part of the others present a mute exchange that could only have denoted surprise at all the irrepressible young outsider, thus projected upon them, took for granted. I've an idea, said Lord John to his friend, that you're quite ready to talk with me. Hugh then, with his appetite so richly quickened, could but rejoice. Lady Grace spoke to me of things in the library. Y'all find it that way. Lord Thane gave the indication. Thanks, said Hugh elatedly, and hastened away. Lord John, when he had gone, found relief in a quick comment, very sharp, no doubt, but he wants taking down. The master of Dedborough wouldn't have put it so crudely, but the young expert did bring certain things home the people, my daughters, in the exercise of a wild freedom, do pick up. Well, don't you see that all you've got to do in the question we're dealing with is to claim your very own wild freedom? Surely I'm right in feeling you, Lord John, further remarked to have jumped at once to my idea, that Bender is heaven sent and, at what they call the psychologic moment. Don't they point that moral why look anywhere else for a sum of money that smaller or greater you, can find with perfect ease in that extraordinarily bulging pocket. Lord Thane, slowly pacing the hall again, threw up his hands. Ah, with perfect ease can scarcely be said. Why not when he absolutely thrusts his dirty dollars down your throat? Oh, I am not talking of ease to him, Lord Thane, returned im, talking of ease to myself. I shall have to make a sacrifice. Why not then for so great a convenience gallantly make it? Ah, my dear chap, if you want me to sell my Sir Joshua. But the horror in the words said enough, and Lord John felt its chill. I don't make a point of that, God forbid. But there are other things to which the objection wouldn't apply. You see how it applies in the case of the mortoffer. Him, a mere morto, said Lord Thane, is too cheap for a Yankee on the spend. Then the Mantovano wouldn't be. It remains to be proved that it is a Mantovano. Well, said Lord John, go into it. Hanged if I want, his friend broke out after a moment. It would suit me, I mean the explanation, came after a brief intensity of thought, the possible size of his check would. Oh, said Lord John gaily, I guess there's no limit to the possible size of his check. Yes, it would suit me, the elder man standing there audibly mused, but his air changed, and a lighter question came up to him. As he saw his daughter reappear at the door from the terrace, well, the infant hoard, he immediately put to her. Lady Grace came in dutifully accounting for them. They've marched often a huge procession. Thank goodness, and our friends. All playing tennis, she said, save those who are sitting it out, to which she added, as to explain her return, Mr. Crimble has gone. Lord John took upon him to say he's in the library, to which you addressed him making discoveries. Not then, I hope, she smiled, to our disadvantage. To your very great honor and glory, Lord John clearly valued the effect he might produce. Your morto of Bresciato, you know what it really and splendidly is, and then, as the girl in her surprise, but wondered, a Mantovano, neither more nor less, ever so much more swagger. A Mantovano, Lady Grace echoed, why how tremendously jolly. Her father was struck. Do you know the artist off, whom I had never heard? Yes, something of the little that is known, and she rejoiced as her knowledge came to her. He's a tremendous swell, because great as he was, there are but 7 proved examples. With this of yours, Lord John broke in, there are 8. Then why haven't I known about him? Lord Thane put it, as if so many other people were guilty for this. His daughter was the first to plead for the vague body. Why, I suppose, in order that you should have exactly this pleasure, father. Oh, pleasures not desired are like acquaintances not sought, thee rather bore one. Lord Thane sighed, with which he moved away from her. Her eyes followed him, an instant, then she smiled at their guest. Is he bored at having the higher prize? You're sure it is the higher. Mr. Crimble is sure, because, if he isn't, Lord John added, he's a wretch. Well, she returned, as he's certainly not a wretch, it must be true, and fancy, she exclaimed further, though as more particularly for herself, our having suddenly incurred this immense debt to him. Oh, I shall pay, Mr. Crimble, said her father, who had turned round. The whole question appeared to have provoked in Lord John a rise of spirits, and a flush of humor. Don't you let him stick it on. His host, however, bethinking himself, checked him. Go you to Mr. Bender straight. Lord John saw the point. Yes, till he leaves, but I shall find you here, shan't I? He asked, with all earnestness of Lady Grace. She had an hesitation, but after a look at her father, she assented. I'll wait for you. Then a tantot it made him show for happy, as waving his hand at her, he proceeded to seek Mr. Bender, in presence of the object that most excited that gentleman's appetite, to say nothing of the effect involved on Lord John's own. Roman 9. Lord Thane, when he had gone, revolved it. might have been nervously about the place a little, but soon broke ground. Hell, have told you, I understand that I've promised to speak to you for him, but I understand also that he has found something to say for himself. Yes, we talk it well, since the girl said, at least he Roman 999. Then, if you listened, I hope you listened with a good grace. Oh, he speaks very well and I've never disliked him. It pulled her father up, is that all when I think so much of him. She seemed to say that she had to her own mind been liberal and gone far, but she waited a little. Do you think very, very much? Surely I've made my good opinion clear to you. Again she had a pause. Oh yes, I've seen you like him, and believe in him and I've found him pleasant and clever. He has never had Lord Thane more or less, ingeniously explained what I call a real show, but the character under discussion could after all be summed up without searching analysis. I consider nevertheless that there's plenty in him. It was a moderate claim to which Lady Grace might assent. He strikes me as naturally quick and well nice, but I agree with you that he hasn't had a chance. Then, if you can see your way by sympathy and confidence to help him to one, I dare say, you'll find your reward. For a third time she considered, as if a certain curtness in her companion's manner rather hindered in such a question than helped. Didn't he simplify too much, you would have felt her ask? And wasn't his visible wish for brevity of debate a sign of his uncomfortable, and indeed, rather irritated sense of his not making a figure in it? Do you desire it very particularly? Was however all she at last brought out. I should like it exceedingly if you act from conviction, then of course only. But of one thing I am myself convinced of, what he thinks of yourself and feels for you. Then would you mind my waiting, a little? She asked. I mean to be absolutely sure of myself, after which on his delaying to agree, she added frankly as to help her case. Upon my word, father, I should like to do what would please you. But it determined in him a sharper impatience. All what would please me, don't put it off on me, judge absolutely for yourself. Slightly took himself up in the light of my having consented to do for him what I always hate to do, deviate from my normal practice of never intermeddling. If I've deviated now you can judge, but to do so all round, of course tacking reasonier time. May I ask, then she said, for still a little more. He looked for this verily, as if it was not in reason, you know. He then returned, what hell feel that a sign of. Well, I'll tell him what I mean. Then I'll send him to you. He glanced at his watch and was going, but after a thanks, father, she had stopped him. There's one thing more. An embarrassment showed in her manner, but at the cost of some effect of earnest abruptness, she surmounted it. What does your American Mr. Bender want? Lord Thane plainly felt the challenge. My American, he's none of mine. Well then, Lord John's. He's none of his ether more, I mean, than anyone else's. He's everyone's American, literalito all appearance, and I've, not to tell you surely with the freedom of your own visitors, how people stalk in and out here. No, father, certainly, she said. You're splendidly generous. His eyes seemed rather sharply to ask her, then how he could improve on that. But he added, as if it were enough, what the man must by this time want more than anything else is his car. Not then anything of ours, she still insisted. Of ours, he echoed with a frown. Are you afraid? He has an eye to something of yours. Why, if we've a new treasure, which we certainly have, if we possess a Mantavanohaven, we all even eye an immense interest in it. And before he could answer, is that exposed, she asked. Lord Thane, a little unready, cast about at his storied halls. Any allusion to the exposure of the objects they so solidly sheltered was obviously unpleasant to him. But then it was as if he found at a stroke both his own reassurance and his daughter's. How can there be a question of it when he only wants Sir Joshua's? He wants ours, the girl gasped. At absolutely any price. But you're not, she cried, discussing it. He hesitated as between chiding and contenting her. Then he handsomely chose, my dear child, for what do you take me, with which he impatiently started through the long and stately perspective for the saloon. She sank into a chair when he had gone. She sat there some moments in a visible tension of thought, her hands clasped in her lap, and her dropped eyes fixed and unperceiving. But she sprang up as Hugh Crimble, in search of her again, stood before her. He presented himself as with winged sandals. What luck to find you! I must take my spin back. You've seen everything as you wished. Oh, he smiled, I've seen wonders. She showed her pleasure. Yes, we've got some things. So Mr. Bender says, he laughed. You've got 5 or 6. Only 5 or 6, she cried in bright alarm. Only he continued to laugh. Why, that's enormous 5 or 6 things of the first importance. But I think I ought to mention to you, he added a most barefaced Rubens there in the library. It isn't a Rubens. No more than I am a Ruskin. Then y'all brand yous expose us for it. No ill let you off ill be quiet if you're a good if you go straight ill, only hold it in terrorum. One can't be sure in these dreadful days that's, always to remember so that, if you're a not good ill come down on you with it. But to balance against that threat, he went on I've made the very grandest find at least I believe I have. She was all there for this news of the Mantovano hidden in the other thing. Hugh wondered almost as if she had been before him. You don't mean to say you've had the idea of that? No, but my father has told me. And is your father, he eagerly asked, really gratified? With her conscious eyes on him, her eyes could clearly be very conscious about her father's. Considered a moment, he always prefers old associations and appearances to new, but I am sure he'll resign himself if you see your way to a certainty. Well, it will be a question of the weight of expert opinion that I shall invoke, but I'm not afraid, he resolutely said, and I shall make the thing from its splendid rarity the crown and flower of your glory. Her serious face shone at him with a charmed gratitude. It's awfully beautiful, then your having come to us, so, it's awfully beautiful your having brought us this way in a flashes, dropping out of a chariot of fire more light, and what you apparently feel with myself as more honor. Ah, the beauties in your having yourself done it, he returned. He gave way to the positive joy of it. If I've brought the light, and the risk that's to say the very useful information who in the world was it brought me. She had a gesture of protest, you'd have come in some other way. I'm not so sure I'm beastly shy little as I may seem to show it save in great causes, when I'm horridly bold, and hideously offensive now, at any rate, I only know what has been she turned off for it moving away from him, as with a sense of mingled things that made for unrest. And he had the next moment grown graver under the impression. But does anything in it all, he asked, trouble you? She faced about across the wider space, and there was a different note in what she brought out. I don't know what forces me so to tell you things. Tell me, he stared, why you've told me nothing more monstrous than that I've been welcome. Well, however that may be, what did you mean just now, by the chance of our not going straight, when you said you'd expose our bad or, is it, our false Rubens in the event of a certain danger? Oh, in the event of your ever being bribed, laughed again, as with relief. And then as her face seemed to challenge the word, why to let anything guff, your bestever leave Dedborough, by which I mean really of course leave the country, she turned again on this. And something in her air made him wonder. I hope you don't feel there is such a danger. I understood from you half an hour ago that it was unthinkable. Well, it was to me half an hour ago, she said as she came nearer, but if it has since come up. If it has, but has it in the form of that monster? What Mr. Bender wants is the great Duchess, he recalled. And my father won't sell her. No, he won't sell the great Duchess there, I feel safe. But he greatly needs a certain sum of money. He thinks he doesn't. I've just had a talk with him. In which he has told you that? He has told me nothing, Lady Grace said, or else told me quite other things. But the more I think of them, the more it comes to me that he feels urged or tempted to despoil and denude these walls. Hugh broke in, looking about in his sharper apprehension. Yes, to satisfy, to save my sister? Now, do you think our state so ideal? She asked, but without elation for her hint of triumph. He had no answer for this save awe. But you terribly interest me. May I ask what's the matter with your sister? Oh, she wanted to go on straight. Now the matter isn't the first place at that. She's too dazzlingly, dreadfully beautiful. More beautiful than you, his sincerity easily risked. Millions of times sad, almost somber, she hadn't a shade of coquetry. Kitty has debts, great heaped up gaming debts. But to such amounts, incredible amounts it appears, and mountains of others too, she throws herself all on our father. And he has to pay them, there's no one else, Hugh asked. She waited as if he might answer himself, and then, as he apparently didn't, he's only afraid there may be some else. That's how she makes him do it, she said. And now do you think, she pursued, that I don't tell you things? He turned them over in his young perception, and pitied the things she told him. Oh. And then in the great place, while as just spent by the effort of her disclosure she moved from him again, he took them all, and that's the situation that, as you say, may force his hand. It absolutely, I feel, does force it, and the renewal of her appeal brought her round. Isn't it too lovely? His frank disgust answered, it's too damnable. And it's you, she quite terribly smiled Hobie, the irony of fate have given him help. He smote his head in the light of it by the Mantovano. By the possible Mantovanoas, a substitute for the impossible Sir Joshua you've made him aware of a value. Ah, but the value's to be fixed. Then Mr. Bender will fix it. Oh, Butas he himself would sail fix Mr. Bender, Hugh declared, and he won't buy a pig in a poke. This cleared the air while they looked at each other, yet she had already asked, what in the world can you do, and how in the world can you do it? Well, he was too excited for decision. I don't quite see now, but give me time, and he took out his watch as already to measure it, oughtn't I, before I go to say a word to Lord Thane. Is it your idea to become a lion in his path? Well, say a Cubas, that's what I am afraid he'll call me, but I think I should speak to him. She drew a conclusion. Momentarily dark, hell have to learn in that case that I've told you of my fear. And is there any good reason why he shouldn't? She kept her eyes on him, and the darkness seemed to clear. No, she at last replied, and having gone to touch an electric bell was with him again, but I think I am rather sorry for you. Does that represent a reason why I should be so for you? For a little she said nothing, but after that none whatever. Then is the sister of whom you speak Lady Imber? Lady Grace at this raised her hand. In caution the butler had arrived with due gravity. In answer to her ring, to whom she made known her desire, please, say to his lordship in the saloon, or wherever that Mr. Crimble must go. When Banks had departed, however, accepting the responsibility of this mission, she answered her friend's question. The sister of whom I speak is Lady Imber. She loses then so heavily at bridge. She loses more than she wins. Hugh gazed as with interest at these oddities of the great, and yet she still plays. What else in her set should she do? This he was quite unable to say, but he could, after a moment's exhibition of the extent to which he was out of it, put a question instead. So you're not in her set? I am not in her set. Then decidedly he said, I don't want to save her, I only want. He was going on, but she broke in, I know what you want. He kept his eyes on her, till he had made sure, and this deep exchange between them had a beauty. So you're now with me. I am now with you. Then said Hugh, shake hands on it. He offered her his hand, she took it, and their grasp became, as you would have seen in their fine young faces, a pledge, in which they stood a minute locked. Lord Thane came upon them from the saloon, in the midst of the process, on which they separated as with an air of its having consisted, but of Hugh's leave-taking with some such form of mere civility. At any rate, he appeared by the manner in which he addressed himself to Hugh to have supposed them occupied. I am sorry my daughter can't keep you, but I must at least thank you for your interesting view of my picture. Hugh indulged in a brief and mute, though very grave acknowledgment of this expression, presently speaking, however, as on a resolve taken with a sense of possibly awkward consequences. May I before you're sure of your indebtedness, but you, rather a straight question, Lord Thane, it sounded doubtless, and of a sudden a little portentous's was in fact testified to by his lordship's quick stiff stare, full of wonder at so free a note. But Hugh had the courage of his undertaking, if I contribute in ny modest degree, to establishing the true authorship of the work you speak of. May I have from you an assurance that my success isn't to serve as a basis for any parallel possibility of its leaving the country. Lord Thane was visibly astonished, but had also independently of this turned a shade pale. You ask of me an assurance. Hugh had now, with his firmness and his strained smile, quite the look of having counted the cost of his step. I am afraid I must, you see. It pressed at once in his host the spring of a very grand manner. And pray, by what right here do you do anything of the sort? By the right of a person from whom you on your side are accepting a service. Hugh had clearly determined in his opponent a rise of what is called spirit, a service that you half an hour ago thrust on me, sir, and, with which you may take it from me, that I am already quite prepared to dispense. I am sorry to appear indiscreet, our young man returned. I'm sorry to have upset you in any way, but I can't overcome my anxiety. Lord Thane took the words from his lips, and you therefore invite meet the end of half an hour in this house to account to you for my personal intentions and my private affairs, and make over my freedom to your hands. Hugh stood there with his eyes on the black and white pavement that stretched about him, great lozenged marble floor, that might have figured that ground of his own vision, which he had made up his mind to stand. I can only see the matter as I see it, and I should be ashamed not to have seized any chance to appeal to you, whatever difficulty. he had shyly to face didn't exist for him now. I entreat you to think again, to think well before you deprive us of such a source of just envy. And you regard your entreaty as helped, Lord Thane asked, by the beautiful threat you are so good as to attach to it. Then, as his monitor arrested, exchanged a searching look with Lady Grace, who, showing in her face all the pain of the business, stood off at the distance to which a woman instinctively retreats when a scene turns to violence as precipitately as this one appeared to strike her. As having turned, I ask you, that not less than I should like to know, whom you speak of as deprived of property, that happens for reasons that I don't suppose you also quarrel with to be mine. Well, I know nothing about threats, Lord Thane, Hugh said, but I speak of all of Yuzof, all the people of England, who would deeply deplore such an act of alienation, and whom, for the interest they bear you, I beseech you mercifully to consider. The interest they bear Meth, master of Dedborough, fairly bristled with wonder. Pray, how the devil do they show it? I think they show it in all sorts of ways, and Hugh's critical smile, at almost any moment hovering, played over the question, in a manner seeming to convey that he meant many things. Understand then, please, said Lord Thane, with every inch of his authority, that they'll show it best by minding their own business, while I very particularly mind mine. You simply do, in other words, Hugh explicitly concluded, what happens to be convenient to you. In very distinct preference to what happens to be convenient to you, so that I need no longer detain you, Lord Thane added with the last dryness, and as if to wind up their brief and thankless connection. The young man took his dismissal, being able to do no less. While unsatisfied and unhappy, he looked about mechanically for the cycling cap he had laid down somewhere in the hall on his arrival. I apologize, my lord, if I seem to you to have ill repaid your hospitality. But he went on with his uncommended cheer, my interest in your picture remains. Lady Grace, who had stopped and strayed and stopped again, as a mere watchful witness, drew nearer hereupon, breaking her silence for the first time. And please let me say, father, that mine also grows and grows. It was obvious that this parent, surprised and disconcerted by her tone, judged her contribution superfluous. I am happy to hear it, Grace, but yours is another affair. I think, on the contrary, that it's quite the same one, she returned, since it's on my hint to him that Mr. Crimble has said to you what he has. The resolution she had gathered, while she awaited her chance, sat in her charming eyes, which met as she spoke the straighter paternal glare. I let him know that I supposed you to think of profiting by the importance of Mr. Bender's visit. Then you might have spared my dear your, I suppose, and hope well-meant interpretation of my mind. Lord Thane showed himself at this point master of the beautiful art of writing himself, as without having been in the wrong. Mr. Bender's visit will terminate as soon as he has released Lord John without my having profited in the smallest particular. Hugh meanwhile evidently but wanted to speak for his friend. It was Lady Grace's anxious inference. She will doubtless let me say for her that my idea about the Morto would add to your power. Well, he pushed on, not without awkwardness of realizing advantageously on such a prospective rise. Lord Thane glanced at him as for positively the last time, but spoke to Lady Grace. Understand, then, please, that as I detach myself from any association with this gentleman's ideas, whether about the Morto or about anything else, his further application of them ceases from this moment to concern us. The girl's rejoinder was to address herself directly to Hugh across their companion. Will you make your inquiry for me then? The light again kindled in him. With all the pleasure in life he had found his cap, and taking them together bowed to the two for departure with high emphasis of form. Then he marched off in the direction from which he had entered. Lord Thane scarce waited for his disappearance to turn in wrath to Lady Grace. I denounce the indecency, wretched child, of your public defiance of me. They were separated by a wide interval now, and though at her distance, she met his reproof so unshrinkingly as perhaps to justify the terms into which it had broken. She became aware of a reason for his not following it up. She pronounced in quick warning, Lord John, for their friend, released from among the pictures, was rejoining them, was already there. He spoke straight to his host on coming into sight. Bender's at last off. Buth indicated the direction of the garden front. You may still find him out yonder, prolonging the agony with Lady Sandgate. Lord Thane remained a moment, and the heat of his resentment remained. He looked with a divided discretion the pain of his indecision from his daughter's suitor, and his approved candidate to that contumacious young woman, and back again. Then, choosing his course in silence, he had a gesture of almost desperate indifference, and passed quickly out by the door to the terrace. It had left Lord John, gaping, "What on earth's the matter with your father?" "What on earth," indeed, Lady Grace unaidingly asked, "is he discussing with that awful man?" "Old Bender, do you think him so awful?" Lord John showed surprise, which might indeed have passed for harmless amusement. But he shook everything off in view of a nearer interest. He quite waved Old Bender away. "My dear girl, what do we care?" "I care immensely, I assure you," she interrupted, "and I ask of you please to tell me." Her perversity coming straight, and which he had so little expected, threw him back, so that he looked at her with somber eyes. "Ah, it's not for such a matter I am here, Lady Grace, am here, with that fond question of my own." And then, as she turned away, leaving him with a vehement motion of protest, "I've come for your kind answer, the answer your father instructed me to count on." "I've no kind answer to give." Yauch raised forbidding hands. "I entreat you to leave me alone." There was so high a spirit and so strong a force in it that he stared as if stricken by violence. "In God's name, then, what has happened, Edwin? You almost gave me your word." "What has happened is that I've found it impossible to listen to you." And she moved, as if fleeing she scarce knew whither before him. He had already hastened around another way, however, as to meet her in her quick circuit of the hall. "That's all you've got to say to me, after what has passed between us?" He had stopped her thus, but she had also stopped him, and her passionate denial set him a limit. "I've got to say sorry, as I am, that if you must have an answer, it's this, that never, Lord John, never can there be anything more between us." And her gesture cleared her path, permitting her to achieve her flight. "Never, no, never," she repeated as she went. "Never, never, never." She got off by the door at which she had been aiming to some retreat of her own, while, aghast and defeated, left to make the best of it, he sank after a moment into a chair, and remained quite pitiably staring before him, appealing to the great blank splendor. Book Second. And Lady Sandgate, on a morning late in May, entered her drawing-room by the door that opened at the right of that charming retreat, as a person coming in faced Bruton Street, and she met there at this moment Mr. Gotch, her butler, who had just appeared in the much wider doorway. Forming opposite the Bruton Street windows an apartment, not less ample, lighted from the back of the house, and having its independent connection with the upper floors, and the lower. She showed surprise at not immediately finding the visitor to whom she had been called. "But Mr. Crimble, here he is, my lady," and he made way for that gentleman, who emerged from the back room. Gotch, observing the propriety of a prompt withdrawal. "I went in for a minute with your servant's permission. Hugh explained to see your famous Lawrence Uhich is splendid. He was so good as to arrange the light. The young man's dress was of a form less relaxed than on the occasion of his visit to Dedborough, yet the soft felt hat that he rather restlessly crumpled as he talked marked the limit of his sacrifice to vain appearances." Lady Sandgate was at once interested in the punctuality of his reported act. "Gotch thinks as much of my grandmother, as I doned, even seems to have ended by taking her for his very own. One sees unmistakably from her beauty that you at any rate are of her line." Hugh allowed himself, not without confidence, the amusement of replying, "And I must make sure of another look at her when I've a good deal more time." His hostess heard him as with a lapse of hope. "You hadn't then come for the poor dear?" And then, as he obviously hadn't, but for something quite else, "I thought, from so prompt an interest, that she might be coveted." It dropped with a yearning sigh. "You imagine me sent by some prowling collector?" Hugh asked. "I shall never do their work unless to betray them, that I shouldn't in the least mind, and I am here frankly at this early hour to ask your consent to my seeing Lady Grace a moment on a particular business, if she can kindly give me time." "You've known, then, of her being with me?" "I've known of her coming to you straight on leaving Dedborough." He explained of her wishing not to go to her sister's, and of Lord Thane's having proceeded, as they say, or being on the point of proceeding, to some foreign part. "And you've learned it from having seen her these 3 or 4 weeks?" "I've met her but just bare Litwo, or 3 times at a private view at the opera in the lobby, and that sort of thing, but she hasn't told you." Lady Sandgate neither affirmed nor denied. She only turned on him her thick luster. "I wanted to see how much you'd tell." She waited even as for more, but this not coming, she helped herself once again at dinner. "Yes, but alas, not near her." "Once then, at a private view, when, with the squash they usually are, you might have been very near her indeed." The young man, his hilarity quickened, took but a moment for the truth. "Yes, it was a squash." And once his hostess pursued, "in the lobby of the opera. After Tristanize, but with some awful grand people I didn't know." She recognized she estimated the grandeur, oh, the Penimans are nobody. But now she asked, you've come, you say, on business. Very important police which accounts for the hour I've ventured, and the appearance I present. I don't ask you too much to account, Lady Sandgate kindly said, but I can't not wonder if she hasn't told you what things have happened. He cast about, she has had no chance to tell me anything beyond the fact of her being here. Without the reason. The reason, he echoed. She gave it up, going straighter, she's with me, then, as an old firm friend under my care and protection. I see, took it with more penetration than enthusiasm as a hint in respect to himself, she puts you on your guard. Lady Sandgate expressed it more graciously, she puts me on my honor, or at least her father does. As to her seeing me, as to my seeing at least what may happen to her. Because you say things have happened. His companion fairly sounded him, you've only talked when you've met off art. Well, he smiled, art is long. Then I hope it may see you through, but you should know first that Lord Thane is presently due. Here back already from abroad, was all alert. He has not yet gone, comes up this morning to start. And stops here on his way. To take the train deluxe this afternoon to his annual salsomagur, but with so little time to spare, she went on reassuringly that to Simplifia's, he wired me an hour ago from Dedborough, has given rendezvous here to Mr. Bender, who is particularly to wait for him. And who may therefore arrive at any moment. She looked at her bracelet watch, scarcely before noon, so y'all just have your chance. Thank the powers, then Hugh grasped at it. I shall have it best if y'all be so good as to tell me first, well. He faltered, what it is that to my great disquiet you've further alluded to what it is that has occurred. Lady Sandgate took her time, but her good nature and other sentiments pronounced, haven't you at least guessed that she has fallen under her father's extreme reprobation? Yes, so much as that she must have greatly annoyed him, I have been supposing. But isn't it by her having asked me to act for her, I mean, about the Mantovanohich I have done? Lady Sandgate wondered, you've acted. It's what I've come to tell her at last, and I am all impatience. I see she'd caught a clue, he hated that eyes. But you haven't really made out, she put to him, the other effect of your hour at Dedborough. She recognized, however, while she spoke, that his divination had failed, and she didn't trouble him to confess it directly you had gone. She turned down Lord John, declined, I mean the offer of his hand in marriage. Hugh was clearly as much mystified as anything else he proposed there. He had spoken that day before your talk with Lord Thane, who had every confidence in her accepting him, but you came, Mr. Crimble, you went, and when her suitor reappeared just after you had gone for his answer. She wouldn't have him, Hugh asked with a precipitation of interest. But Lady Sandgate could humor almost any curiosity, she wouldn't look at him. He bethought himself, but had she said she would. So her father indignantly considers. That's the ground of his indignation. He had his reasons for counting on her, and it has determined a painful crisis. Hugh Crimble turned this over, feeling, apparently for something he didn't find. I'm sorry to hear such things, but where's the connection with me? Ah, you know best yourself, and if you don't see any in that case, Lady Sandgate's motion implied she washed her hands of it. Hugh had for a moment the air of a young man treated to the sweet chance to guess a conundrum which he gave up. I really don't see any, Lady Sandgate, but he a little inconsistently said, I am greatly obliged to you for telling me. Don't mention it, though, I think it is good of me. She smiled on so short an acquaintance, to which she added more gravely, I leave you the situation, but I am willing to let you know that I am all on Grace's side. So am I, rather, please let me frankly say. He clearly refreshed, he even almost charmed her. It's the very least you can say, though I'm not sure whether you say it as the simplest or as the very subtlest of men. But in case you don't know as I do how little the particular candidate I've named had a right or a claim to succeed with her, he broke in all quick intelligence here, at least no. I don't perhaps know as well as you da, but I think I know as well as I just yet require. There you are then, and if you did prevent his hostess, maturely pursued, what wouldn't have been well good, or nice, I'm quite on your side too. Our young man seemed to feel the shade of ambiguity, but he reached at a meaning ure with me in my plea for our defending, at any cost of effort or ingenuity. The precious picture Lord Thane exposes took his presumed sense faster than he had taken hers, but she hung fire a moment with her reply to it. Well, will you keep the secret of everything I've said or say? To the death, to the stake, Lady Sandgate. Then she momentously returned. I only want to make Bender impossible, if you ask me. She pursued how I arrange that with my deep loyalty to Lord Thane. I don't ask you anything of the sort, he interrupted. I wouldn't ask you for the world, and my own bright plan, for achieving the coup you mention. Y'all have time at the most, she said, consulting afresh her bracelet watch to explain to Lady Grace. She reached an electric bell, which she touched facing then her visitor again, with an abrupt and slightly embarrassed change of tone. You do think my great portrait splendid. He had strayed far from it, and all too languidly came back. Your Lawrence there, as I said, magnificent. But the butler had come in interrupting straight from the lobby, of whom she made her request. Let her ladyship know Mr. Crimble. Gotch looked hard at Hugh, and the crumpled hat almost as if having an option, but he resigned himself to repeating with a distinctness that scarce fell short of the invidious Mr. Crimble, and departed on his errand. Lady Sandgate's fair flush of diplomacy had meanwhile not faded. Couldn't you, with your immense cleverness and power, get the government to do something? About your picture, Hugh betrayed on this head a graceless detachment you too then want to sell. Oh, she righted herself never to a private party. Mr. Bender's not after it, he asked it though scarce, lighting his reluctant interest with a forced smile. Most intensely after it, but never, cried the proprietress to a bloated alien. Then, I applaud your patriotism, only why not, he asked, carrying that magnanimity a little further, set us all an example as splendid as the object itself. Give it you for nothing, she threw up shocked hands, because I am an aged female pauper, and can't make every sacrifice. Hugh pretended none too convincing. Glitto, think, will you let them have it very cheap? Yes, for less than such a bribe as Bender's. Ah, he said expressively, that might be, and still. Well, she had a flare of fond confidence. Ill, find out what hell offer if yowl on your side, do what you can and then ask them a third less. And she followed it Upus, if suddenly conceiving him a prig. See here, Mr. Crimble, I've been and this very first time icarming to you. You have indeed, he returned, but you throw back on it a lurid light. If it has all been for that, it has been well to keep things as I want them, and if I've given you precious information, mightn't you on your side estimate its value in cash? Hugh sharply took her up. Ah, Lady Sandgate, I am in your debt. But if you really bargain for your precious information, id, rather we assume that I haven't enjoyed it. She made him, however, in reply, a sign for silence. She had heard Lady Grace enter the other room from the back landing, and reaching the nearer door, she disposed of the question with high gay bravery. I want bargain with the treasurish. Had passed out by the time Lady Grace arrived. Roman 2. As Hugh recognized in this friend's entrance, and faced the light of welcome, he went full of his subject straight to their main affair. I haven't been able to wait. I've wanted so much to tell you. I mean, how I've just come back from Brussels, where I saw Papendick, who was free and ready, by the happiest chance, to start for Verona, which he must have reached some time yesterday. The girl's responsive interest fairly broke into rapture. Ah, the dear sweet thing. Yes, he's a brick, but the question now hangs in the balance, allowing him time to have got into relation with the picture. I've begun to expect his wire, which will probably come to my club. But my fidget while I wait has driven Meth throughout and dropped his arms in expression of his soft surrender. Well, just to do this, to come to you here in my fever at an unnatural hour and uninvited, and at least let you know I've acted. Oh, but I simply rejoice, Lady Grace declared to be acting with you. Then if you are, the young man cried, why everything's beautiful and right. It's all I care for and think of now, she went on in her bright devotion, and I've only wondered and hoped. Well, Hugh found for it all a rapid, abundant lucidity. He was away from home at first, and I had to wait, but I crossed last week, found him, and settled in coming home by Paris, where I had a grand 4 days' jaw with the fellows there, and saw their great specimen of our master, all of which has given him time. And now his time's up, the girl eagerly asked. It must be, we shall see, but Hugh postponed that question to a matter of more moment. Still, the thing is that at last, I am able to tell you how I feel the trouble I've brought you. It made her quickly coloring rest grave eyes on him. What do you know when I haven't told you about my trouble? Can't I have guessed with a ray of intelligence, eh? Had his answer ready. You've sought asylum with this good friend from the effects of your father's resentment. Sought asylum is perhaps excessive, Lady Grace returned though, It wasn't pleasant with him, after that hour no, she allowed, and I couldn't go you see to Kitty. No, indeed you couldn't go to Kitty, he smiled at her hard. As he added, I should have liked to see you go to Kitty therefore. Exactly, is it that I've set you adrift that I've darkened, and poisoned your days, you're a paying with your comfort, with your peace, for having joined so gallantly in my grand remonstrance. She shook her head turning from him, but then turned back again as if accepting, as if even relieved by this version of the prime cause of her state. Why do you talk of it as paying gif? It's all to come back to my being paid, I mean, by your blessed success if you really do what you want. I have your word for it, he searchingly said, that our really pulling it off together will make up to you. I should be ashamed if it didn't, for everything took the question from his mouth. I believe in such a cause exactly, as you don't found a lesson at Dedborough in your frankness and your faith. Then y'all help me no end, he said all simply and sincerely. You've helped me already, that she gave him straight back, and on it they stayed a moment, their strenuous faces more intensely communing. You're a very wonderful for a girl, Hugh brought out. One has to be a girl naturally, to be a daughter of one's house, she laughed, and that's all I am of ours, but a true and a right and a straight one. He glowed with his admiration. You're a splendid. That might be or not, her light shrug intimated. She gave it at any rate the goby, and more exactly stated her case. I see our situation. So do I, Lady Grace, he cried with the strongest emphasis, and your father only doesn't. Yes, she said for intelligent correction, sees it, there's nothing in life he sees so much, but unfortunately he sees it all wrong. Hugh seized her point of view, as if there had been nothing of her that he wouldn't have seized. He sees it all wrong. Then my appeal the other day, he took as a rude protest, and any protest. Any protest, she quickly and fully agreed, he takes as an offense. Yes, it's his theory, that he still has rights, she smiled, though he is a miserable peer. How should he not have rights, said Hugh, when he has really everything on earth? Ah, he doesn't even know they takes it so much for granted. And she sought, though as rather sadly and despairingly, to explain he lives all in his own world. He lives all in his own, yes, but he does business all in our squite, as much as the people who come up to the city in the tube, with which Hugh had a still sharper recall of the stiff actual. And he must be here to do business today. You know, Lady Grace asked that he's to meet Mr. Bender. Lady Sandgate kindly warned me, and her companion saw, as he glanced at the clock on the chimney, I've only 10 minutes, at best. The journal won't have been good for him, he added. You doubtless have seen the journal. Nosh was vague. We live by the Morning Post. That's why our friend here didn't speak then, Hugh said with a better light which, out of a dim consideration for her, I didn't do either. But they've a leader this morning about Lady Lappington and her long high, and on Bender and his halls. And on the certainty if we don't do something energetic off more and more Benders to come such a conquering horde as invaded the old civilization, only armed now with huge checkbooks. Instead of with spears and battle axes, they refer to the rumor Carenta's too horrific to believe off Lord Thanes putting up his morto, with the question of how properly to qualify any such sad purpose in him, should the further report prove true of a new and momentous opinion about the picture, entertained by several eminent authorities. Of whom, said the girl, intensely attached to this recital, Uray, of course, seen as not the least. Of whom, of course, Lady Grace I am, as yet over I am seen the whole collection. But we've time rested on that the fat, if y'all allow me the expression, is on the fire, which, as I see the matter, is where this particular fat should be. Is the article, then his companion appealed, very severe? I prefer to call it very enlightened, and very intelligent, and the great thing is that it immensely marks, as they say, it will have made a big public difference from this day, though it's of course aimed not so much at persons, as at conditions which it calls upon us all somehow to tackle. Exactlish was full of the saving vision, but as the conditions are directly embodied in persons. Oh, of course it here, and there bells the cat, which means that it bells 3 or 4. Yes, she richly brooded, Lady Lappington is a cat. She will have been belled at any rate with your father. Hugh amusedly went on to the certainty of a row, and a row can only be good for us, I mean for us in particular. Yet he had to bethink himself, the case depends a good deal of course on how your father takes such a resounding rap. Oh, I know how he'll take either. Perception went all the way. In the very highest and properest spirit. Well, y'all see, she was as brave as she was clear, or at least I shall. Struck with all this in her, he renewed his homage. You are, yes, splendid. She laughed surprised myself. But he was already back at his calculations. How early do the papers get to you? At Dedborough quite for breakfast, which isn't, however, very early. Then that's what has caused his wire to Bender. But how will such talk strike him? The girl asked. Hugh, meanwhile, visibly, had not only followed his train of thought, he had let it lead him to certainty. It will have moved Mr. Bender to absolute rapture. Rather, Lady Grace wondered than have put him off. It will have put him prodigiously on Mr. Bender's. He said to me at Dedborough of his noble host, their Hugh Pursuiti's a very nice man, but he's a product of the world of advertisement and advertisement, is all he sees and aims at. He lives in it, as a saint in glory or a fish in water. She took it from him as half-doubting, but mayn't advertisement in so special a case turn on the whole against him? Hugh shook a negative forefinger with an expression he might have caught from foreign comrades. He rides the biggest whirlwind, has got it saddled and bitted. She faced the image but cast about then, where does our success come in? In our making the beast all the same bolt with him, and throw him, and Hugh further pointed the moral, if in such proceedings all he knows is publicity, the thing is to give him publicity. And it's only a question of giving him enough by the time he has enough for himself. You see hell have too much for everyone else so that we shall up in a body and slay him. The girl's eyebrows in her wondering face rose to a question, but if he has meanwhile got the picture. Well, slay him before he gets it. He reveled in the breadth of his view. Our own policy must be to organize to that end. The inevitable outcry organize Bender. Himself organize him to scandal. Hugh had already even pity to spare for their victim. He want know it from a boom. Though carried along, however, Lady Grace could still measure, but that will be only if he wants and decides for the picture. We must make him then want and decide for it. Decide, that is, for ours to save it. We must work him up hell in that case. Want it so indecently much? Then we shall have to want it more. Well, she anxiously felt it her duty to remind him, you can take a horse to water. Oh, trust me to make him drink. There appeared a note in this that convinced her, it's you, Mr. Crimble, who are splendid. Well, I shall be with my jolly wire, and all on that sen again. May I come back to you from the club with Pappendick's news? He asked. Why, rather, of course, come back. Only not, he debated, till your father has left. Lady Grace considered too, but sharply decided, come, when you have it, but tell me first. She added one thing. She hung fire a little while he waited, but she brought it out. Was it you who got the journal to speak? Ah, one scarcely gets the journal. Who then gave them their tip? About the Mantovano and its peril. Well, he took a moment, but only not to say, in addition to which the butler had reappeared entering from the lobby. Ill, tell you, he laughed, when I come back. Gotch had his manner of announcement, while the visitor was mounting the stairs. Mr. Breckenridge Bender. Ah, then I go, said Lady Grace at once. Ill stay 3 minutes. Hugh turned with her alertly to the easier issue, signaling hope and cheer from that threshold, as he watched her disappear, after which he faced about with as brave a smile, and as ready for immediate action, as if she had there within kissed her hand to him. Mr. Bender emerged at the same instant, Gotch withdrawing, and closing the door behind him, and the former personage, recognizing his young friend, threw up his hands for friendly pleasure. Romans 3. Ah, Mr. Crimble, he cordially inquired, you've come with your great news. Hugh caught the allusion, it would have seemed, but after a moment, news of the Morto? No, Mr. Bender, I haven't news yet. But he added, as with high candor for the visitor's motion of disappointment, I think I warned you, you know, that it would take 3 or 4 weeks. Well, in my country, Mr. Bender returned with disgust, it would take 3 or 4 minutes. Can't you make 'em step more lively? I'm expecting, sir, said Hugh good-humoredly, a report from hour to hour. Then, will you let me have it right off? Hugh indulged in a pause, after which very frankly, it's scarcely for you, Mr. Bender, that I am acting. The great collector was but briefly checked. Well, can't you just act for art? Oh, you're doing that yourself so powerfully. Hugh laughed, that I think I had best leave it to you. His friend looked at him as some inspector on circuit might look at a new improvement. Don't you want to go round acting with me? Go on tour, as it were. Oh, frankly, Mr. Bender, Hugh said, if I had any weight, you'd add it to your end of the beam. Why, what have I done that you should go back on meafter, working me up so down there? The worst I've done, Mr. Bender continued, is to refuse that Morto. Has it deplorably been offered you? Our young man cried, unmistakably and sincerely affected. after which he went on as his fellow visitor only eyed him hard, not on second thoughts, giving the owner of the great work away. Then, why are you Oz if you were a banished Romoso keen for? News from Verona to this odd mixture of business and literature Mr. Bender made no reply contenting himself with, but a large vague blandness that wore in him, somehow the mark of tested utility, so that Hugh put him another question errant, you here, sir, on the chance of the Mantovon. I am here, he then imperturbably said, because Lord Thane has wired me to meet him, ain't you here for that yourself? Hugh betrayed for a moment his enjoyment of a big choice of answers, dear no I've, but been in by Lady Sandgate's leave to see that Gran Lawrence. Ah yes, she's very kind about Iton, does go in, after which Mr. Bender had, even in the atmosphere of his danger, a throb of curiosity. Is anyone after that Gran Lawrence? Oh, I hope not, Hugh laughed, unless you again dreadfully are wonderful thing as it is, and so just in its right place there. You call it, Mr. Bender, impartially inquired, a very wonderful thing. Well, as a Lawrence, it has quite bowled me over, Hugh spoke. As for the strictly aesthetic awkwardness of that, but you know I take my pictures hard, he gave a punch to his hat pressed for time in this connection, as he was glad truly to appear to his friend. I must make my little rapport, yet before it, he did seek briefly to explain, we're a band of young men, who carry and we watch the great things also for. I must give you the real truth about myself, we watch the great people. Well, I guess I'm used to being watched if that's the worst you can do, to which Mr. Bender added in his homely way, but you know, Mr. Crimble, what I am really after. Hugh's strategy on this would again have peeped out for us, the man in this morning's journal appears at least to have discovered. Yes, the man in this morning's journal has discovered 3 or 4 weekses. It appears to take you here for everything after. My beginning to talk why they knew I was talking that time ago on the other side. Oh, they know things in the States, Hugh cheerfully agreed so independently of their happening, but you must have talked loud. Well, I haven't so much talked as raved, Mr. Bender conceded for. I'm afraid that, when I do want a thing I rave. Till I get it, you heard me at Dedborough, and your enterprising daily press has at last caught the echo. Then they'll make up for lost time, but have you done it? Hugh asked to prepare an alibi. An alibi? By raving, as you say, the saddle on the wrong horse? I don't think you at all believe y'all get the Sir Joshua, but meanwhile, we shall have cleared up the question of the morto. Mr. Bender imperturbable didn't speak till he had done justice to this picture of his subtlety. Then why on earth do you want to boom the morto? You ask that, said Hugh, because it's the boomed thing that's most in peril. Well, it's the big, the bigger, the biggest things, and if you drag their value to the light, why shouldn't we want to grab them and carry them off, same as all of you originally did? Ah, not quite the same, Hugh smiled, that I will say for you. Yes, you stick it on, no, you have got an eye for the rise in values, but I grant you your unearned increment, and you ought to be mighty glad that to such a time ill pay it you. Our young man kept during a moment's thought his eyes on his companion, and then resumed with all intensity and candor. You may easily, Mr. Bender, be too much for me's you appear too much for far greater people. But may I ask you very earnestly for your word on this, as to any case in which that happens, that when precious things we are to lose here are knocked down to you, yowl, let us at least take leave of them. Let us have a sight of them in London before they're borne off. Mr. Bender's big face fell almost with a crash. Hand them over, you mean, to the sandwich men on Bond Street. To one or other of the placard and poster men, I don't insist on the inserted human slice. Let the great values as a compensation to us be on view for 3 or 4 weeks. You ask me, Mr. Bender, returned for a general assurance to that effect. Well, a particular one, so it be particular enough, Hugh said, will do just for now. Let me put in my plea for the issue well of the value that's actually in the scales. The Mantovano Morto. The Morto Mantovano. Mr. Bender carnivorously smiled. Hadn't we better know which it is first? Hugh had a motion of practical indifference for this. The public interest playing so straight on the question may help to settle it, by which I mean that it will profit enormously. The question of probability of identity itself will be the discussion it will create. The discussion will promote certainty. And certainty, Mr. Bender massively mused, will kick up a row. Of course it will kick up a row, Hugh thoroughly guaranteed that y'all be for the month the bestabused man in England if you venture to remain here at all, except naturally poor Lord Thane, whom it won't be my interest at the same time to worry into backing down, but whom it will be exceedingly mine to practice on end. Hugh laughed as at the fun before themeth. I may entertain the sweet hope of success. The only thing is from my point of view, he went on that backing down before what he will call vulgar clamor isn't in the least in his traditions. Nothing less so, and that if there should be really too much of it for his taste, or his nerves hell, set his handsome face as a stone, and never budge an inch. But at least again what I appeal to you, for will have taken placid picture, will have been seen by a lot of people hall care. It will have been seen Mr. Bender amended in the mere contingency of my acquisition of Itonly, if its present owner consents. Consents, Hugh almost derisively echoed. Why hell propose it himself, hell insist on it, hell put it through, once he's angry enough as angry, I mean, as almost any public criticism of a personal act of his, will be sure to make him, and I am afraid the striking criticism, or at least animadversion of this morning, will have blown on his flame of bravado. Inevitably a student of character, Mr. Bender rose to the occasion. Yes, I guess he's pretty mad. They've imputed to him, Hugh, but wanted to abound in that sentient intention, of which after all he isn't guilty. So Thathi's listener glowed with interested optimism. If they don't look out if they impute it to him again, I guess he'll just go and be guilty. Hugh might at this moment have shown to an initiated eye, as fairly elated by the sense of producing something of the effect he had hoped you entertain the fond vision, of lashing them up to that mistake o fisher in troubled waters. And then with a finer art, as his companion expansively bright but crudely acute eyed him in turn, as if to sound him the strongest thing in such a typon, does make outise his resentment of a liberty taken. And the most natural furthermore is quite, that he should feel almost anything you do take uninvited from the groaning board of his banquet of life, to be such a liberty. Mr. Bender participated thus at his perceptive ease, in the exposed aristocratic illusion. Yes, I guess he has always lived, as he likes the way those of you who have got things fixed for them do over here, and to have to quit it on account of unpleasant remark. But he gave up thoughtfully trying to express what this must be reduced to the mere synthetic interjection, my. That's it, Mr. Bender, Hugh said, for the consecration of such a moral, he won't quit it without a hard struggle. Mr. Bender hereupon, at last, gave himself quite gaily away, as to his high calculation of impunity. Well, I guess he won't struggle too hard for me to hold on to him if I want to. In the thick of the conflict, then however that may be, Hugh returned, don't forget what I've urged on youth's claim of our desolate country. But his friend had an answer to this my natural interest, Mr. Crimble, considering what I do for itis in the claim of ours, but I wish you were on my side. Not so much, Hugh hungrily and truthfully laughed, as I wish you were on mine decidedly. None the less he had to go good for another look here. He reached the doorway of the second room, where however his companion, freshly alert at this, stayed him, by a gesture. How much is she really worth? She, Hugh staring a moment, was miles at sea Lady Sandgate. Her great-grandmother. A responsible answer was prevented. Butler was again with them. He had opened wide the other door, and he named to Mr. Bender the personage under his convoy, Lord John. Hugh caught this from the inner threshold, and it gave him his escape. Oh, ask that friend with which he sought the further passage to the staircase and street, while Lord John arrived in charge of Mr. Gotch, who, having remarked to the two occupants of the front drawing-room that her ladyship would come, left them together. Roman 4. Then Thanes not yet here. Lord John had to resign himself, as he greeted his American ally, but he told me I should find you. He has kept me waiting, that gentleman, returned, but what's the matter with him, anyway? The matter with him, Lord John treated such ignorance as irritating must, of course, be this beastly thing in the journal. Mr. Bender proclaimed, on the other hand, his incapacity to seize such connections. What's the matter with the beastly thing? Why aren't you aware that the stiffest bit of it is a regular dig at you? If you call that a regular dig, you can't have had much experience of the papers. I've known them to dig much deeper. I've had no experience of such horrid attacks, thank goodness. But do you mean to say, asked Lord John, with the surprise of his own delicacy, that you don't unpleasantly feel it? Feel it where, my dear sir? Why, God bless me, such impertinence everywhere. All over me at once. Mr. Bender took refuge in easy humor. Well, I am a large man, so when I want to feel so much I look out for something good. But what if he suffers from the blot on his erminiant that what you weirdos our friend proposed to do about it? Lord John had a demur which was immediately followed by the apprehension of support in his uncertainty. Lady Sandgate was before them, having reached them through the other room, and to her he at once referred the question, "What will Thane propose? Do you think Lady Sandgate to do about it?" She breathed both her hospitality and her vagueness to do. "Don't you know about the thing in the journal? Awfully offensive, all round. There'd be even a little pinch for you in it," Mr. Bender said to Harif. "You were bent on fitting the shoe." Well, she met it all as gaily as was compatible with a firm look at her elder guest, while she took her place with them. "Oh, the shoes of such monsters as that are much too big for poor me." But she was more specific for Lord John. "I know only what Grace has just told me, but since it's a question of footgear, dear Thane will certainly what you may call take his stand." Lord John welcomed this assurance. "If I know him, he'll take it splendidly." Mr. Bender's attention was genial, though rather more detached, and what while he's about it will he take it particularly on. "Oh, we've plenty of things, thank heaven," said Lady Sandgate, "for a man in Thane's position to hold fast by." Lord John freely confirmed it, scores and scores rather, and I will say for us that, with the rotten way things seem going, the fact may soon become a real convenience. Mr. Bender seemed struck and not unsympathetic. "I see that your system would be rather a fraud if you hadn't pretty well fixed that." Lady Sandgate spoke as one at present none the less substantially warned and convinced. "It doesn't, however, alter the fact that we've thus in our ears the first growl of an outcry." Ah, Lord John concurred. "We've unmistakably the first growl of an outcry." Mr. Bender's judgment on the matter paused at sight of Lord Thane, introduced and announced as Lord John spoke by Gotch, but with the result of his addressing directly the person so presenting himself. "Why, they tell me that what this means, Lord Thane, is the first growl of an outcry." The appearance of the most eminent figure in the group might have been held in itself to testify to some such truth, in the sense at least that a certain conscious radiance, a gathered light of battle in his lordship's aspect, would have been explained by his having taken the full measurean inner success with which he glowed off some high provocation. He was flushed, but he bore it as the ensign of his house. He was so admirably vividly dressed for the morning hour, and for his journey, that he shone as with the armor of a knight, and the whole effect of him from head to foot, with every jerk of his unconcern, and every flash of his ease, was to call attention to his being utterly unshaken, and knowing perfectly what he was about. It was at this happy pitch that he replied to the prime upsetter of his piece. "I'm afraid I don't know what anything means to you, Mr. Bender, but it's exactly to find out that I've asked you with our friend John kindly to meet me here for a very brief conference, dear lady, by your good leave." He went on to Lady Sandgate, "at which I'm only too pleased that you yourself should assist the first growl of any outcry. I may mention to you all affects me, no more than the last will. So I'm delighted to gather." Lady Sandgate took him straight up. "That you don't let go your inestimable cure." He at first quite stared, superior let go, but then treated it with a lighter touch. "Upon my honor, I might, you know, that dose of the daily press has made me feel so fit I arrive at any rate," he pursued to the others, "and in particular to Mr. Bender, I arrive with my decision, taken which I've thought may perhaps interest you. If that tuppenny rot is an attempt at an outcry, I simply nip it in the bud." Lord John rejoicingly approved. "Absolutely, the only way with the least self-respect to treat it." Lady Sandgate, on the other hand, sounded a skeptical note. "But are you sure it's so easy, Thane, to hush up a real noise?" "It ain't what I'd call a real one, Lady Sandgate." Mr. Bender said, "You can generally distinguish a real one from the squeak of 2 or 3 mice. But granted mice do affect you, Lord Thane, it will interest me to hear what sort of a trap be what you say you propose to set for them." "You must allow me to measure myself, Mr. Bender." "His lordship replied the importance of a gross freedom, publicly used with my absolutely personal proceedings and affairs, to the cause and origin of any definite report of which in such circles, I'm afraid I rather wonder if you yourself can't give me a clue." It took Mr. Bender a minute to do justice to these stately remarks. "You rather wonder if I've talked of how I feel about your detaining in your hands my beautiful Duchess. Oh, if you've already published her, as yours with your power of publication." Lord Thane coldly laughed. "Off course I trace the connection." Mr. Bender's acceptance of responsibility clearly cost him no shade of a pang. "Why, I haven't for quite a while talked of a blessed other thing, and I am capable of growing more profane over my not getting her than I guess anyone would dare to be if I Roman 999. "Well, y'all certainly not get her, Mr. Bender." Lady Sandgate, as for reasons of her own, bravely trumpeted, And even if there were a chance of it, don't you see that your way wouldn't be publicly to abuse our noble friend? Mr. Bender but beamed in reply upon that personage. Oh, I guess our noble friend knows. I have to talk big about big things, you understand, sir, the scream of the eagle. I'll forgive you, Lord Thane, civilly returned, all the big talk you like. If y'all now understand me, my retort to that hireling pack shall be at once to dispose of a picture. Mr. Bender rather failed to follow, but that's what you wanted to do before. Pardon me, said his lordship, I make a difference, it's what you wanted me to do. The mystification, however, continued, and you were notas you seemed then willing. Lord Thane waved cross questions. Well, I'm willing now, that's all that need concern us only once more. And for the last time, he added with all authority, you can't have our Duchess. You can't have our Duchess, and Lord John, as before the altar of patriotism, wrapped it in sacrificial sighs. You can't have our Duchess, Lady Sandgate repeated, but with a grace that took the sting from her triumph. And she seemed still all sweet sociability, as she added, I wish he'd tell you too, you dreadful rich thing, that you can't have anything at all. Lord Thane, however, in the interest of harmony, deprecated that rigor. Ah, what then would become of my happy retort? And what as it is, Mr. Bender asked Beckham's, of my unhappy grievance? Wouldn't a really great capture make up to you for that? Well, I take more interest in what I want than in what I have, and it depends, don't you see, on how you measure the size. Lord John had at once in this connection a bright idea. Shouldn't you like to go back there and take the measure yourself? Mr. Bender considered him, as through narrowed eyelids look again at that tottering morto. Well, its size, as you say, isn't in any light a negligible quantity. You mean that big as it hasn't yet stopped growing. The question, however, as he immediately showed, resided in what Lord Thane himself meant. It's more to the purpose. He said to Mr. Bender that I should mention to you the leading feature, or in other words, the very essence of my plan of campaign, which is to put the picture at once on view. He marked his idea with a broad but elegant gesture, on view, as a thing definitely disposed of. I say, cried Lord John, moved by this bold stroke to high admiration. Lady Sandgate's approval was more qualified, but on view, dear Thane, how? With one of those pushing people in Bond Street. And then, as for the crushing climax of his policy, as a Mantovano, pure and simple. But my dear man, she quavered, if it isn't one. Mr. Bender at once anticipated the wind had suddenly risen for him, and he let out sail. Lady Sandgate, it's going by all that's well interesting to be one. Lord Thane took him up with pleasure. You sees me, we treat it as one. Lord John eagerly borrowed the emphasis, we treat it as one. Mr. Bender, meanwhile, fed with an opened appetite on the thought, even gave it back larger as the long gloss number 8. Lord Thane happily seized him. That will be a charm. It will make them, Mr. Bender asked, madder than anything. His patron, if not his client, put it more nobly, it will markedly affirm my attitude. Which will in turn, the more markedly create discussion. It may create all it will. Well, if you don't mind it, I don't, Mr. Bender concluded, but though bathed in this high serenity, he was all for the rapid application of it. Elsewhere, y'all put the thing on view right off. As soon as the proper arrangement, you put off your journey to make it. Lady Sandgate at once broke in. Lord Thane bethought himself with the effect of a gracious confidence in the others, not if these friends will act. Oh, I guess well act, Mr. Bender declared. Ah, want we though, Lord John rechoed. You understand then, I have an interest, Mr. Bender went on to Lord Thane. His lordship's irony met it. I accept that complication which so much simplifies. And yet also have a liberty. Where else would be those you've taken the point, is said Lord Thane, that I have a show. It's settled, Mr. Bender, then ill fix your show. He snatched up his hat. Lord John, come right round. Lord John had of himself reached the door, which he opened to let the whirlwind, tremendously figured by his friend, pass out first, taking leave of the others. He gave it even his applause. The fellow can do anything anywhere, and he hastily followed. Avi. Lady Sandgate, left alone with Lord Thane, drew the line at their companion's enthusiasm. That may be true of Mr. Bender, for it's dreadful how he bears one down, but I simply find him a terror. Well, said her friend, who seemed disposed not to fatigue the question, I dare say, a terror will help me. He had other business to which he at once gave himself, and now, if you please, for that girl. "I'll send her to you," she replied, "if you can't stay to luncheon." "I've 3 or 4 things to do," he pleaded, "and I lunch with Kitty at 1. She submitted in that case, but disappointedly, with Berkeley Square then you've time. "But I confess, I don't quite grasp the so odd inspiration that you've set those men to carry out." He showed surprise and regret, but even greater decision. "Then it needn't trouble you, dear, it's enough that I myself go straight." "Are you so very convinced it's straight?" Wouldn't be a bore to him, but she couldn't not be a blessing. "What in the world else is it," he asked, "when having good reasons one acts on 'em? You must have an immense array," she sighed, "to fly so in the face of opinion." "Opinion," he commented, "I fly in its face, why the vulgar thing, as I'm taking my quiet walk flies in mine, I give it a whack with my umbrella, and send it about its business," to which he added with more reproach, "It's enough to have been dished by grace without your falling away." Sadly and sweetly, she defended herself. "It's only my great affection and all that these years have been, for us they it is, that make me wish you weren't so proud. I've a perfect sense, my dear, of what these years have been for USA, very charming matter. But proud is it you find me of the daughter who does her best to ruin me, or of the one who does her best to humiliate?" Lady Sandgate, not undiscernibly, took her choice of ignoring the point of this. "Your surrenders to Kitty are your own affair, but are you sure you can really bear to see Grace?" "I seem expected indeed to bear much," he said, with more and more of his parental bitterness. "But I don't know that I am yet in a funk before my child. Doesn't she want to see me with any contrition, after the trick she has played me?" And then, as his companion's answer failed, "In spite of which trick you suggest that I should leave the country," with no sign of her explaining. His hostess raised her head. "She does want to see you, I know, but you must recall the sequel to that bad hour at Dedborough. It was you who declined to see her before she left the house with you the next day," for Thiesh was entirely reminiscent. "What I recall is that, even if I had condoned that eveninger deception of me in my folly, I still loathed for my friend's sake her practical joke on poor John." Lady Sandgate indulged in the shrug conciliatory. "It was your very complaint that your own appeal to her became an appeal from herself." "Yes," he returned, "so well he remembered. She was about as civil to me, then picking a quarrel with me, on such a trumped-up ground as that devil of a fellow in the newspaper, the taste of whose elegant remarks, for that matter, she must now altogether enjoy." His good friend showily balanced, and might have been about to reply with weight, but what she in fact brought out was only, "I see you're right about it. I must let her speak for herself. That I shall greatly prefer to her speaking as she did so extraordinarily out of the blue at Dedborough, upon my honor, for the wonderful friends she picks up the picture I'm introduced by her. What was his name, who regularly cheeked me, as I suppose he would call it, in my own house, and whom I hope, by the way, that under this roof she's not able to be quite so thick with." If Lady Sandgate winced at that vain dream, she managed not to betray it, and she had in any embarrassment on this matter the support, as we know, of her own tried policy. "She leads her life under this roof, very much as under yours, and she's not of an age, remember, for me to pretend either to watch her movements or to control her contacts." Leaving him, however, thus to perform his pleasure, the charming woman had, before she went, an abrupt change of tone. "Whatever your relations with others, dear friend, don't forget that I am still here." Lord Thane accepted the reminder, though the circumstances being such it scarce moved him to ecstasy. "That you're here, thank heaven, is of course a comforter, would be, if you understood." "Ah," she submissively sighed, "if I don't always understand a spirit so much higher than mine, and a situation so much more complicated, certainly, I at least always defer, I at least always, well, what can I say but worship?" And then, as he remained not other than finely passive, the old altar Thane, she went on, and a spark of the old fire. He had not looked at her on this. It was as if he shrank with his preoccupations from a tender passage, but he let her take his left hand. "So I feel," he was however kind enough to answer. "Do feel," she returned with much concentration. She raised the hand to her pressed lips, dropped it, and with a rich goodbye reached the threshold of the other room. "May I smoke?" he asked, before she had disappeared. "Dear, yes." He had meanwhile taken out his cigarette case, and was looking about for a match, but something else occurred to him. "You must come to Victoria." "Rather," she said with intensity, and with that she passed away. Romans 6. Left alone, he had a moment's meditation, where he stood. It found issue in an articulate "poor dear Thingen" exclamation, marked at once with patience and impatience, with resignation and ridicule, after which, waiting for his daughter, Lord Thane slowly, and absently roamed finding matches at last and lighting his cigarettiel with an air of concern that had settled on him more heavily from the moment of his finding himself, alone his luxury of gloom if gloom, it wasdropped however on his taking heed of Lady Grace, who arriving on the scene through the other room, had had just time to stand and watch him in silence. Oh, he jerked out at sight of her which she had to content herself with as a parental greeting, after separation, his next words doing little to qualify its dryness. I take it for granted that you know I am, within a couple of hours of leaving England under a necessity of health. And then as drawing nearer, she signified, without speaking her possession of this fact I've thought, accordingly that before I go I should in this first possible occasion, since that odious occurrence at Dedborough Lake, to leave you a little more food for meditation in my absence, on the painfully false position, in which you there placed me he carried himself restlessly, even perhaps with a shade of awkwardness to which her stillness was a contrast. She just waited wholly. Passive episibly, indeed a trifle portentous, if you had plotted and planned it in advance, he none the less firmly pursued. If you had acted from some uncanny or malignant motive, you couldn't have arranged more perfectly, to incommode to disconcert, and to all intents and purposes make light of me, and insult me even before this charge. She made no sign with her eyes, now attached to the ground. She let him proceed. I had practically guaranteed to our charming friend, your favorable view of his appeal which you yourself, to remember, had left him in so little doubt also, that having by your performance so egregiously failed him, I have the pleasure of their coming down on me for explanations for compensations, and for God knows what besides. Lady Grace, looking up at last, left him in no doubt of the rigor of her attention. I am sorry, indeed, father, to have done you any wrong. But may I ask whom in such a connection you refer to as they? They he echoed in the manner of a man who has had handed back to his more careful eye across the counter some questionable coin that he has tried to pass why your own sister, to begin with whose interest, in what may make for your happiness, I suppose you decently recognize, and his people one, and all the delightful old Duchess in particular, who only wanted to be charming to you, and who are as good people, and as pleasant, and as clever, damn it, when all's said and done, as any others that are likely to come your way. It clearly did his lordship good to work out thus his case, which grew more and more coherent to him, and glowed with irresistible color, letting alone gallant John himself, most amiable of men, about whose merits, and whose claims you appear to have pretended to agree with me, just that you might, when he presumed, poor chap, ardently, to urge them, deal him with the more cruel effect that calculated blow on the mouth. It was clear that in the girl's great gravity embarrassment had no share. They so come down on you, I understand then, father, that you're obliged to come down on me. Assuredly for some better satisfaction than you're just moping here without a sign. But a sign of what, father? She asked it as helpless as a lone islander, scanning the horizon for a sail. Of your appreciating of your, in some degree, dutifully considering the predicament into which you've put me. Hasn't it occurred to you, in the least, that you've rather put me into one? He threw back his head as from exasperated nerves. I put you certainly in the predicament of your receiving, by my care, a handsome settlement in life which, all the elements that would make for your enjoying, it had every appearance of successfully commending to you, the perfect readiness of which on his lips had like a higher wave the virtue of lifting, and dropping him to still more tangible ground. And if I understand you aright, as wishing to know whether I apologize for that zeal, why you take a most preposterous view of our relation as father and daughter. You understand me no better than I fear. I understand you, Lady Grace returned, if what you expect of me is really to take back my words to Lord John. And then, as he didn't answer, while their breach gaped like a jostled wound, have you seriously come to propose from him again? She added that I shall reconsider my resolute act, and lend myself to your beautiful arrangement. It had so the sound of unmixed ridicule that he could, only for his dignity, not give way to passion. I've come above all for this, I may say, Grace, to remind you of whom you're addressing when you jibe at me, and to make of you assuredly a plain demand exactly, as to whether you judged us to have actively incurred your treatment of our unhappy friend, to have brought it upon us, he and I, by my refusal to discuss with you at such a crisis the question of my disposition of a particular item of my property. I've only to look at you, for that matter, Lord Thane, continued always with a finer point, and a higher consistency, as his rehearsal of his wrongs broadenedto, have my inquiry, as it seems to me, eloquently answered. You flounced away from poor John, you took, as he tells me, his head off just to repay me for what you chose to regard as my snub on the score of your challenging my entertainment of a possible purchaser, a rebuke launched at me practically, in the presence of a most inferior person, a stranger, and an intruder from whom you had all the air of taking your cue, for naming me the great condition on which you'd gratify my hope, am I to understand in other words send his lordship, mounted to a climax that you sent us about our business because I failed to gratify your hope, that of my knocking under to your sudden monstrous pretension, to lay down the law for my choice of ways, and means of raising to my best convenience, a considerable sum of money y'all, be so good as to understand once for all that I recognize there no right of interference from any quarter and, also, to let that knowledge govern your behavior in my absence. Lady Grace had thus for some minutes waited on his words waited, even as almost with anxiety for the safe conduct he might look to, from some of the more extravagant of them. But he at least felt at the end if it was an indall, he owed them so that there was nothing for her, but to accept as achieved his dreadful felicity. You're a very angry with me, and I hope you won't feel me simply aggravating, if I say that thinking everything over I've done my best to allow for that. But I can answer your question, if I do answer it, by saying that my discovery of your possible sacrifice of one of our most beautiful things didn't predispose me to decide in favor of a person, however, backed by Euphor, whose benefit the sacrifice was to take place frankly. The girl pushed on. I did quite hate for the moment everything that might make for such a mistake, and took the darkest view. Let me also confess of every one without exception connected with it. I interceded with you earnestly for our precious picture, and you wouldn't on any terms have my intercession on top of that Lord John blundered in without timeliness or tact, and I am afraid that, as I hadn't been the least in love with him, even before he did have to take the consequence. Lord Thane, with an elated swing of his person, greeted this as all he could possibly want you recognize then, that your reception of him was purely vindictive, meaning of which is that unless my conduct of my private interests, of which you know nothing, whatever happens to square with your superior wisdom, y'all put me under boycott all round, while you chatter about mistakes and blunders, and about our charming friend's lack of the discretion of which you yourself set so grand an example. What account have you to offer of the scene you made me there, before that fellow your confederate, as he had all the air of being giving it me with such effrontery, that if I had eminently done with him after his remarkable display, you at least were but the more determined to see him keep it up. The girl's justification clearly was very present to her, and not less obviously the truth that to make it strong, she must, avoiding every side issue, keep it very simple. The only account I can give you, I think, is that I could but speak at such a moment as I felt, and that I felt, well, how can I say how deeply, if you can really bear to know I feel so still I care, in fact, more than ever, that we shouldn't do such things. I care, if you like, to indiscretion. I care, if you like, to offense, to arrogance, to folly. But even as my last word to you, before you leave England on the conclusion of such a step, I am ready to cry out to you that you oughtn't. Her father, with wonder-moved elevated brows and high commanding hand, checked her, as in an act really of violence excessive, that like an inflamed young priestess, she had already in essence delivered her message. Hallo, 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 my distracted daughter, no, crying out, if you please, after which, while arrested, but unabashed, she still kept her lighted eyes on him. He gave back her conscious stare for a minute inwardly, and rapidly turning things over, making connections, taking, as after some long and lamentable lapse of observation, a new strange measure of her all to the upshot of his, then speaking with a difference of tone, a recognition of still more of the odious than he had supposed, so that the case might really call for some coolness. You keep bad company, grass eat pays the devil, with your sense of proportion. If you make this row when I sell a picture, what will be left to you when I forge a check? If you had arrived at the necessity of forging a check, she answered, I should then resign myself to that of your selling a picture. But not short of that. Not short of that, not one of ours. But I couldn't set his lordship with his best and coldest amusement sell one of somebody else's. She was, however, not disconcerted. Other people do other things, thee appear to have done them, and to be doing them all about us. But we have been so decently differential ways, and ever we've never done anything disloyal. Disloyal was more largely amazed and even interested now. Lady Grace stuck to her word. That's what it seems to me. It seems to you, and his sarcasm here was ease more disloyal to sell a picture than to buy one, because we didn't paint 'em all ourselves, you know. She threw up impatient hands. I don't ask you either to paint or to buy. Oh, that's a mercy, he interrupted, riding his irony hard. And I'm glad to hear you at least let me off such efforts, however, if it strikes you as gracefully filial to apply to your father's conduct. So invidious a word, he went on less scathingly. you must take from him in your turn his quite other view of what makes disloyal to understanding distinctly, by the same token that he enjoins on you not to give an odious illustration of it while he's away, discussing and deploring with any one of your extraordinary friends any aspect or feature, whatever of his walk and conversation that pressed, as I am for time, he went on with a glance at his watch. While she remained silenties the main sense of what I have to say to you, so that I count on your perfect conformity, when you have told me that I may so count, and casting about for his hat he espied it, and went to take it up, I shall more cordially bid you good-bye. His daughter looked as if she had been for some time expecting the law thus imposed upon her head, been seeing where he must come out. But in spite of this preparation, she made him wait for his reply in such tension as he had himself created to Kitty. I've practically said nothing, and she herself can tell you why. I've in fact scarcely seen her this fortnight, putting aside then Amy Sandgate, the only person to whom I've spoken of your sacrifice, as I suppose, Yowl, let me call Itis Mr. Hugh Crimble, whom you talk of as my confederate at Dedborough. Lord Thane recovered the name with relief. Mr. Hugh Crimble, that's it, whom you so amazingly caused to be present and apparently invited to be active at a business that so little concerned him. He certainly took upon himself to be interested, as I had hoped he would, but it was because I had taken upon myself to act. Yes, Lord Thane broke in with the grossest want of delicacy. Well, it's from that exactly that Yowl now forbear and interested, as he may, before which I am deucedly obliged to him, Yowl, not speak to Mr. Crimble again. Never again, the girl put it as for full certitude. Never of the question that I thus exclude. You may chatter your fill, said his lordship curtly, about any others. Why, the particular question you forbid, Grace returned with great force, but as if saying something very reasonable. That question is the question we care about. It's our very ground of conversation. Then her father decreed your conversation will please to dispense with a ground, or Yowl, perhaps better still, if that's the only way, dispense with your conversation. Lady Grace took a moment, as if to examine this more closely. You require of me not to communicate with Mr. Crimble at all. Most assuredly, I require it, since it's to that you insist on reducing me. He didn't look reduced, the master of Dedborough, as he spoke, which was doubtless precisely because he held his head so high to affirm what he suffered. Is it so essential to your comfort, he demanded, to hear him, or to make him abuse me? Abusing you, father dear, has nothing whatever to do with Ithi's daughter, had fairly lapsed with a despairing gesture to the tenderness involved in her compassion for his perversity. We look at the thing in a much larger way, she pursued, not heeding that she drew from him a sound of scorn for her larger. It's of our treasure itself. We talk and of what can be done in such cases, though with a close application, I admit, to the case that you embody. Ah, Lord Thane asked as with absurd curiosity. I embody a case. Wonderfully, father, as you do everything, and it's the fact of its being exceptional, she explained, that makes it so difficult to deal with. His lordship had a gape for it to deal with Ure, undertaking to deal with me. She smiled more frankly now, as for a rift in the gloom. Well, how can we help it if you will be a case? And then, as her tone but visibly darkened his wonder, what we've set our hearts on is saving the picture. What you've set your hearts on, in other words, is working straight against me. But she persisted without heat. What we've set our hearts on is working for England. And pray, who in the world's England, he cried in his stupefaction, unless I am? Dear, dear father, she pleaded, that's all we want you to be. I mean, she didn't fear firmly to force it, homing the real, the right, the grand sense, the sense that you see, is so intensely ours. Or she couldn't but again throw back her word at her. Isn't it, damn you, just in ours? No, no, she interrupted, not in ours. She smiled at him still, though it was strained, as if he really ought to perceive. But he glared as at a senseless juggle. What? And who the devil are you talking about? What are we, the whole blessed lot of us, pray? But the best and most English thing in the country, people, walking and ridding straight, doing disinterestedly, most of the difficult and all the thankless jobs, minding their own business above all, and expecting others to mind theirs. So he let her have the stout sound truth as it were, and so the direct force of it clearly might by his view have made her real, you and I, my lady, and your two decent brothers, God be thanked for them, and mine into the bargain, and all the rest, the jolly lot of us, take us together, make us numerous enough without any foreign aid or mixture, if that's what I understand you to mean. You don't understand me at all, evidently, and above all, I see, you don't want to. She had the bravery to add, by our sense of what's due to the nation in such a case, I mean Mr. Crimble's and many nobodies, else at all since, as I tell you, it's only with him I've talked. It gave him then every inch of him, showed the grotesque measure of the scandal he faced, so that you and Mr. Crimble represent the standard for me, in your opinion of the proprieties and duties of our house. Well, she was too earnest as, she clearly wished to let him mind his perversion of it, I express to you the way we feel. It's most striking to hear certainly what you expressed had positively to laugh for it, and you speak of him with your insufferable we, as if you were presenting him as your God knows, what you've enjoyed a large exchange of ideas, I gather to have arrived at such unanimity. And then as if to fall into no trap, he might somehow be laying for her, she dropped all eagerness and rebutted nothing. You must see a great deal of your fellow critic not to be able to speak of yourself without him. Yes, we're fellow critics, Fathersh accepted this opening, I perfectly adopt your term. But it took her a minute to go further. I saw Mr. Crimble here half an hour ago. Saw him here, Lord Thane, amazedly asked he comes to you, here and Amy Sandgate has been silent. It wasn't her business to tell you since, you see, she could leave it to me, and I quite expect Lady Grace, then produced that hell come again. It brought down with a bang all her father's authority, then I simply exact of you that you don't see him. The pause of which she paid it, the deference was charged like a brimming cup. Is that what you really meant by your condition just now, that, when I do see him, I shall not speak to him? What I really meant is what I really mean, that you bow to the law I lay upon you, and drop the man altogether. Have nothing to do with him at all. Have nothing to do with him at all. In fact, took it and give him wholly up. He had an impatient gesture. You sound as if I asked you to give up a fortune. And then, though she had phrased his idea without consternation really, as if it had been in the balance for her, might have been moved by something that gathered in her eyes, Ure so wrapped up in him, that the precious sacrifice is like that sort of thing. Lady Grace took her time but showed, as her eyes continued to hold him, what had gathered. I like Mr. Crimble exceedingly, father. I think him clever, intelligent, good. I want what he wants, I want it, I think, really as much. And I don't at all deny that he has helped to make me so want it, but that doesn't matter. Ill wholly cease to see him, ill give him up forever. If she faltered, however, she hung fire with a smile that anxiously, intensely appealed. Then she began and stopped again, if while her father caught her up with irritation. If my lady, if what please. If y'all withdraw the offer of our picture to Mr. Benderand, never make another to anyone else. He stood staring as at the size of it, then translated it into his own terms. If ill obligingly announced to the world that I've made an ass of myself, y'all kindly forbear from your united effort the charming pair of you to show me up for one. Lady Grace, as if consciously not caring or attempting to answer this, simply gave the first flare of his criticism time to drop. It wasn't till a minute passed that she said, you don't agree to my compromise. Ah, the question but fatally sharpened at a stroke. The stiffness of his spirit, good God, I am to compromise on top of everything to let you browbeat me, haggle, and bargain with me over a thing that I am entitled to settle with you, as things have ever been settled among us by uttering to you my last parental word. You don't care enough then for what you named. She took it up as scarce heeding now what he said. For putting an end to your odious commerce, I give you the measure. On the contrary, said Lord Thane, of how much I care, as you give me very strangely. Indeed, it strikes me that of what it costs you. But his other words were lost in the hard, long look at her from which he broke off in turn, as for disgust. It was with an effect of decently shielding herself. The unuttered meaning came so straight that she substituted words of her own, of what it costs me to redeem the picture. To lose your tenth-rate friend has spoke without scruple now. She instantly broke into ardent deprecation, pleading at once and warning, father, father, oh, you hold the thing in your hands. He pulled up before her again, as to thrust the responsibility straight back. My orders, then, are so much rubbish to you. Lady Grace held her ground, and they remained face to face in opposition and accusation, neither making the other the sign of peace. But the girl at least had in her way held out the olive branch, while Lord Thane had but reaffirmed his will. It was for her acceptance of this that he searched her last word, not having yet come before it had done so. However, the door from the lobby opened, and Mr. Gotch had regained their presence. This appeared to determine in Lady Grace a view of the importance of delay, which she signified to her companion in a I must think, for the butler positively resounded, and Hugh was there. Mr. Crimble, Mr. Gotch proclaimed with the further extravagance of projecting the visitor straight upon his lordship. Romans 7. Our young man showed another face than the face his friend had lately seen him carry off, and he now turned it distressfully from that source of inspiration to Lord Thane, who was flagrantly, even from this first moment, no such source at all, and then from his noble adversary back again, under pressure of difficulty and effort to Lady Grace, whom he directly addressed here. I am again, you see, and I've got my news worse luck. But his manner to her father was the next instant more brisk. I learned you were here, my lord. But as the case is important, I told them, it was all right, and came up. I've been to my club, he added for the girl, and found the tiresome thing, but he broke down breathless. And it isn't good, she cried with the highest concern. Ruefully, yet not abjectly, he confessed, not so good as I hoped, for I assure you, my lord, I counted. It's the report from Papendick about the picture at Verona, Lady Grace interruptingly explained. Hugh took it up, but as we should well have seen under embarrassment, dismally, deeper the ugly particular defeat, he had to announce, showing thus in his thought for a more awkward force than any reviving possibilities that he might have begun to balance against them. The man I told you about also, he said to his formidable patron, whom I went to Brussels to talk with, and who most kindly has gone for us to Verona. He has been able to get straight at their Mantovano, but the brute horribly wires me that he doesn't quite see the thing I mean, and he gathered his two hearers together now, in his overflow of chagrin, conscious with his break of the ice, more exclusively of that me vivid vital point, the absolute screaming identity of the two persons represented, I still hold. He persuasively went on that our man is their man, but Papendick decides that he isn't, and as Papendick has so much to be reckoned with, of course I am awfully abashed. Lord Thane had remained what he had begun by being immeasurably and inaccessibly detachedly, with his curiosity, more moved than he could help. And as on second thought to see what sort of a still more offensive fool the heated youth would really make of himself, yes, you seem indeed remarkably abashed. Hugh clearly was thrown again by the cold cut of this colder than any mere social ignoring upon a sense of the damnably poor figure he did offer, so that while he straightened himself, and kept a mastery of his manner, and a control of his reply, we should yet have felt his cheek tingle. I backed my own judgment strongly. I know, and I've got my snub, but I don't in the least knock under. Only the first authority in Europe doesn't care, I suppose, whether you do or not. He isn't the first authority in Europe, thank God, the young man returned, though. He is, I admit, one of the 3 or 4 first. And I mean to appeal. I've another shot in my locker. He went on with his rather painfully forced smile to Lady Grace. I had already written, you see, to dear old Barty. Barty of Millanche recognized it was admirably manifest, the appeal of his directness to her generosity awkward, as their predicament was also for her herself, and spoke to him as she might have spoken without her father's presence. It would have shown for beautiful on the spot, had there been any one to perceive it, that he devoutly recorded her intelligence. You know of him how delightful of you, for the Italians I now feel. He quickly explained, he must have most the instinct, and it has come over me, since that he d have been more our man, besides, of course, his so knowing the Verona picture. She had fairly hung on his lips, but does he know ours? Not ours yet, that ish consciously, and quickly took himself up, not yours. But as Papendick went to Verona, for us I've asked Barty to do us the great favor to come here if Lord Thane will be so good, he said, bethinking himself with a turn, as to let him examine the morto. He faced again to the personage he mentioned, who simply standing off and watching in concentrated interest, as well as detachment, this interview of his cool daughter and her still cooler guest, had plainly elected, as it were, to give them rope to hang themselves. Staring very hard at Hugh, he met his appeal, but in a silence clearly calculated against which, however, the young man bearing up made such head as he could. He offered his next word, that is equally to the two companions. It's not at all impossible, for such curious effects have been that the Dedborough picture scene after the Verona will point a different moral from the Verona scene after the Dedborough. And so awfully long after was it, Lady Grace asked. Awfully long after it was years ago that Papendick, being in this country for such purposes, was kindly admitted to your house, when none of you were there, or at least visible. Oh, of course we don't see every one. Heroically kept it up. You don't see every one. Hugh bravely laughed, and that makes it all the more charming that you did, and that you still do see me. I shall really get Barty, he pursued, to go again to Verona. The last thing before coming Harish had guessed before he could say it, and still she sustained it so that he could shine at her for assent. How happy they should like so to work for you. Ah, we're a band of brothers, he returned, we happy few from country to country, to which he added, gaining more ease for an eye at Lord Thane, though we do have our little rubs and disputes like Papendick and me. Now the thing you see is the ripping interest of it all since he developed, and explained for his elder friend's benefit with pertinacious cheer. And an assurance, superficially at least, recovered, when we're really hit over a case, well, do almost anything in life. Lady Grace recklessly throbbing in the breath of it, all immediately appropriated, what her father let alone it, must be so lovely to feel so hit. It does spoil, one Hugh laughed for milder joys of course what I have to consider, is the chance of putting it at the merest chancy off Barty's own wet blanket. But that's again so very small though, he pulled up with a drop to the comparative dismal, which he offered as an almost familiar tribute to Lord Thane Yowell retort upon me naturally, that I promised you the possibility of Papendick's veto, would be all on the poor dear old basis Yowell claim, of the wish father, to the thought well I do wish to be right as much as I believe I am only give me time, he sublimely insisted. How can we prevent your using it, Lady Grace again, interrupted, or the fact either that if the worst comes to the worst, the thing at once pursued will always be at the least the greatest of mortos he cried so cheerily, that there was still a freedom in it toward any it might concern the worst shan't come to the worst. But the best to the best my conviction of which it is that supports me in the deep regret I have to express and he faced Lord Thane again for any inconvenience I may have caused you by my abortive undertaking, that I vow here before Lady Grace, I will yet more than make up. Lord Thane, after the longest, but the blankest contemplation of him, broke hereupon for the first time that attitude of completely sustained and separate silence, which he had yet made compatible with his air of having deeply noted every element of the siniso, that it was of this full view his participation had effectively consisted, I haven't the least idea, sir, what you're talking about, and he squarely turned his back, strolling toward the other room, the threshold, of which he the next moment had passed, remaining scantily within however, and in sight of the others, not to say of ourselves, even though averted and ostensibly lost in some scrutiny that might have had for its object the great enshrined Lawrence. There ensued upon his words and movement a vivid mute passage, the richest of commentaries between his companions, who, deeply divided by the width of the ample room, followed him with their eyes, and then used for their own interchange these organs of remark eloquent now over Hugh's unmistakable dismissal at short order, on which obviously he must at once act Lady Grace's young arms conveyed to him, by a despairing contrite motion of surrender, that she had done for him all she could do in his presence, and that however sharply doubtful the result, he was to leave the rest to herself. They communicated thus the strenuous pair for their full moment, without speaking, only with the prolonged, the charged give and take of their gaze, and it might well have been imagined of their passion. Hugh had for an instant a show of hesitation off the arrested impulse, while he kept her father within range to launch at that personage, before going some final remonstrance. It was the girl's raised hand and gesture of warning that waved away for him such a mistake he decided under her pressure, and after a last searching and answering look at her reached the door, and let himself out. The stillness was then prolonged a minute by the further weight of the two others, Lord Thane, where he had been standing, and his daughter on the spot from which she had not moved. It presently ended in his lordship's turnabout, as if inferring by the silence that the intruder had withdrawn. "Is that young man your lover?" he said, as he drew again near. Lady Grace waited a little, but spoke as quietly as if she had been prepared. "Has the question a bearing on the promise you a short time ago demanded of me?" "It has a bearing on the so extraordinary appearance of your intimacy with him." "You mean that if he should be what you ask me about your exaction, would then be modified?" "My request that you break it short off, that request would on the contrary, Lord Thane, pronounced rest on an immense new ground, therefore, I insist on your telling me the truth." "Want the truth be before you, father, if y'all think a moment without extravagance," after which, while as stiffly as ever and, it probably seemed to her impatience, as stupidly, didn't rise to it, she went on, "if I offered you not again to see him, does that make for you the appearance?" "If you offered it you mean on your condition me promising not to sell." "I promised," said Lord Thane, "absolutely nothing at all." She took him up with all expression, "so I promised as little, but that I should have been able to say what I did sufficiently, meets your curiosity." She might, wronged as she held herself, have felt him stupid not to see how wronged, but he was in any case acute for an evasion. "You risked your offer for the great equivalent over which you've so wildly worked yourself up." "Yes, I've worked myself, that I grant you, and don't blush for, but hardly so much as to renounce my love if," she prodigiously smiled, "I were so fortunate as to have one." You renounced poor John mightily easily, whom you were so fortunate as to have. Her brows rose as high as his own had ever done. Do you call Lord John my lover? He was your suitor, most assuredly, Lord Thane, inimitably said, though without looking at her, and as strikingly encouraged as he was respectfully ardent. Encouraged by you, dear father, beyond doubt. Encouraged or be every one because you were, yes, you were encouraging. And what I ask of you now is a word of common candor, as to whether you didn't on your honor turn him off because of your just then so stimulated views on the person who has been with us. Grace replied, but after an instant as moved by more things than she could say, moved above all in her trouble, and her pity for him, by other things than harshness, O father, father, father. He searched her through all the compassion of her cry, but appeared to give way to her sincerity. Well then, if I have your denial, I take it as answering my whole question in a manner that satisfies me. If there's nothing on your word of that sort between you, you can all the more drop him. But you said a moment ago that I should all the more in the other cast at that, of there being something. He brushed away her logic, hopping. If you're so keen, then, for past remarks, I take up your own words, I accept your own terms for your putting an end to Mr. Crimble, to which, while turning pale, she said nothing. He added, you recognize that you profess yourself ready. Not again to see him, she now answered, if you tell me the picture's safe. Yes, I recognize that I was ready, as well as how scornfully little you then were. Never mind what I then wasked questions of what I actually am. Since I close with you on it, the picture's therefore as safe as you please, Lord Thane pursued. If y'all do what you just now engaged to. I engaged to do nothing, she replied after a pause, and the face she turned to him had grown suddenly tragic. I've no word to take back, for none passed between us. But I won't do what I mentioned, and what you at once laughed at, because, she finished, the case is different. Different, he almost shouted. How different? She didn't look at him for it, but she was none the less strongly distinct. He has been here, and that has done it, he knows, she admirably emphasized. Knows what I think of him, no doubt, for a brazen young prevaricator, but what else? She still kept her eyes on a far-off point. What he will have seen, that, I feel, we're two good friends. Then your denial of it's false, her father fairly thundered, and you are infatuated. It made her the more quiet. I like him very much. So that your row about the picture, he demanded with passion, has been all a blind. And then, as her quietness still held her, and his a blind as much to help him to get at you. She looked at him again. Now he must speak for himself. I've said what I mean. But what the devil do you mean? Lord Thane, taking in the hour, had reached the door as in supremely baffled conclusion, and with a sense of time lamentably lost. Their eyes met upon it all dreadfully across the wide space, and hurried and incommoded as she saw him, she yet made him still stand a minute. Then she let everything go. Do what you like with the picture. He jerked up his arm and guarding hand as before a leveled blow at his face, and with the other hand flung open the door, having done with her now, and immediately lost to sight, left alone. She stood a moment looking before her, then, with a vague advance held apparently by a quickly growing sense of the implication of her act, reached a table, where she remained a little deep afresh in thoughtly, the next thing to fall into a chair close to it. And there, with her elbows on it, yield to the impulse of covering her flushed face with her hands. Book third. And I? Hugh Crimble waited again in the Bruton Street drawing room, this time at the afternoon hour. He restlessly shifted his place, looked at things about him. Without seeing them, all he saw, all he outwardly studied, was his own face and figure, as he stopped an instant before a long glass suspended between two windows, just as he turned from that brief, and perhaps not wholly gratified inspection, Lady Grass, at that he had sent up his name, to whom was immediately apparent, presented herself at the entrance from the other room. These young persons had hereupon no instant exchange of words. Their exchange was muteth, but paused where they were, while the silence of each evidently tested the other for full confidence. A measure of this comfort came first, it would have appeared to Hugh, though he then at once asked for confirmation of it. Am I right, Lady Grace? Am I right? Oh, have come, I mean, after so many days of not hearing, not knowing, and perhaps all too stupidly not trying. And he went on as still with her eyes on him. She didn't speak, though only we should have guessed from her stress of emotion. Even if I am wrong, let me tell you I don't care, simply because whatever new difficulty I may have brought about for you here a fortnight ago, there's something that today adds to my doubt and my fear too great a pang, and that has made me feel I can scarce bear the suspense of them as they are. The girl came nearer, and if her grave face expressed a pity, it yet declined a dread of what suspense do you speak your still being without the other opinion. Ah, that worries me, yes, and all the more at this hour as I say that he dropped it, however ill tell you in a moment, my real torment, all the while has been not to know from day to day, what situation, what complication that last scene of ours with your father here, has let you in for, and yet at the same time having no sign nor sound. From you do see the importance of not making anything possibly worse by approaching you again, however discreetly I've been in the dark, he pursued, and feeling that I must leave you there so that no just brutally turning up once more under personal need. And at any cost I don't know whether I most want or most fear what I may learn from you. Lady Grace, listening and watching, appeared to choose between different ways of meeting this appeal. She had a pacifying, postponing gesture, marked with a beautiful authority, a sign of the value for her of what she gave precedence to, and which waved off everything else. Have you had first of Alany news yet of Barty? That I have is what has driven me straight at you again since I've shown you, before how I turned to you at a crisis. He has come as I hoped and like a regular good un. Hugh was able to state I've just met him at the station. But I pick him up again at his hotel in Clifford Street, at 5. He stopped on his way from Dover this morning, to my extreme exasperation to sample Canterbury, and I leave him to a bath and a change and tea. Then swooping down, I whirl him round to Bond Street, where his very first apprehension of the thing in apprehension, oh, I guarantee you so quick and clean and fine and wise, will be the flashlight projected well, said the young man to wind up handsomely, but briefly and reasonably over the whole field of our question. She panted with comprehension, that of the two portraits being but the one sitter. That of the two portraits being but the one sitter with everything so to the good more and more, that bangs in up to the head the golden nail of authenticity, and it quite glowed through his gloom, for it we take our stand in glory on the last Mantovano in the world. It was a presumption his friend visibly yearned for, but over which too, with her eyes away from him, she still distinguished the shadow of a cloud, that is if the flashlight comes. That is if it comes indeed, confound I've had to enlarge a little, under the recall of past experience, so now, at any rate, you see my tension. She looked at him again, as with a vision too full for a waste of words, while you on your side of course keep well in view Mr. Benders. Yes, while I keep well in view Mr. Benders, though he doesn't know you see of Barty's being at hand. Still, said the girl, always all lucid for the case, if the flashlight does presently break. It will first take him in the eye. Hugh had jumped to her idea, but he adopted it only to provide it might, if he didn't now wear goggles so, to sake leapt on him, too hard by Pappendick's, so damnably perverse opinion, with which however he quickly bethought himself, ah, of course these wretched days. You haven't known of Pappendick's personal visit after that wire from Verona? I wired him back defiance. And that brought him, she cried. To do the honest thing, yes, I will say for him to renew, for full assurance, his early memory of our picture. She hung upon it, but only to stick then to what he had telegraphed. To declare that for him, lackaday, are things a pure morton to declare, as much moreover, with all the weight of his authority, to Bender himself, who of course made a point of seeing him. So that Bendersh followed, and Wonderetti's, as a consequence, wholly off. It made her friend's humor play up in his acuteness. Bender, Lady Grace, is by the law of his being never wholly off or on anything. He lives like the moon in midair, shedding his silver light on earth, never quite gone, yet never all there save for inappreciable moments. He would be an eclipse as a peril I grant, Hugh went on, if the question had struck him as really closed. But luckily the blessed press, which is a pure heavenly joy, and now quite immense on it, keeps it open as wide as Piccadilly. Which makes, however, Lady Grace discriminated for the danger of a grab. Ah, but all the more for the shame of a surrender, of course. I admit that, when it's a question of a life spent like his, in waiting acquisitively for the cat to jump, the only thing for one at a given moment, as against that signal, is to be found oneself by the animal, in the line of its trajectory. That's exactly, he laughed, where we are. She cast about as intelligently to note the place. Your great idea, you mean, has so worked with the uproar truly as loud as it has seemed to come to us here. All beyond my wildest hope, Hugh returned, since the sight of the picture flocked to every day by thousands, so beautifully tells that we must at any cost keep it, that the nation must and hang on to it tight, is the cry that fills the air to the tune of 10 letters a day in the papers, with every 3 days, a gorgeous leader, to say nothing of more and more passionate talk, all over the place, some of it awfully wild, but all of it wind in our sails. I suppose it was that wind then, That blew me round there to see the thing in its new light, Lady Grace said, but I couldn't stay for tears. Ah Hugh insisted on his side for comfort well crow loudest yet, and don't meanwhile, just don't those splendid strange eyes of the fellow seem consciously to plead the women bless them adore him cling to him, and there's talk of a ladies' league of protestol of which keeps up the pitch. Poor Amy and I are a ladies' league, the girl joylessly joked as, we now take in the journal regardless of expense. Oh, then you practically have it all since, Hugh added, after a brief hesitation, I suppose Lord Thane himself doesn't languish uninformed. At Faroff Salso Magharebi, the papers no doubt indeed, he isn't spared even the worst, said Lady Grace, and, no doubt too, it's a drag on his cure. Her companion seemed struck with her lack of assurance, then you don't if I may ask here from him. I never a word. He doesn't write, Hugh allowed himself to insist. He doesn't write, and I don't write either. And Lady Sandgate, Hugh once more ventured. Doesn't she write? Doesn't she hear, said the young man, treating the other form of the question as a shade evasive. I've asked her not to tell me, his friend replied, that is if he simply holds out. So that as she doesn't tell you, Hugh was clear, for the inference of course does hold out, to which he added almost accusingly, while his eyes searched her, but your case is really bad. She confessed to it after a moment, but as if vaguely enjoying it, my case is really bad. He had a vividness of impatience and contrition, 197. And it's I will too blunderingly have made it so. I've made it so myself, she said with a high headshake, and you on the contrary, but here she checked her emphasis. Ah, I've so wanted through our horrid silence to help you, and he pressed to get more at the truth you've so quite fatally displeased him. To the last point as I tell you, but it's not to that I refer, she explained, it's to the ground of complaint I've given you, and then as this, but left him blank, it's time it was at once time that you should know, she pursued, and yet if it's hard for me to speak, as you see it was impossible for me to write, but there it is, she made her sad and beautiful effort the last thing before he left us. I let the picture go. You mean, but he could only wonder till, however, it glimmered upon him, you gave up your protest. I gave up my protest. I told him that so far as I am concerned he might do as he liked. Her poor friend turned pale at the sharp little shock of it, but if his face thus showed the pang of too great a surprise, he yet wreathed the convulsion in a gay grimace. You leave me to struggle alone. I leave you to struggle alone. He took it in bewilderingly, but tried again, even to the heroic for optimism. Ah well, you decided, I suppose, on some new personal ground. Yes, a reason came up, a reason I hadn't to that extent looked for, and which of a sudden quickly, before he went I had somehow to deal with so, to give him my word in the dismal sense, I mention, was my only way to meet the strain. She paused, Hugh waited for something further, and I gave him my word I wouldn't help you, she wound up. He turned it over to act in the matter, I see. To act in the matter, she went through, with a tafter, the high stand I had taken. Still he studied it, I see, it's between you and your father. It's between him and May's an engagement, not again to trouble him. Hugh from his face might have feared a still greater complication, so he made as he would probably have said a jolly lot of this. Ah, that was nice of you, and natural, that's all right. Nosh spoke from a deeper dip, that's altogether wrong, for whatever happens, I must now accept it. Well, say you must really declined not to treat it, almost as rather a lark if we can at least go on talking. Ah, we can at least go on talking, she perversely sighed. I can say anything I like so long as I don't say it to him, she almost wailed. But she added with more firmness, I can still hope and I can still pray. He set free again with a joyous gesture, all his confidence. Well, what more could you do anyhow, so isn't that enough? It took her a moment to say, and even then she didn't. Is it enough for you, Mr. Crimble? What is enough for Meh could, for his part, readily name itis, the harm done you at our last meeting by my eruption, so that if you got his consent to see me. I didn't get his consent, had turned away from the searching eyes, but she faced them again to rectify, I see you against his express command. Ah, then thank God I came, was like a bland breath on a feu de joie, he flamed so much higher. Thank God you've come, yes, for my deplorable exposure, and to justify her name for it, before he could protest, I offered him here, not to see you, she rigorously explained. Offered him, Hugh did drop for it, not to see Meaver again. She didn't falter, never again. Ah, then he understood, but he wouldn't let that serve. Not for the price I put on it. His yielding on the picture. His yielding on the picture. Hugh lingered before it. All your proposal wasn't good enough. It wasn't good enough. I see, he repeated. I see, but he was in that light again, mystified. Then, why are you therefore not free? Because just after you came back, and I did see you again. Ah, it was all present. You found you were too sorry for me. I found I was too sorry for you, as he himself found I was. Hugh had got hold of it now, and that you mean he couldn't stomach. So little that when you had gone, and how you had to go, you remember, he at once proposed rather than that I should deceive you in a way so different from his own. To do all we want of him. To do all I did at least. And it was then he took in that you wouldn't deal. Weltry though she might to keep the color out, it all came straighter, and straighter now. Those moments had brought you home to me, as they had also brought him, making such a difference. I felt for what he veered round to agree to. The difference Hugh wanted it so adorably definite that you didn't see your way to accepting. No, not to accepting the condition he named. Which was that he'd keep the picture for you, if you'd treat me as too low. If I'd treat you, said Lady Grace, with her eyes on his fine young face, as impossible. He kept her eyes clearly liked so, to make her repeat it, and not even for the sake of the picture, after he had given her time, however her silence, with her beautiful look in it, seemed to admonish him not to force her for his pleasure, as if what she had already told him didn't make him throb enough. For the wonder of it, he had it, and let her see by his high flush, how he made it his own. Well, the next thing as it was, but part of her avowal, the rest of that illumination called for a different intelligence. Your father's reprobation of me, personally, is on the ground that you're all such great people. She spared him the invidious answer to this, as a moment before his eagerness had spared her reserve. She flung over the ground that his question laid bare the light veil of an evasion. Great people I've learned to see mustn't remain great do what my father's doing. It's indeed on the theory of their not so behaving, Hugh returned, that we see them all the inferior rest of using the grand glamour of their greatness. If he had spoken to meet her admirable frankness, halfway that beauty in her almost brushed him aside to make at a single step the rest of the journey. You want see them in it for long if they don't now under such tests, and with such opportunities begin to take care. This had given him at a stroke. He clearly felt all freedom for the closer criticism. Lord Thane perhaps recognizes some such canny truth, but takes care with the least trouble to himself, and the finest short cut does it, if y'all let me say so, rather on the cheap, be finding the likes of me, as his daughter's trusted friend, out of the question. Well, you won't mind that, will you? Lady Grace asked, if he finds his daughter herself in any such relation to you, quite as much so. Different enough from position to position, and person to person, he brightly brooded, is the view that gets itself most comfortably taken of the implications of honor. Yes, the girl returned, my father, in the act of despoiling us all who are interested without, apparently, the least unpleasant consciousness, keeps the balance showily, even to his mostly so fine, so delicate sense, by suddenly discovering that he's scandalized at my caring for your friendship. Hugh looked at her on this as with the gladness verily of possession promised and only waiting her, as if from that moment forth, he had her assurance of everything that most concerned him, and that might most inspire. Well, isn't the moral of it all simply that what his perversity of pride, as we can only hold it, will have most done for us, is to bring you then to keep us blessedly together? She seemed for a moment to question his, simply, do you regard us as so much together, when you remember where, in spite of everything, I've put myself? By telling him to do what he likes, he recalled without embarrassment, oh, that wasn't in spite of everything, it was only in spite of the Mantovano. Only, she flushed, when I've given the picture up. Ah, Hugh cried, I don't care a hang for the picture. And then, as she led him close to her with this possess himself of her hands, we both only care, don't we, that we're given to each other thus? We both only care, don't we, that nothing can keep us apart? Oh, if you've forgiven me, she sighed into his fond face. Why, since you gave the thing up for me, he pleadingly laughed, it isn't as if you had given me up. For anything, ah, never, she breathed. Then why aren't we all right? Well, if you will. Oh, for ever and ever and ever. And with this ardent cry of his devotion, his arms closed in their strength, and she was clasped to his breast and to his lips. The next moment, however, she had checked him with the warning Amy Sengadia's, if she had heard their hostess enter the other room, Lady Sandgate was in fact almost already upon them there. Disjunction had scarce been effected, and she had reached the nearer threshold. They had at once put the widest space possible between Thema, little of the flurry of which transaction agitated. Doubtless their clutch at composure they gave back a shade awkwardly and consciously on one side, and the other the speculative though gracious attention she for a few moments made them, and their recent intimate relation, the subject of from all of which indeed Lady Grace sought, and found cover in a prompt and responsible address to Hugh. Mustn't you go without more delay to Clifford Street? He came back to it all alert at once he had recovered his hat, and reached the other door, whence he gesticulated farewell to the elder lady. Please pardon, meaned he disappeared. Lady Sandgate hereupon stood for a little silently confronted, with the girl. Have you freedom of mind, for the fact that your father's suddenly at hand? He has come back. Lady Grace was sharply struck. He arrives this afternoon, and appears to go straight to Kitty According to a wire that I find downstairs on coming back late from my luncheon. He has returned with a rushes, said his correspondent in the elation of triumph. I was sure he would. Her young friend was more at sea, brought back you mean by the Outcry of an, though he so hates it. But she was more and more all lucidity save in so far, as she was now almost all authority hating still, more to seem afraid. He has come back to face the music. Lady Grace turning away as in vague despair for the manner in which the music might affect him, yet wheeled about again, after thought to a positive recognition, and even to quite an inconsequent pride. Yes, that's dear old father. And what was Lady Sandgate moreover, but mistress now of the subject at the point the row has reached? He couldn't stand it another day, so he has thrown up his cure andalist. We should oppose him, not even announced his start. Well, her companion returned now that I've done it all, I shall never oppose him again. Lady Sandgate appeared to show herself as still under the impression she might have received on entering hell. Only oppose you. If he does, said Lady Grace, we're at present too to bear it. Heaven save us then. The elder woman was quick, was even cordial for the sense of this year, good friend is clever. Lady Grace honored the remark. Mr. Crimble's remarkably clever. And you've arranged. We haven't argued, we've understood, so that, dear Amy, if you understand. Lady Grace paused, for Gotch had come in from the hall. His lordship has arrived, his mistress immediately put to him. No, my lady, but Lord John Hastow know if he's expected here, and in that case, by your ladyship's leave to come up. Her ladyship turned to the girl. May Lord John is, we do await your father come up. As suits you, please. He may come up, said Lady Sandgate to Gotch. His lordship's expected. She had a pause till they were alone again, when she went on to her companion. You asked me just now if I understood. Well, I do understand. Lady Grace, with Gotch's withdrawal, which left the door open, had reached the passage to the other room. Then Yowl excuse Mesh made her escape. Roman 2. Lord John re-announced the next instant from the nearest quarter, and quite waving salutations, left no doubt of the high pitch of his eagerness and tension, as soon as the door had closed behind him. What on earth then do you suppose he has come back to do? To which he added, while his hostess gesture impatiently disclaimed conjecture, because when a fellow really finds himself the center of a cyclone. Isn't it just at the center, she interrupted, that you keep remarkably still, and only in the suburbs that you feel the rage? I count on dear Thanes doing nothing in the least foolish. Ah, but he can't have chucked everything for nothing, Lord John sharply returned, and wherever you place him in the rumpus, he can't not meet somehow. Hang it, such an assault on his character, as a great nobleman and good citizen. It's his luck to have become, with the public of the newspapers, the scapegoat in chief for the sins, so-called, of a lot of people. Lady Sandgate inconclusively sighed. Yes, Lord John concluded for her, the mercenary millions, on whose traffic in their trumpery value as when they're so lucky as to have anything isn't a patch. Oh, there are cases and cases, situations and responsibilities, so intensely different that appeared on the whole for her ladyship, the moral to be gathered. Of course everything differs all round from everything, Lord John went on, and who in the world knows anything of his own case, but the victim of circumstances exposing himself for the highest and purest motives to be literally torn to pieces. Well, said Lady Sandgate, as in her strained suspense, she freshly consulted her bracelet watch. I hope he isn't already torn if you tell me you've been to Kitty's. Oh, he was all right so far. He had arrived and gone out again, the young man explained, as Lady Imber hadn't been at home. Ah, cool kitty, his hostess sighed, again but diverted, as she spoke by the reappearance of her butler this time, positively preceding Lord Thane, whom she met when he presently stood before her, his garb of travel, exchanged for consummate afternoon dress with yearning tenderness and compassionate curiosity. At last, dearest friend, what a joy, but with Kitty not at home to receive you. That young woman's parent made light of it for the indulged creature's sake. Oh, I knew my Kitty I dressed. And I find her at 5:30, to which he added, as he only took in further without expression Lord John, but Bender, who came there before my arrival, hasn't tried for me here. It was a point on which Lord John himself could at least be expressive. I met him at the club at luncheon. He had had your letter, but for which chance, my dear man, I should have known nothing. Y'all see him all right at this house. But I'm glad, if I may say so, Thane, the speaker pursued with some emphasis, I'm glad, to get hold of you first. Lord Thane seemed about to ask for the meaning of this remark, but his other companion's apprehension had already overflowed. You haven't come back, have you, though, whatever it may, before trouble of any sort with Breckenridge? His lordship transferred his penetration to this fair friend. Have you become so intensely absorbed these remarkable days in Breckenridge? She felt the shadow you would have seen of his claimed right, or at least privilege of searching it easily. After an instant emerged clear I've thought and dreamt, but of yow suspicious man in proportion as the clamor has spread, and Mr. Bender meanwhile, if you want to know, hasn't been near me once. Lord John came in a manner, and however unconsciously to her aid, you'd have seen if he had been what's the matter with him, I think, and what perhaps Thane has seen from his own letter, since he went on to his fellow visitor. I understood him a week ago to have been much taken up with writing you. Lord Thane received this without comment, only again, with an air of expertly sounding the speaker, after which he gave himself afresh for a moment to Lady Sandgate. I've not come home for any clamor, as you surely know me well enough to believe, or to notice for a minute, the cheapest insolence and aggression which, frankly, scarce reached me out there, or which, so far as it did, I was daily washed clean of by those blessed waters. I returned on Mr. Bender's letter. He then vouchsafed to Lord John 3 extraordinarily vulgar pages about the egregious Papendick. About his having suddenly turned up in person, yes. And as Breckenridge says, marked the picture down, the young man was clearly all-knowing. That has of course weighed on Bender, being confirmed apparently on the whole by the drift of public opinion. Lord Thane took on this with a frank show of reaction. From some of his friends' terms a sharp turn, off he even ironically indicated the babbler, or at least the blunderer in question, to Lady Sandgate. He too has known me so long, and he comes here to talk to me of the drift of public opinion, after which he quite charged at his vain informant. Am I to tell you again that I snap my fingers at the drift of public opinion, which is but another name for the chatter of all the fools one doesn't know, in addition to all those and plenty of one damnably does? Lady Sandgate, by a turn of the hand, dropped oil from her golden cruse. Ah, you did that in your own grand way before you went abroad. I don't speak of the matter, my dear man, in the light of its effect on you, Lord John, importantly explained, but in the light of its effect on Bender, who so consumedly wants the picture, if he is to have it to be a Mantovano, but seems unable to get it taken at last for anything but the fine old Mordo that of course it has always been. Lord Thane, in growing disgust at the whole beastly complication, betrayed more and more the odd pitch of the temper that had abruptly restored him with such incalculable weight to the scene of action. Well, isn't a fine old Mordo good enough for him, confound him? It pulled up not a little Lord John, who yet made his point. A fine old Mordo, was exactly what he declined at Dedbarofer, its comparative, strictly comparative insignificance, and he only thought of the picture when the wind began to rise for the enormous rarity. That mendacious young cad who has bamboozled Grace, Lord Thane, broke in, tried to befool us for his beggarly reasons into claiming for it. Lady Sandgate renewed her mild influence. Ah, the knowing people haven't had their last word, the possible Mantovano isn't exploded. Yet her noble friend, however, declined the offered spell. I've had enough of the knowing people. Knowing people are serpents, my pictures to take, or to leaving it's what I've come back, if you please, John, to say to your man to his face. This declaration had a report as sharp, and almost as multiplied as the successive cracks of a discharged revolver. Yet when the light smoke cleared, Lady Sandgate at least was still left standing and smiling. Yes, why in mercy's name can't he choose which end? Why does he write him dreadful Breckenridge such tiresome, argumentative letters? Lord John took up her idea, as with the air of something that had been working in him, rather vehemently though under due caution too, as a consequence of this exchange, during which he had apprehensively watched his elder. I don't think I quite see how my dear Thane the poor chap's letter was so offensive. In that case, his dear Thane could tell him, because it was a tissue of expressions that may pass current over counters, and in awful newspapers in his extraordinary world or country, but that I declined to take time to puzzle out here. If he didn't make himself understood, Lord John took leave to laugh. It must indeed have been an unusual production for Bender. Oh, I often with the wild beauty, if you will, of so many of his turns, haven't a notion, Lady Sandgate, confessed with an equal gaiety of what he's talking about. I think I never miss his weird sense her younger guest again loyally contended and, in fact, as a general thing, I rather like it. I happen to like nothing that I don't enjoy Lord Thane, rejoined with some asperity and, so far as I do follow the fellow, he assumes on my part an interest in his expenditure of purchase money that I neither feel nor pretend to he doesn't want be what I spell out. Picture he refused at Dedborough he may possibly want if one reads it saw the picture on view in Bond Street, and he yet appears to make with great emphasis the stupid ambiguous point that these two articles the greatest of mortos, an article, haven't been by now proved different, as if I engaged with him, that I myself would so prove them. Lord John indulged in a possibut, also in a suggestion, he must allude to your hoping when you allowed us to place the picture with Mackintosh that it would show to all London in the most precious light conceivable. Well, if it hasn't so shonen Lord Thane stared, as if mystified what in the world's the meaning of this preposterous racket. The racket is largely, his young friend explained the vociferation of the people, who contradict each other about it. On which their hostess sought to enliven the gravity of the question, some ye shouting on the housetops, that's a Mantovano of the Mantovanos, and others shrieking back at them, that they're a donkeys if not criminals. He may take it for whatever he likes, said Lord Thane, heedless of these contributions. He may father it on Michelangelo himself, if hell but clear out with it, and let me alone. What he liked to take it for Lord John at this point, saw his way to remark, is something in the nature of 100,000. 100,000, cried his astonished friend. Quite, I dare say, 100,000, young man, enjoyed clearly handling even by the lips so round a sum. Lady Sandgate disclaimed, however, with agility, any appearance of having gaped. Why haven't you yet realized, Thane, that those are the American figures? His lordship looked at her fixedly, and then did the same by Lord John, after which he waited a little. I've nothing to do with the American figuress, which seem to me, if you press me, you know, quite intolerably vulgar. Well, it'd be as vulgar as anybody, for 100,000, Lady Sandgate hastened to proclaim. Didn't he let us know at Dedborough? Lord John asked of the master of that seat that he had no use, as he said, for lower values. I've heard him remark myself, said their companion, rising to the monstrous memory that he wouldn't take a cheap picture even, though a handsome one as a present. And does he call the thing round the corner a cheap picture? The proprietor of the work demanded. Lord John threw up his arms with a grin of impatience. All he wants to do, don't you see, is to prevent your making it one. Lord Thane glared at this imputation to him of a low ductility. I offered the thing as it was, at an estimate worthy of it and of me. My dear reckless friend, his young adviser, protested. You named no figure at all when it came to the point. It didn't come to the point, nothing came to the point, but that I put a morto on view as a thing. Yes, perfectly. Lord Thane accepted the reminding gesture in which a rich American had an eye, and in which he had, so to speak, an interest. That was what I wanted, and so we left it, parting each of us ready, but neither of us bound. Ah, Mr. Bender's bound, as he d say, Lady Sandgate interposed, bound to make you swallow the enormous luscious plum that your appetite so morbidly rejects. My appetite as morbid as you like. Her old friend had shrewdly turned on Harris my own affair, and if the fellow must deal in enormities, I warn him to carry them elsewhere. Lord John plainly, by this time, was quite exasperated at the absurdity of him. But how can't you see that it's only a plum, as she says, for a plum, and an eye for an essence? The picture itself, with this huge ventilation, is now quite a different affair. How the deuce a different affair, when just what the man himself confesses is that, in spite of all the chatter of the prigs and pedants, there's no really established ground for treating it as anything but the same on which, as having so unanswerably spoken, Lord Thane shook himself free again in his high petulance, and moved restlessly to where the passage to the other room appeared to offer his nerves an issue, all moreover to the effect of suggesting to us that something still other than what he had said might meanwhile work in him, behind and beneath. That quantity the spectators of his trouble watched him for the time in uncertainty, and with a mute but associated comment on the perversity and oddity, he had so suddenly developed Lord John, giving a shrug of almost bored despair, and Lady Sandgate signaling caution and tact for their action by a finger flourished to her lips, and in fact at once proceeding to apply these arts, the subject of her attention had still remained, as in worried thought he had even mechanically taken up a book from a table which he then, after an absent glance at it, tossed down. "You're so detached from reality, you adorable dreamer," she began, "and, unless you stick to that, you might as well have done nothing what you call the pedantry and priggishness. And all the rest of it is exactly what poor Breckenridge asked almost on his knees, wonderful man, to be allowed to pay you for, since even if the meddlers and chatterers haven't settled anything for those who know though which of the elect themselves, after all does seem to know it's a great service, rendered him to have started such a hare to run." Lord John took freedom to throw off very much the same idea. Certainly, his connection with the whole question and agitation makes no end for his glory. It didn't that remark bring their friend back to him, but it at least made his indifference flash with derision. His glory, Mr. Bender's glory, why they quite universally loathe him, judging by the stuff they print. Oh, here is a corrupter of our morals, and a promoter of our decay, even though so many are flat on their faces to him eyes. But it's another affair over there, where the eagle screams like 1,000 steam whistles, and the newspapers flap like the leaves of the forest. There hell be if y'all only let him the biggest thing going, since sound in that air seems to mean size, and size to be all that counts. If he said of the thing, as you recognize Lord John, went on, it's going to be a Mantovano, why you can bet your life that it has got to be some kind of a one. His fellow guest at this drew nearer again, irritated, you would have been sure, by the unconscious infelicity of the pair, worked up to something quite openly willful and passionate, no kind of a furious flaunting one under my patronage, that I can prevent my boy the Deadborough picture in the marketowing, to horrid little circumstances that regard myself alone as the Deadborough picture, at a decent, sufficient, civilized Deadborough price, and nothing else whatever, which I beg you will take as my last word on the subject." Lord John, trying whether he could take it, momentarily mingled his hushed state with that of their hostess, to whom he addressed a helpless look, after which, however, he appeared to find that he could only reassert himself. "May I nevertheless reply that I think y'all not be able to prevent anything, since the discussed object will completely escape your control in New York." And almost any discussed object, Lady Sandgate rose to the occasion, always in New York, by what one hears easily worth 100,000. Lord Thane looked from one of them to the other. "I sell the man 100,000 worth of swagger and advertisement, and of fraudulent swagger and objectionable advertisement at that." Well, Lord John was but briefly baffled when the picture's his, you can't help its doing what it can, and what it will for him anywhere. Then it isn't his, yet the elder man retorted, "And I promise you never will be, if he has sent you to me with his big drum." Lady Sandgate turned sadly on this to her associate in patience, as if the case were now really beyond them. Yes, how indeed can it ever become his, if Thane simply won't let him pay for it? Her question was unanswerable. "It's the first time in all my life I've known a man feel insulted in such a piece of business, by happening not to be in the usual way, more or less swindled. Thane is unable to take it, and her ladyship explained, thought as I've heard it said of all these monsters of the new type Bender, simply can't afford not to be cited and celebrated as the biggest buyer who ever lived. Ah, cited and celebrated at my expense, say it at once, and have it over, that I may enjoy what you all want to do to me." The dear man's inimitable at his expense, it was more than Lord John could bear, as he fairly flung himself off in his derisive impotence, and addressed his wail to Lady Sandgate. "Yes, at my expense is exactly what I mean, Lord Thane, asseverate at the expense of my modest claim to regulate my behavior by my own standards. There, you perfectly are about the man. And it's precisely what I say, that he's to hustle and harry me, because he's a monster, which I never for a moment dreamed of. Please understand, when I let you John thrust him at me as a pecuniary resource at Deadborough, I didn't put my property on view that he might blow about it." "No, if you like it," Lady Sandgate returned, "but you certainly didn't so arrange." Ash seemed to think her point somehow would help that you might blow about it yourself. Nobody wants to blow Lord John more stoutly interposed, either hot or cold, I take it. But I really don't see the harm of Bender's liking to be known for the scale of his transactions actual, or merely imputed, even if you will, since that scale is really so magnificent. Lady Sandgate half accepted, half qualified this plea. The only question, perhaps, is why he doesn't try for some precious work that somebody less delicious than dear Thane can be persuaded on bended knees to accept 100,000 for. Try for when her younger visitor took it up, while her elder more attentively watched him. That was exactly what he did try for, when he pressed you so hard in vain for the great Sir Joshua. Oh well, he mustn't come back to that must, he thane her ladyship cooed. That personage failed to reply, so that Lord John went on, unconscious apparently of the still more suspicious study to which he exposed himself, besides which there are no things of that magnitude knocking about. Don't you know they've got to be worked up first if they're to reach the grand publicity of the figure? Would you mind, he continued to his noble monitor, an agreement on some such basis as this, that you shall resign yourself to the biggest equivalent yowl squeamishly consent to take, if it's at the same time the smallest hell squeamishly consent to offer, but that done you shall leave him free. Lady Sandgate took it up straight, rounding it off, as their companion only waited leave him free to talk about the sum offered, and the sum taken as practically one and the same. Ah, you know, Lord John discriminated, he doesn't talk so much himself, there's really nothing blatant or crude about poor Bender, it's the rate at which be, the very way he's fixed an awful way. Indeed, I grant you a perfect army of reporteretches close at his heels are always talking for him and of him. Lord Thane spoke hereupon at last with the air, as of an impulse that had been slowly gathering force. You talk for him, my dear chap, pretty well. You urge his case, my honor, quite as if you were assured of a commission on the job in a fine ascending scale. Has he put you up to that proposition? Do you get a handsome percentage, and are you to make a good thing of it? The young man colored under this stinging pleasantry, whether from a good conscience affronted or from a bad one made worse. But he otherwise showed a bold front, only bending his eyes a moment on his watch. As he's to come to you himself, and I don't know why the mischief he doesn't come will answer you that graceful question. Will he answer it? Lord Thane asked with the veracity that the suggestion you've just made on his behalf represents him as so beautifully adhering to, on which he again quite fiercely turned his back and recovered his detachment, the others giving way behind him to a blanker dismay. Lord John, in spite of this, however, pumped up a tone. I don't see why you should speak as if I were urging some abomination. Then, I'll tell you why. And Lord Thane was upon him again for the purpose, because I had rather give the cursed thing away outright, and for good and all, than that it should hang out there another day, in the interest of such equivocations. Lady Sandgate's dismay yielded to her wonder, and her wonder apparently in turn to her amusement. Give it away, my dear friend, to a man who only longs to smother you in gold. Her dear friend, however, had lost patience with her levity. Give it away just for a luxury of protest, and a stoppage of chatterto, some cause as unlike as possible that of Mr. Bender's power of sound, and his splendid reputation to the public, to the authorities, to the thingambob, to the nation. Lady Sandgate broke into horror while Lord John stood somber and stupefied. Ah, my dear creature, you've flights of extravagance. One thing's very certain, Lord Thane quite heedlessly pursued, that the thought of my property on view, there does give intolerably on my nerves, more and more every minute that I'm conscious of it. So that, hang it, if one thinks of it, why shouldn't I for my relief do again? Damn, what I like that is bang the door in their faces, have the show immediately stopped. He turned with the attraction of this idea from one of his listeners to the other. It's my show, it isn't Bender's surely, and I can do just as I choose with it. Ah, but isn't that the very point? And Lady Sandgate put it to Lord John. Isn't it Bender's show much more than his? Her invoked authority, however, in answer to this made but a motion of disappointment and disgust at so much rank folly, while Lord Thane, on the other hand, followed up his happy thought. Then, if it's Bender's show, or if he claims it is, there's all the more reason. And it took his lordship's inspiration no longer to flower. See here, John Doe, this go right round there this moment, please, and tell them for me to shut straight down. Shut straight down, the young man abhorrently echoed. Stop it, tonight, wind it up and end it. See, the more the entertainer of that vision held it there, the more charm it clearly took on for him. Have the picture removed from view, and the incident closed. You seriously ask that of me? Poor Lord John quavered. Why in the world shouldn't I? It's a jolly lot less than you asked of me a month ago at Dedborough. What then am I to say to them? Lord John spoke. But after a long moment during which he had only looked hard and an observer, might even then have felt ominously at his taskmaster. That personage replied, as if wholly to have done with the matter, say, anything that comes into your clever head. I don't really see that there's anything else for you. Lady Sandgate sighed to the messenger, who gave no sign save of positive stiffness. The latter seemed still to weigh his displeasing obligation. Then he eyed his friend significantly, almost portentously. Those are absolutely your sentiments. Those are absolutely my sentiments, and Lord Thane brought this out as with the force of a physical push. Very well then, but the young man, indulging in a fairly sinister study of such a dealer in the arbitrary, made sure of the extent, whatever it was, of his own wrong. Not one more day. Lord Thane only waved him away. Not one more hour. He paused at the door, this reluctant spokesman, as if for some supreme protest. But after another prolonged and decisive engagement with the two pairs of eyes that waited though differently on his performance, he clapped on his hat, as in the rage of his resentment, and departed on his mission. Romans 3. He can't bear to do it, poor man, Lady Sandgate ruefully remarked to her remaining guest after Lord John had under extreme pressure dashed out to Bond Street. I dare say not. Lord Thane, flushed with the felicity of self-expression, made little of that. But he goes too far, you see, and it clears the airpoint now therefore. He glanced at the clock. I must go to Kitty. Kitty with what Kitty wants, Lady Sandgate opened want, thank you for that. She never thanks me for anything, and the fact of his resignation clearly added here to his bitterness, so it's no great loss. Want you at any rate? His hostess asked. Wait for Bender. His lordship cast it to the winds. What have I to do with him now? Why, surely, if hell accept your own price. Lord Thane thought, wondered, and then, as if fairly amused at himself, hanged, if I know what is my own price, after which he went for his hat. But there's one thing he remembered as he came back with it. Where's my too unnatural daughter? If you mean Grace and really want her, ill send and find out. Not know, bethought himself, but does she see that chatterbox? Mr. Crimble, yes, she sees him. He kept his eyes on her. Then how far has it gone? Lady Sandgate overcame an embarrassment. Well, not even yet, I think, so far as they'd like. They'd like, heaven save the mark to marry. I suspect them of it. What line, if it should come to that, she asked, would you then take? He was perfectly prompt. The line, that for Grace it's simply ignoble. The force of her deprecation of such language was qualified by tact. Ah, darling, as dreadful as that. He could but view the possibility with dark resentment. It lets us so down from what we've always been, and done so down, that I am amazed you don't feel it. Oh, I feel there's still plenty to keep you up, she soothingly laughed. He seemed to consider this vague amount which he apparently judged, however, not so vast as to provide for the whole yearning of his nature. Well, my dear, he thus more blandly professed, I shall need all the extra agrément that your affection can supply. If nothing could have been on this richer response, nothing could at the same time have been more pleasing than her modesty. Ah, my affectionate Thane is, as I think you know, a fountain always in flood, but in any more worldly element than thought as you've ever seen for yourself. A poor strand with my own sad affairs, a broken reed, not great, as they used so finely to call it, you err with the natural sense of greatness, and for supreme support the instinctive grand man doing and taking things. He sighed. None the less he groaned with his thoughts of trouble for the strain he foresaw on these resolutions. If you mean that I hold up my head on higher grounds, I grant that I always have, but how much longer possible when my children commit such vulgarities? Why, in the name of goodness, are such children what the devil has got into them? And is it really the case that, when Grace offers as a proof of her license, and a specimen of her taste, a son-in-law, as you tell me, I am in danger of helplessly to swallow the dose? Do you find, Mr. Crimble, Lady Sandgate, as if there might really be something to say so utterly out of the question? I found him on the two occasions before I went away in the last degree offensive and outrageous, but even if he charged one and one's poor dear decent old defenses, with less rabid a fury, everything about him would forbid that kind of relation. What kind of relation, if any, Hugh's deficiencies might still render thinkable? Lord Thane was kept from going on to mention, by the voice of Mr. Gotch, who had thrown open the door, to the not altogether assured sound of Mr. Breckenridge Bender. The guest in possession gave a cry of impatience, but Lady Sandgate said, coming up, If his lordship will see him. Oh, he's beyond his time, his lordship pronounced I can't see him now. Ah, but mustn't Yuan mate? I then she waited, however, for no response to signify to her servant, let him come, and her companion could but exhale a groan of reluctant accommodation, as if he wondered at the point she made of it. It enlightened him, indeed, perhaps a little, that she went on, while Gotch did her bidding, does the kind of relation you'd be condemned to, with Mr. Crimble, let you down, as you say more than the relation you've been having with Mr. Bender. Lord Thane had for it the most uninforming of stares, do you mean? Don't I hate 'em equally both? She cut his further reply short, however, by a hush of warning. Mr. Bender was there, and his introducer had left them. Lord Thane, full of his purpose of departure, sacrificed hereupon, little to ceremony I've, but a moment to my regret to give you Mr. Bender. And if you've been unavoidably detained, as you great bustling people are so apt to be, it will perhaps still be soon enough for your comfort to hear from me that I've just given order to close our exhibition from the present hour on, sir. Put it with the firmness required to settle the futility of an appeal. Mr. Bender's large surprise lost itself, however, promptly enough in Mr. Bender's larger ease. Why do you really mean it, Lord Thane, removing, already from view, a work that gives innocent gratification to thousands? Well, said his lordship curtly, if thousands have seen it, I've done what I wanted, and if they've been gratified, I am content and invite you to be. Mr. Bender showed more keenness for this richer implication. In other words, it's I who may remove the picture. Well, if y'all take it on my estimate. But what, Lord Thane, all this time, Mr. Bender almost pathetically pleaded, is your estimate? The parting guest had another pause which prolonged itself, after he had reached the door, in a deep solicitation of their hostess' conscious eyes. This brief passage apparently inspired his answer. Lady Sandgate will tell you. The door closed behind him. The charming woman smiled then at her other friend, whose comprehensive presence appeared now to demand of her some account of these strange proceedings. He means that your own valuation is much too shockingly high. But how can I know how much unless I find out what hell take? The great collector's spirit had, in spite of its volume, clearly not reached its limit of expansion. Is he crazily waiting for the thing to be proved, not what Mr. Crimble claims? No, he's waiting for nothing, since he holds that claim demolished by Pappendick's tremendous negative which you wrote to tell him of. Vast, undeveloped, and suddenly grave, Mr. Bender's countenance showed like a barren tract under a black cloud. I wrote to report fair and square on Pappendick, but to tell him id take the picture just the same, negative and all. Ah, but take it in that way, not for what it is, but for what it isn't. We know nothing about what it isn't, said Mr. Bender. After all that has happened, we've only learned a little better every day what it is. You mean, his companion asked, the biggest bone of artistic contention? Yes, took it from her, the biggest that has been thrown into the arena for quite a while. I guess I can do with it for that. Lady Sandgate on this, after a moment, renewed her personal advance. It was as if she had now made sure of the soundness of her main bridge. Well, if it's the biggest bone, I won't touch it, I'll leave it to be mauled by my betters. But since his lordship has asked me to name a price, dear Mr. Bender, I'll name one end. As you prefer big prices, I'll try to make it suit you, only it won't be for the portrait of a person nobody is agreed about the whole world, is agreed, you know, about my great-grandmother. Oh, shucks, Lady Sandgate, and her visitor turned from her with the hunch of overcharged shoulders. But she apparently felt that she held him, or at least that, even if such a conviction might be fatuous, she must now put it to the touch. You've been delivered into my hands too charmingly, and you won't really pretend that you don't recognize that, and in fact rather like it. He faced about to her again, as to a case of coolness unparalleled, though, indeed, with a quick lapse of real interest, in the question of whether he had been artfully practiced upon an indifference to bad debts or peculation, like that of some huge hotel or other business, involving a margin for waste. He could afford, he could work waste too clearly, and what was it, that term you might have felt him ask, but a mean measure anyway, quite as the artful opposed to his larger game, would be the hiding and pouncing of children at play do. I gather that those uncanny words of his were just meant to put me off, he inquired. And then, as she but boldly and smilingly shrugged, repudiating responsibility, look here, Lady Sandgate, ain't you honestly going to help me, he pursued. This engaged her sincerity, without affecting her gaiety. Mr. Bender, I'll help you if y'all help me. Y'all really get me something from him to go on with. I'll get you something from him to go on with. That's all I ask, do get that, then I can move the way I want, but without it, I am held up. You shall have it, she replied, if I in turn may look to you for a trifle on account. Well, he dryly gloomed at her, what do you call a trifle? I mean waited, but an instant what you would feel as one. That want do you haven't the least idea, Lady Sandgate. He earnestly said how I feel at these foolish times, I've never got used to them yet. Ah, don't you understand, she pressed, that if I give you an advantage I am completely at your mercy. Well, what mercy, he groaned, do you deserve? She waited a little, brightly composed then. She indicated her inner shrine, the whereabouts of her precious picture. Go and look at her again, and y'all see. His protest was large, but so after a moment was his compliance at his heavy advance upon the other room, from just within the doorway of which the great Lawrence was serenely visible. Mr. Bender gave it his eyes once more, though, after the fashion verily of a man, for whom it had now no freshness of a glamour, no shade of a secret. Then he came back to his hostess. Do you call giving me an advantage squeezing me by your sweet modesty, for less than I may possibly bear? How can I say fairer, she returned, than that with my backing about the other picture, which I've passed you my word for throne, in ill, resign myself, to whatever you may be disposed characteristicalito, give for this one. If it's a question of resignation, said Mr. Bender, you mean, of course, what I may be disposed characteristical and ought to give. She played on him for an instant all her radiance. Yes, then, you dear sharp rich thing. And you take in, I assume, he pursued, that I am just going to lean on you for what I want with the full weight of a determined man. Well, she laughed, I promise you ill thoroughly, obey the direction of your pressure. All right then, and he stopped before her in his unrest, monumentally pledged, yet still more massively immeasurable. Howlo, you have it. She bristled as with all the possible beautiful choices. Then she shed her selection, as a heaving fruit tree might have dropped some round ripeness. It was for her friend to pick up his plum, and his privilege, will you write a check? Yes, if you want it right away, to which, however, he added, clapping vainly, a breast pocket, but my checkbook's down in my car. At the door she scarce required his assent to touch a bell, I can easily send for it. And she threw off while they waited, it's so sweet you're flying round with your checkbook. He put it with promptitude another way, it flies round pretty well with Mr. Bender's checkbook in his car, she went on to Gotch, who had answered her summons. The owner of the interesting object further instructed him you'll find in the pocket a large red morocco case. Very good, sir, said Gotch, but with another word for his mistress, Lord John would like to know. Lord John's there, she interrupted. Gotch turned to the open door, here he is, my lady. She accommodated herself at once under Mr. Bender's eye to the complication involved in his lordship's presence. It's he who went round to Bond Street. Mr. Bender stared but saw the connection to stop the show, and then, as the young man was already, there you've stopped the show. It's on more than ever, Lord John responded, while Gotch retired, a hurried, flurried, breathless Lord John, strikingly different from the backward messenger she had lately seen dispatched. But Thane should be here, addressed her excitedly. I announce you a call from the prince. The princess gasped, as for the burden of the honor, he follows you. Mr. Bender, with an eagerness and a candor there was no mistaking, recognized on behalf of his ampler action, a world of associational advantage and auspicious possibility, is the prince after the thing. Lord John remained, in spite of this challenge, conscious of nothing, but his message he was there with Mackintosh to see, and admire the picture which he thinks by the way a Mantovano pure. And simply did me the honor to remember me, when he heard me report to Mackintosh in his presence, the sentiments expressed to me here by our noble friend, and of which, embarrassed though I doubtless was, the young man pursued to Lady Sandgate, I gave as clear an account as I could. He was so delighted with it, that he declared they mustn't think then of taking the thing off, but must on the contrary keep putting it forward for all it's worth, and he would come round and congratulate, and thank Thane, and explain him his reasons. Their hostess cast about for a sign why Thane is at Kitty's worse luck. The prince calls on him here. He calls, you see, on you, my lady, at 5:45, and graciously desired me so to put it you. He's very kind, Butch took in her condition, not even dressed. Y'all have timeth, young man, was a comfort while I rushed to Berkeley Square, and pardon me, Bender, though it's so near, if I just bag your car. That's it, take his car, Lady Sandgate almost swept him away. You may use my car, all right, Mr. Bender contributed, but what I want to know is what the man's after. The man, what man? His friend scarce paused to ask. The prince then, if you allow, he is a man, is he after my picture? Lord John vividly disclaimed authority. If y'all wait, my dear fellow, y'all see. Oh, why should he wait? Burst from their cautious companionly, to be caught up, however, in the next breath, so swift her gracious revolution. Wait. Indeed, Mr. Bender, I won't give you up for any prince, with which she appealed again to Lord John. He wants to congratulate on Thane's decision, as I've told ya, which I announced to Mackintosh by Thane's extraordinary order under his Highness' nose, and which his Highness by the same token took up like a shot. Her face, as she bethought herself, was convulsed, as by some quick perception of what her informant must have done, and what therefore the prince's interest rested on, all however to the effect, given their actual company of her, at once dodging, and covering that issue the decision to remove the picture. Lord John also observed a discretion. He wouldn't hear of such a thing, says it must stay stock still, so there you are. This determined in Mr. Bender a not unnatural, in fact quite a clamorous series of questions. But where are we, and what has the prince to do with Lord Thane's decision? When that's all I am here for, what in thunder is Lord Thane's decision? What was his extraordinary order? Lord John, too long detained, and his hand now on the door, put off this solicitor, as he had already been put off Lady Sandgate. You tell him I rush. Mr. Bender saw him vanish, but all to a greater bewilderment. What the H then, I beg your pardon, is he talking about, and what sentiments did he report round there, that Lord Thane had been expressing? His hostess faced it not otherwise than if she had resolved not to recognize the subject of his curiosity for fear of other recognitions. They put everything on me, my dear man, but I haven't the least idea. He looked at her askance. Then why does the fellow say you have? Much at a loss for the moment, she yet found her way, because the fellow's so agog that he doesn't know what he says. In addition to which, she was relieved by the reappearance of Gotch, who bore on a salver the object he had been sent for, and to which he duly called attention. The large red morocco case. Lady Sandgate fairly jumped at it. Your blessed checkbook, lay it on my desk, she said to Gotch, though waiting till he had departed again, before she resumed to her visitor. Might we conclude before he comes? The prince, Mr. Bender's imagination had strayed from the ground to which she sought to lead it back, and it but vaguely retraced its steps. Will he want your great-grandmother? Well, he may when he sees her. Lady Sandgate laughed, and Thane, when he comes, will give you on his own question. I feel sure every information. Shall I fish it out for you? She encouragingly asked beside him by her secretary desk, at which he had arrived under her persuasive guidance, and where she sought solidly to establish him, opening out the gilded crimson case for his employ, so that he had but to help himself. What enormous checks! You can never draw one for £2. That's exactly what you deserve. I should do. He remained after this, solemnly still, however, like some high priest circled with ceremonies, in consonance with which the next moment both her hands held out to him the open and immaculate page of the oblong series, much as they might have presented a royal infant at the christening font. He failed in his preoccupation to receive it, so she placed it before him on the table, coming away with a brave gay "Well, I leave it to you." She had not restlessly revolving, kept her discreet distance for many minutes, before she found herself almost face to face with the recurrent Gotch upright at the door with a fresh announcement. Mr. Crimble, please, for Lady Grace. Mr. Crimble Aginch took it discomposedly. It reached Mr. Bender at the secretary, but to a different effect. Mr. Crimble, why, he's just the man I want to see. Gotch, turning to the lobby, had only to make way for him. Here he is, my lady. Then tell her ladyship. She has come down, said Gotch, while Hugh arrived, and his companion withdrew, and while Lady Grace, reaching the scene from the other quarter, emerged in bright equipment, her hat, scarf, and gloves. Roman 4. These young persons were thus at once confronted across the room, and the girl explained her preparation. I was listening hard for your knock and your voice. Then know that, thank God, it's all right. Hugh was breathless, jubilant, radiant. A Mantovano, she delightedly cried. A Mantovano, he proudly gave back. A Mantovano carried even Lady Sandgate away. A Mantovano, a sure thing. Mr. Bender jumped up from his business, all gaping attention to Hugh. I've just left our blessed Barty, said that young man who hasn't the shadow of a doubt, and is delighted to publish it everywhere. Will he publish it right here to me? Mr. Bender hungrily asked. Well, Hugh smiled, you can try him. But try him how? Where the great collector, straining to instant action, cast about for his hat. Where is he? Hey? Don't you wish I'd tell you, Hugh in his personal elation, almost cynically answered. Want you wait for the Prince Lady Sandgate had meanwhile asked of her friend, but had turned more inspectingly to Lady Grace. Before he could reply, my dear child though, you're lovelier, you sure you're ready for him. For the prince of the girl was vague, is he coming? At 5:45 with which she consulted her bracelet watch, but only at once to wail for alarm, ah, it is that, and I am not dressed, she hurried off through the other room. Mr. Bender, quite accepting her retreat, addressed himself again, unabashed, to Hugh, it's your blessed Barty I want first, still take the prince after. The young man clearly could afford indulgence. Now, then I left him at Long's Hotel. Why right near ill come back, and Mr. Bender's flight was on the wings of optimism. But it all gave Hugh a quick question for Lady Grace. Why does the prince come, and what in the world's happening? My father has suddenly returned, it may have to do with that. The shadow of his surprise darkened visibly to that of his fear. Mayn't it be more than anything else to give you and me his final curse? I don't know, and I think I don't care. I don't care, she said, so long as you're right, and as the greatest light of all declares you are. He is the greatest. Hugh was vividly of that opinion. Now, I could see it as soon as I got there with him, the charming creature there, before the holy thing, and with the place by good luck for those great moments practically, to ourselves without Mackintosh to take in what was happening or anyone else at all to speak off it, was but a matter of 10 minutes. He had come, he had seen, and I had conquered. Naturally, you had the girl hung on him for it, and what was happening beyond everything else was that, for your original dear divination, one of the divinations of genius with every creature all these ages so stupid you, were being baptized on the spot, a great man. Well, he did let poor Papendick have it at least. Doesn't think he's one that eminent judge couldn't even with such a leg up, rise to my level or seize my point. And if you really want to know, Hugh went on in his gladness, what for us has most particularly and preciously taken place, it is that, in his opinion, for my career. Your reputation, she cried, blazes out, and your fortune's made. He did a happy violence to his modesty. Well, Barty adores intelligence, and takes off his hat to me. Then you need take off yours to Nobodisuch, was Lady Grace's proud opinion. But I should like to take off mine to him, she added, which I seem to have put on to get out and away with yow expressly for that. Hugh, as he looked her over, took it up in bliss. Ah, well, go forth together to him, then thanks to your happy splendid impulsand, yowl, back him gorgeously up in the good he thinks of me. His friend yet had on this a somber second thought, the only thing is that our awful American. But he warned her with a raised hand not to speak of our awful Britain. For the door had opened from the lobby, admitting Lord Thane, unattended, who at sight of his daughter and her companion pulled up, and held them a minute in reprehensive view, all at least, till Hugh undauntedly, indeed quite cheerfully, greeted him. Since you find me again in your path, my lord, it's because I've a small but precious document to deliver you, if you'll allow me to do so, which I feel it important myself to place in your hand. He drew from his breast a pocketbook, and extracted thence a small, unsealed envelope retaining the latter, a trifle helplessly in his hand, while Lord Thane only opposed to this demonstration an unmitigated blankness. He went none the less bravely on. I mentioned to you, the last time we somewhat infelicitously met, that I intended to appeal to another and probably more closely qualified artistic authority on the subject of your so-called Morto. And I in fact saw the picture half an hour ago with Barty of Milan, who there in presence of it did ideal justice, as I had hoped, to the claim I've been making. I then went with him to his hotel close at hand, where he dashed me off this brief and rapid but quite conclusive declaration, which, if y'all be so good as to read it, will enable you perhaps to join us in regarding the vexed question as settled. His lordship, having faced this speech without a sign, rested on the speaker a somewhat more confessed intelligence, then looked hard at the offered note, and hard at the floral to avert himself actively afterward, and with his head, a good deal elevated, add to his distance, as it were from every one and everything so indelicately thrust on his attention. This movement had an ambiguous makeshift air, yet his companions, under the impression of it, exchanged a hopeless look. His daughter none the less lifted her voice. If you want take what he has for you from Mr. Crimble, father, will you take it from me? And then, as after some apparent debate, he appeared to decide to heed her, it may be so long again, she said, before you've a chance to do a thing I ask. The chance will depend on yourself, he returned with high dry emphasis, but he held out his hand for the note Hugh had given her, and with which she approached him, and though face to face, they seemed more separated than brought near by this contact without commerce. She turned away on one side when he had taken the missive as Hugh had turned away on the other. Lord Thane drew forth the contents of the envelope, and broodingly and inexpressively read the few lines, after which, as having done justice to their sense, he thrust the paper forth again, till his daughter became aware and received it. She restored it to her friend, while her father dandled off anew, but coming round this time almost as by a circuit of the room and meeting Hugh, who took advantage of it to repeat by a frank gesture his offer of Barty's attestation. Lord Thane passed with the young man on this a couple of mute minutes of the same order, as those he had passed with Lady Grace in the same connection. Their eyes dealt deeply with their ice butt to the effect of his lordship's, accepting the gift which after another minute he had slipped into his breast pocket. It was not till then that he brought out a curt, but resonant thank you. While the others awaited his further pleasure, he again bethought himself. Then he addressed Lady Grace. "I must let Mr. Bender know." Mr. Bender, Hugh interposed, "does know he's at the present moment with the author of that note at Long's Hotel." Then I must now write him, and his lordship, while he spoke, and from where he stood, looked in refined disconnectedness out of the window. "Will you write there?" And his daughter indicated Lady Sandgate's desk, at which we have seen Mr. Bender so importantly seated. Lord Thane had a start at her again speaking to him, but he bent his view on the convenience awaiting him, and then, as to have done with so tiresome a matter, took advantage of it. He went and placed himself, and had reached for paper and a pen when struck apparently with the display of some incongruous object. He uttered a sharp hallo. "You don't find things?" Lady Grace Asketas, remote from him in one quarter of the room, as Hugh was in another. On the contrary, he oddly replied, but plainly suppressing any further surprise. He committed a few words to paper, and put them into an envelope which he addressed and brought away. "If you like," said Hugh, urbanely, "I'll carry him that myself." "But how do you know what it consists of?" "I don't know, but I risk it." His lordship weighed the proposition in a high impersonal manner, even nervously weighed his letter, shaking it with one hand upon the fingertips of the other, after which, as finally to acquit himself of any measurable obligation, he allowed Hugh, by a surrender of the interesting object, to redeem his offer of service. "Then you'll learn," he simply said. "And may I learn?" asked Lady Grace. You The tone made so light of her that it was barely interrogative. "May I go with him?" Her father looked at the question as at some cup of supreme bitterness, a nasty, and now quite regular dose, with which his lips were familiar, but before which their first movement was always tightly to close. "With me, my lord," said Hugh at last, thoroughly determined they should open, and intensifying the emphasis. He had his effect, and Lord Thane's answer, addressed to Lady Grace, made indifference very comprehensive. "You may do whatever you dreadfully like." At this, then, the girl, with an air that seemed to present her choice as absolutely taken, reached the door, which Hugh had come across to open for her. Here she paused as for another a last look at her father, and her expression seemed to say to him, unaidedly, that much as she would have preferred to proceed to her act without this gross disorder, she could yet find inspiration too in the very difficulty, and the old faiths themselves, that he left her to struggle with all this made for depth and beauty in her serious young faces. It had indeed a force that not indistinguishably, after an instant, his lordship lost any wish for longer exposure to his shift of his attitude, before she went out, was fairly an evasion if the extent of the levity of one of his daughters made him afraid what might have been his present strange sense, but a fear of the other from the extent of her gravity. Lady Grace passes from us, at any rate in her laced and pearled and plumed slimness, and her pale concentration, leaving her friend, a moment however, with his hand on the door. "You thanked me just now for Barty's opinion, after all," Hugh said with a smile, "and it seems to me that after all as well I've grounds for thanking you," on which he left his benefactor alone. Tit for tat there broke from Lord Thane in his solitude, with the young man out of earshot, that vague ironic comment which only served his turn none the less, till, bethinking himself, he had gone back to the piece of furniture used for his late scribble, and come away from it again the next minute delicately holding a fair slip that we naturally recognize. As Mr. Bender's forgotten checked this apparently surprising value, he now studied at his ease, and to the point of its even drawing from him an articulate "what in damnation," his speculation dropped before the return of his hostess, whose approach through the other room fell upon his ear, and whom he awaited after a quick thrust of the check into his waistcoat. Lady Sandgate appeared now in Duthet, is in the most happily adjusted splendor. She had changed her dress for something smarter, and more appropriate to the entertainment of Prince's tea, will be downstairs, she said, but you're alone. I've just parted, her friend replied with grace, and Mr. Crimble. Parted with them, ambiguity struck her. Well, they've gone out together to flaunt their monstrous connection. You speak, she laughed, as if it were too gross. They're surely coming back. Back to you if you like, but not to me. Ah, what are you and I, she tenderly argued, but one and the same quantity? And though you may not as yet absolutely rejoice in, well, whatever they're doing, she cheerfully added, y'all get beautifully used to it. That's just what I'm afraid, off what such horrid matters make of one. At the worst, then, Usish maintained her optimism, the recipient of royal attentions. Oh, said her companion, whom his honor seemed to leave comparatively cold, it's simply as if the gracious personage were coming to condole. Impatient of the lapse of time in any case, she assured herself again of the hour. Well, if he only does come. John, the wretch, Lord Thane returned, will take care of that. He has nailed him, and will bring him. What was it then? His friend found occasion, in the particular tone of this reference, to demand what was it that, when you sent him off, John spoke of you in Bond Street, as specifically intending. Oh, he saw it now all lucidly, if not rather luridly, and thereby, the more tragically, he described me in his nasty rage, as consistently well heroic. His ragish pieced it sympathetically out at your destroying his cherished credit with Bender. Lord Thane was more and more possessed of this view of the manner of it. I had come between him and some profit that he doesn't confess to, but that made him viciously and vindictively serve me up there, as he caught the chance to the prince and the people. She cast about in her intimate interest, as for some closer conception of it, by saying that you had remarked here that you offered the people the picture. As a sacrifice, yesto, morbid though respectable scruples, to which he sharply added, as if struck with her easy grasp of the scene, but I hope you've nothing to call a memory for any such extravagance. Lady Sandgate waited, then boldly took her line. None, whatever you had reacted against Bender, but you hadn't gone so far as that. He had it now all vividly before him. I had reacted like a gentleman, but it didn't thereby follow that I acted or spoke like a demagogue, and my mind's a complete blank on the subject of my having done so. So that there only flushes through your conscience, she suggested the fact that he has forced your hand. Fevered with the sore sense of it, his lordship wiped his brow. He has played me for spite, his damned impertinent trick. She found, but after a minute effort, it wasn't easy the right word, or the least wrong for the situation. Well, even if he did so diabolically commit you, you still don't want Oyudo back out. Resenting the suggestion, which restored all his nobler form, Lord Thane fairly drew himself up. When did I ever in all my life back out? Never, never in all your life, of Corsesh dashed a bucketful at the flare, and the picture after all. The picture after all, he took her up in cold, grim, gallant despair, has just been pronounced definitely priceless. And then to meet her gaping ignorance by Mr. Crimble's latest and apparently greatest adviser, who strongly stamps it a Mantovano, and whose practical affidavit I now possess. Poor Lady Sandgate gaped, but the Morsh wondered and yearned. Definitely priceless. Definitely priceless, after which he took from its place of lurking, considerately unfolding it, the goodly slip he had removed from her blotting book, worth, even more therefore, than what Bender so blatantly offers. Her attention fell with interest from the distance at which she stood on this confirmatory document, her recognition of which was not immediate, and is that the affidavit. This is a check to your order, my lady, for £10,000. 10,000, she echoed it with a shout. Drawn by some hand unknown, he went on quietly. Unknown again. In her muffled joy, she let it sound out. Which I found there at your desk a moment ago, and thought best in your interest, to rescue from accident or neglect, even though it be saved for the single stroke of a name begun. He wound up with his look like a playing searchlight, unhappily unsigned. Unsigned. The exhibition of her design of her defeat kept shaking her. Then it isn't good. It's a Barmecide feast, my dear, had still her kind friend his note of grimness, and also his penetration of eye, but who is it writes you colossal checks? And then leaves them lying about. Her case was so bad that you would have seen how she felt. She must do something quite splendid. She recovered herself. She faced the situation with all her bright bravery of expression and aspect conscious. You might have guessed that she had never more strikingly embodied on such lines the elegant, the beautiful, and the true. Why, who can it have been but poor Breckenridge too? Breckenridge Lord Thane had his smart echoes. What in the world does he owe you money for? It took her but an instant more she performed the great repudiation quite, as she might be prepared to sweep in the presence impending her grandest curtsy. Not you sweet suspicious thing for my great-grandmother. And then, as his glare didn't fade, Bender makes my life a burden for the love of my precious Lawrence. Which you're weakly letting him grab nothing, could have been finer with this than Lord Thane's reprobation, unless it had been his surprise. She shook her head as in bland compassion for such an idea. It isn't a payment, you goose, it's a bribe. I've withstood him these trying weeks as a rock the tempest. But he wrote that, and left it there, the fiend to tempt me to corrupt me. Without putting his name, her companion again turned over the check. She bethought herself clearly with all her genius as to this anomaly, and the light of reality broke. He must have been interrupted in the artful act, sprang up with such a bound at Mr. Crimble's news. At once then for his interest in Ith hurried off, leaving the check forgotten. And unfinished, she smiled more intensely, her eyes attached, as from fascination to the morsel of paper still handled by her friend. But of course on his next visit he'll add his great signature. The devil he will, and Lord Thane, with the highest spirit, tore the crisp token into several pieces, which fluttered as worthless now as pure snowflakes to the floor. It drew from her, a wail of which the character for its sharp inconsequence was yet comic. This renewed his stare at her. Do you want to back out, I mean, from your noble stand? As quickly, however, she had saved herself, id rather do even what you're doing, offer my treasure to the thingambob. He was touched by this even to sympathy. Will you then join me in setting the example of a great donation? To the what diacolit she extravagantly smiled. I call it, he said with dignity, the National Gallery. She closed her eyes as with a failure of breath. Ah, my dear friend. It would convince me, he went on, insistent and persuasive, of the sincerity of my affection. She drew nearer to him. It would comfort me, was satisfied with his own expression, yet in a moment when she had come all rustlingly and fragrantly close, it would captivate me, he handsomely added. It would captivate you. It was for her we should have seen to be satisfied with his expression, and with our more informed observation of all it was a question of her giving up, she would have struck us as subtly bargaining. He gallantly amplified it would peculiarly be, which I mean it would so natural unite us. Well, that was all she wanted then for a complete union with Yaoff fact, as well as of fond fancy. She smiled. There's nothing even to my one, you lamb, I am not ready to surrender. Ah, we don't surrender, he urged, we enjoy. Yes, she understood, with the glory of our grand gift thrown in. We quite swagger, he gravely observed, though even swaggering would after this be dull without you. Oh, ill swagger with you, she cried, as if it quite settled and made up for everything. And then impatiently, as she beheld Lord John, whom the door had burst open to admit the prince. The prince's young man launched it as a call to arms. They had fallen apart on the eruption, the pair discovered, but she flashed straight at her lover. Then we can swagger now. Lord Thane had reached the open door. I meet him below. Demurring, debating, however, she stayed him a moment, but oughtn't in my own house. His lordship caught her meaning. You mean he may think, but he has easily pronounced he shall think the truth, and with a kiss of his hand to her he was gone. Lord John, who had gazed in some wonder at these demonstrations, was quickly about to follow, but she checked him with an authority she had never before used, and which was clearly the next moment to prove irresistible. Lord John, be so good as to stop looking about at the condition of a room on the point of receiving so august a character. She observed on the floor the fragments of the torn check, to which she sharply pointed, and please pick up that litter. The end.